see pass, I see they see pass. You go dey pay, yeah, I see they pay.
Ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
Senate to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my Senate.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. He already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
Sorry.
There is
Alexi.
The president currently, and he will be the governor of Niger Delta State.
You will talk about Lake Chad. Okay, let me assure you, if I am elected the president, I will recharge Lake Chad. Transmission line is a super highway for generated electricity and power. They could not even make a down payment for a roasted corn for that electricity.
Oh, no.
Give me lessons about making money and keeping money and multiplications.
no.
As I stand before you, there are few of us left running. One says he is Atiku. How many times has he been running?
Always on the run.
He's always on the run, and he's tired. Tell him to go and sit down. Enough is enough. The other one, that one I think na statistic we go chop. A lie with arithmetic that no Indian can solve it. To mention his name is a disgrace to me, sir. I won't mention the name. Wrong arithmetic, wrong statistics, warehouse economy, and that's not what Nigeria needs.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right, it's Saturday, November the 26th, 2022. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. We are coming to you live from New York City. I know today is a busy day for Nigerians. Something big is happening in Lagos. The Jagaban has taken over his city, and we are going to get live reports from Lagos. Hopefully, we have somebody who is at the stadium, and we hope to get a feed from the person. Let's see. All right, let's talk to our people who are here and welcome them to the show. CM, welcome to the show. CM. Okay, he can hear me. CM, welcome to the show. Wembasi, welcome to the show. Omori, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Bobby.
Yeah. Today is a wonderful day.
Thanks for having us, Dr.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. I think you are all in America. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, CM is in the UK. CM, there's a holiday. Yeah. Yeah, CM, there's a holiday they call Thanksgiving here in America. It's our own Christmas. Can you hear me? Okay, Wembasi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Rudy.
How was your Thanksgiving? Okay.
I can now. You could have been?
Okay,
good, CM. So, Wembasi, how was your Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was splendid. We were invited and we invited people.
So how did they work if you were invited and you invited people?
Well, I took my guest came at 5 o'clock and I went as somebody's guest at 1 p.m. So we went and then we came back and hosted.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
a wonderful. That's a
It was a
wonderful
long
thing to
day.
do. Yeah. Omori, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. It's always glad to be here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Omori. I don't remember. I don't know where you are. I know you're in America. Where in America are you?
I'm in Houston at the moment. Houston, Texas.
Oh, Houston. Okay. I want to make sure it's not in Alabama where they don't celebrate Thanksgiving. So how was Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I'm different from every other person. I don't kill myself over stuff like Christmas, New Year. I just see them like every other day. I need to pray to my God, thank my God for another day. Call one or two persons, happy Thanksgiving, send text messages across. That's all I do. I don't. When people are killing themselves over Christmas and New Year, I'm a different human being. I don't have extra budget for Christmas, New Year. I see them as every other day. I thank God every day, you know, I'm alive. I wake up every day. I just thank my God. I give thanks every day.
So you didn't participate in Black Friday?
No. I'm a different person. Even when I was in Nigeria, those things don't trip me. I don't see it as a special, you know, gaze. I just see it as regular, as a normal day. You know, but I'm happy I'm alive. Every day I wake up, I need that. I pray to my God. I thank God for another day. So for me, Christmas Day, New Year Day, when people are, you know, looking for money, borrowing money, budgeting what they can do, I just look at them like, even my birthday, sometimes I don't celebrate my birthday. People remind me of my birthday. So that's my kind of person. You know, those things don't move me. I don't go borrowing, you know, looking for money to celebrate what is not necessary.
All right, that's good. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Yeah, Paul in Alabama. No, where are you? Somewhere, don't mind me. Alaska.
Come on, doctor. Doctor, I'm too skinny to live in Alaska now. You're supposed to know. I'm too skinny to live in Alaska. I don't have extra coat in my body. No coat.
I know.
To drive the cold. I live in Arizona.
I know. So how is it like in Arizona? How is it celebrated?
Yeah, I guess it was okay, but I almost called John Harbour, but I feared John Harbour going to waste my time because he talked too much like me. So I just leave him alone. I won't lie to you. On that day, I was loading container. The neighbors, where we're supposed to park the container, there's a problem there. So I parked the container in a friend's place, and it's at the HOA. So the neighbors, they were mad to see a 40-foot container on the road. They were mad, which I do really understand, because they are planning a lot of families, so they need space to park cars. Then we bring you all in, we bring 4 cars, you know, plus the container. Just imagine how much space we've taken in the street. So they keep whining, what is going on? What is going on? Meanwhile, the HOA already gave us 10 days.
Did they call police on you? Did they call police on you?
No, they do. They did. They called the cops. At the time, I had to call one white lady carrying. You know, that is the highest cost you can cost anybody now. I had to call the white lady because the HOA already gave us 10 days. So the lady said we didn't call the HOA. Yeah, she called the HOA. I said, show me your proof. Because I know I called the HOA. I will not be so stupid to park a container here that I know I cannot run before you call the cops. So you called the HOA. So it was kind of funny. So some of them were mad, but the beauty of Thanksgiving, guess what? 2 of the neighbors still came and gave us food. That is Thanksgiving.
Wow.
It was that blew me away. It was so nice and warm for me. I worked all day till the evening.
Wow, that's good. Making money is very important. Now let's talk about Nigeria, because we have game changers. Things are happening. Oil, they finally, after many years of dreaming of finding oil in the north, they finally found it. It looks like. Did you guys saw the event? It was historic. Yeah, everybody made sure they showed up. I don't know, Omori. I know. Oh yeah, we have Paul and Omori. And Wayne also. You all are from the Niger Delta region. So what should they be expecting in Gombe? The people of that area. What should they be expecting now that they found oil?
Yeah, I'm not expecting so much from them, because if you don't expect much from people, you know they're going to disappoint you. Your disappointment will not be too much too. I think they're going to suffer the same fate as we are suffering in Niger Delta right now. The fate of Ogoni, the fate of Bayelsa, the fate of those people whose aquatic lives have been, eroded, and the same fate of people whose farmlands have been bastardized. That's my expectation. I'm not expecting anything, strange. I'm not expecting anything new. I don't know. I'm happy they found it there. If this one will let them, someday, I think the only thing that is bringing Nigerians together is this oil in the Niger Delta region. If this oil has been in the north, long time ago, they will have been gone out of Nigeria. So let's see how they're going to manage it. But I'm not expecting anything different. With our corruption, with our mindset, everything is just going to be, in shambles, effort in futility. It's going to go into private pocket. Politicians are going to take advantage of that, to enrich themselves at the detriment of the masses of the people of the state. I'm not expecting anything. I'm not excited about it because the ones we have had in the Niger Delta, we have nothing to show for it. So why should I be excited if you find oil in every family, in every backyard in Nigeria? So what do we have to show for it? Look at Qatar, the World Cup in Qatar. Go to Abu Dhabi, go to see what oil money can do in desert. So Nigerian oil that's supposed to be a blessing has become a cost to Nigerians. So I'm not excited. It doesn't trip me anyway. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. So, Wembasi, do you expect that one Mr. Moray will soon get an oil block in Gombe?
I think he hit the nail on the head, Omori, when he said the politicians and the business, the political class, in short. So sometimes we think it's a tribal war. No, it's not tribal. Sometimes we think it's a religious struggle. It's not. They are Christians and Muslims, sitting together, compromising together, and draining the resources of Nigeria. So up on top of that, there's no tribe, there's no religion. They cut their shares and they move on. And that's the same things that's going to happen in Gombe. We've been through this. There was a time the North supported Nigeria, the peanut pyramids that I grew up to see on 25 kobo coin. I mean, it was almost like a national symbol for Nigeria when you see the peanut pyramid, that's Nigeria. And Nigeria did not break up. And then they all came. So the same elite, political elite, will drain the country, except something happens. Of course, something radical happens. Really, I just want you to permit me to say something because I spent a bulk of the week watching Uwemiyang's show, and I really regret that I was not able to be part of it. And particularly, I needed to say something to CM because I saw his questioning, and unfortunately, they say is it history is written by the victors in any situation? If there is a war, at the end of the war, the people who won the victory, they will write the history to suit their interest. A lot of atrocities from the Biafran civil Nigerian civil war has not been recorded, and I'm learning till today bits and pieces of it. As far as Biafra and the minorities, I'm speaking as somebody who's lived in Oron most of my life before I moved here. I'm an Ibibio man, but I grew up in Oron. Oron is a millionaire's playground in Nigeria. Most of the crayfish, fish come from Oron and is distributed throughout Nigeria. Most of the afang, that's otasi, comes from Cameroon and it passes through Oron. When you talk of illegal petroleum product smuggling, the number one port is Oron. And when there was a ban on rice in Nigeria, the port to smuggle rice through Cameroon was Oron. So people who know about Oron, they know it as a millionaire's playground. There's a little historical fact that is not expressed because maybe people do not find the relevance in it. When Biafran Republic was declared, the Igbos, Biafra came to Oron and partitioned Oron, the major beaches in Oron, were called Ohafia Bish, Mbaise Bish, this and that, named, they said, after major Igbo tribes. And that was to say, let's not struggle for it. This is where Ohafia people will do business. This is where Mbaise people will do business, so that we don't, So they petition the Oron amongst the major Igbo tribe because of its strategic position. That did not go well with the locals. Till today, till I left Oron in the 90s, some of these species were still, called those names. That's part of why, like the Oronians, they were very welcoming of the federal troops when they came by. Another historical fact is Iswene, who was an Air Force captain at that time, the pilot. He bombed Oruko market on a market day with a Nigerian plane, and that was supposed to be done to give Biafra a bad name. So, and everybody knows it. If you go to Oruko today, there are people who survived it. I've spoken to somebody in Atlanta. He's a PhD who was there on that day that bombing took place, still alive. Everybody knows who lived around Oruko. The dropping of the bomb on a market day in Oruko, tragic event, is not recorded in any history book in Nigeria. Was done by Nigeria, but they did it to give Biafra a bad name. So there are mixed bags of things like that. So what Weminyang was trying to say is, I believe he was correct to say, when wars happen like that, it could, maybe some of the things were not sanctioned as official Biafran policies, but soldiers do run amok when things like that happen. So that's just what I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Hopefully down the road we can revisit that. I have some reactions from other people who have been watching that video, and they think something that should be discussed further. Paul, welcome. So what question was I forgot the question I was talking about. But
are you excited?
Oil in the north. Yeah, exactly.
So, Doctor, okay, CM, if you want to go so that you won't miss your line, you can go.
Yeah. I think, okay, maybe CM. But
I think CM want to react, so you can go.
Okay, CM, go ahead. CM, we can hear you. You're laughing.
Okay,
unmute yourself.
wait.
Okay,
regarding I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon from the land of the king to everybody. Because we've done away with the queen. So
is the currency changed? The currency is the queen's
currency
image
here.
taken out, and yeah, or is still the queen?
Maybe we will color it. I don't know, but I think it's in the pipeline. Well, we bleach it. Maybe bleach. Let them color.
Oh,
Anyway, regarding the oil discovery or exploration or exploitation in somewhere in Gombe State, ideally something like this should be a thing of joy, given the fact that the economic situation of Nigeria, that will be a sort of added source of revenue from the north, from the southern delta part of Nigeria. But we all know what it means. We all know, like Chinua Achebe said, if Nigeria is working, we will all know. So this is like another cake for the corrupt leaders. It is true they say that Nigeria is, I think, is how many billion, Nigeria, they are good with figures. They say they're about 1 billion reserve of oil and gas or something like that. You can always quote it, but it's always the more you look, the less you see. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that I do not see that oil improving the lot of Nigeria as it ought to be, because when they will be stealing this oil, it will even be easier for them, because there's nothing like the topography, the vegetation of the place is not like in the Niger Delta that is mangrove swamp. You need a lot of work to be able to do things. So they can easily see in the desert, can easily take it there to Chad and then do away with it. In fact, don't be surprised that whatever is happening there, it will be like another gold in Zamfara, where it won't help the people, it won't benefit them. But what you will hear is Gombe will be taking 13%, probably Bauchi, and then they will share the oil block again the way they do. But in this case, if Nigeria really want to behave like Nigerians, the Amayanabo of Nembe and all the Niger Delta traditional rulers should go and have oil block there, just like the Sultan and all the northern emirs are having oil block in Niger. I mean, to balance things up, to show that we are really one Nigeria, so that people from the south we go and have an oil block in Gombe and Bauchi state. And then that makes me to pose this question, because I wouldn't like to waste time on it. Somebody said that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. So will the oil in Gombe now belong to Enugu? So I mean, well, if not, not. If not, well, I don't see why not. So if the oil in Niger Delta belongs to Jigawa, the oil in Gombe now, I mean, ideally it should belong to Anambra or maybe Enugu, or which state hasn't gotten in the southern part? Maybe Oyo, or can I say Ogun State? So Nigeria is just a bag of contradictions. I'm really not enthused by the fact that there has been crude oil. I'm not. That in a nutshell, I don't think it won't even lessen the suffering. Rather, it will add to the confusion and then the complexity that makes Nigeria a basket case. That is what I can say for now.
All right. Thank you, CM Paul.
Thank you.
Paul, go ahead.
So, Doctor, this oil thing, when I saw it, I know they've been struggling for years over this oil in the north, but finally they have it. I am very, 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 very happy for somebody who come from the oil community. I never benefited from it, yet though my people do. So it makes me happy. There's this adage, they said, when the king has got burned, it becomes blessing because the new modern house will come. So now that they find oil, trying to build the platforms, the rig, the everything, I strongly believe it will be state of the art. I strongly believe they will minimize costs, so they will not even flare gas. So which means they will make money from gas, they'll make money from everything. That's why I said I am happy. And that would throw a bigger challenge for we that live in the Niger Delta, that what you did in the other place, we want to ask for them to also come and upgrade us, to take us out of this suffering, because people don't suffer in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, and in the United Arab Emirates. So it's a blessing in disguise, in positive faith and in good faith, So that is one. Then also the challenge, the revenue we will make there, because every revenue they make in the north, anything that they make in the north, it's a private thing. The government don't make 1 cent from gold. Government don't make 1 cent from all the cash crop, gum Arabic. They made a lot of money on gum Arabic. As a young boy, I live in the wharf for many years because my father worked in Nigerian Ports Authority. My mother had a contract, sell food in the restaurant. So I'm a wharf boy. I use the railway hospital, so I live in Apapa all my life. So I understand this place very well. So this thing that just happened, it's going to throw a bigger challenge because I know what they will put there. They will not make mistake. They will not build it like Kirikiri. They will build modern day prison for the northerners. And we'll ask for that same type of prison. That's all I will say for now.
All right. Thank you. Kenneth, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, unfortunately, I don't celebrate that, but I allow my children to have the fun, but I don't celebrate that. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's okay. That's allowed. All right. So we're
Yeah.
talking about oil discovered in the north. What changes now?
Well, I think I will have a different sentiment towards that. I don't believe there is any oil discovered in the north, and this is my reason. Remember in 2019, right?
Hmm.
Um, they touted the oil discovery in the north just before the election. And today again, as we're approaching another election, they are touting the discovery of oil again. Well, personally, I don't believe there is any oil. However, if there should be oil really discovered there, this is my expectation, or this is what I want them to do with the oil, just as they have been doing it with the gold discovery in Zamfara. We all know that gold has been discovered in Zamfara, and it has become a private enterprise for the North. Uh, the revenue generated from the gold goes to them privately, just as the granite pyramid that I think he has left. Bassi, yeah, Mr. Bassi stated the granite pyramid was a scam, just as this oil thing that they are touting. It was a scam because we all know if you really want to build a pyramid, you start from the basis. The first bag of granite that you put on on the floor will be granite, not a wooden carpentered structured pyramid. Then from the external side, you now coat it up with granite. That is a scam. And for those being happy with that, I don't want to ask them how much did Nigeria as a federation generated from the pyramid, granite pyramid. Was it not a private enterprise for the North? Just like Fadama, Nigerian government has been sponsoring Fadama rice program, but the revenue generated from this rice goes to their private pocket. It is only the oil from the south that is a national cake. And I don't need to remind us that those oil from the south those wells are owned by the northern elites. So if there is oil from the north today, this is what I will want the northern people to do. Go your way, divide the country, manage your oil, and let the oil in the south dry up so that we'll see what we did to ourselves. The oil in the south dried up, both the one in Anambra and from Anambra, dry up. Then the one in the south, divide Nigeria, stay on your own and enjoy your oil. So that when we come back again, maybe we reincarnate and come back to this world, we'll have sense and know that ours is ours and theirs is so that we'll always protect what God has given to us. Thank you. That's all I
All
have.
right. All right. Thank you so much. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Can you tell me through say you don't celebrate this Thanksgiving? Sure,
No,
say.
I actually got them because I'm a good turkey baker, so I baked them a good turkey and they enjoyed. But me on my own, I always thank God. My name is Kenechipu. I always thank God every day. So,
do you have a picture? Maybe the people that have pictures will show it to us later.
Actually, the turkey is still remaining. I can because they don't actually eat, so I can video it so that you see.
Yeah, who can see? Would like to see that. It's for decoration. In some homes, it's for decoration. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, everybody over here. Maybe afternoon in Nigeria. Rudolph, I know you're in the east. Good morning, everybody. Still morning over there, like I can see. But anyway, yeah, what we're talking about, the oil discovered in the north?
In the north, yeah.
Wow, okay. I mean, I don't know what to make of oil. I mean, the oil we have already, what have we benefited? To a certain extent, I mean, I don't know how to define the oil discovered in Nigeria. I mean, it could be a cost. I mean, it has been a cost for a while, judging by what we know the space in Nigeria, we have not been able to develop any other product that we have. We completely depend on oil. Our revenue generation, about 80% of them is from oil. So that has been the dependence on oil. discovering more oil, is it going to make us depend on oil more? Yeah, definitely. But maybe we need to get away from that. Like Obi said, I mean, the land in the north, the west, maybe cocoa, and and make the eastern part of the hub of Nigeria and let the Niger Delta, just produce their oil. I don't know if it can be delivered in that form, but discovering more oil. I mean, they say it's in a large quantity. I don't know what is a large quantity. They said. So, but it's good in my own opinion. But what they're gonna do with it? But what baffles me, the most, is not even the discovery of oil. It's what Buhari said. He said that they're gonna take a lesson from what happened in Niger Delta area. Are you now realizing it's time to take notice of what's happening? That's been happening for years, and nothing has been done about that Niger Delta and bunker and all that kind of things. Now you realize that something's gonna happen. You have to make a change. That was the headline of this oil discovery last week or whatever inauguration. I mean, like Kenneth said, Kenneth seem to be doubtful whether it's actually oil or they try to propagate because it's time for election. Well, I don't know, but I mean, I saw him commissioning the oil there, so it's probably some oil discovery. So I mean, the North are bragging right now. So Gumi was making a statement the other day, say well, now that we have oil in the North, I'm going to see what the South, against this claiming they're going to be king right now. So the Southerners can't tell them anything. Then they can rule Nigeria because there's oil over there. So we see what happens. I mean, Nigeria has the potential, but what we're going to do with it. So that's all I'm going to say for now. So we see what happens.
All right. Thank you. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, my fellow panelists.
A happy Thanksgiving to you.
Happy Thanksgiving, Doctor. How are you?
Good. So we discovered oil in the north.
Sorry. Okay.
So are you happy? You are from Benue.
Whatever, as one Nigerian, whatever there is natural resources that is found is a good development for Nigeria.
Some are saying that someone like Janaba will now get oil block in the north.
I never take a dime from Nigeria all my life. So is it now that I'm close to my grave? I know so that was
No, but the prospect of someone like you owning that, don't you dream about that?
That General
hand over to me.
That is campaigning all around that with a good power. And if I talk like Danjuma talk, I will not sleep in my house, even in Benue or even in America. So those are the oil that belong to the big guys. So I don't know. I mean, it's a welcome development if they find oil. I don't have a doubt. I don't doubt it. I'm not Kenny. I will never be Kenny. I'm John Abba. The good thing is that as far as we are all one country for now, everything that comes will be a good thing that generate money. But oil is going out of fashion anyway. What there is oil for? It's not for car. We other developed country are having a pure electrical car. They're having a hybrid and all that. So oil is the gas. They don't even have the system. The gas in Nigeria even been imported from foreign countries instead of the wasting one they will convert. Oh, I don't know, but whatever happened in Gombe State, close to where I grew up. So, but like as one of the panelists said, is that he said that the oil in the south, there is oil well that belongs to some of the northern, and if the eastern or the southern also can go and have it now. Let's see how that play out. It's in Nigeria. We are one country. If we have everything as one country, before we can all go separate, if we can go separate, when the time is ripe. I don't know for now if we have any plan. My question to my fellow Nigerian for now After the 4 years or 8 years of anyone that become a president, especially my CM. CM is a spokesperson for the OB campaign. Where are we going to start? Are we going to go back to Nigeria? Are we going to be talking about Biafra? Is Biafra nation going to be exporting a gas or exporting fuel from northern state? And northern bring a lot to the table in Nigeria. Forget oil. The food we eat, most of the tomatoes, oil, the animals, they're all from the north. The only thing is that we allow the politician to divide us, and we have personal interest. Just like last time, you have a guest here, and somebody said some of the my two brother here say that their father do not tell them that story that the guest was saying of 30 years of his research and investigating what happened, and they summarize that their father will tell them. Their father will not even tell them that they came to this world through the woman that he have make love with to bring him to this world. That's not how our culture works, and it's not something to be proud of to tell your brother, say, oh, there was a rapist, there was all of that. So we have to find a common way. How do we integrate as a society? Not now, our issue is not even about Nigeria, and again, it's about black nation on earth. It's about black people. And another person asked a question. He said, "Why are you why do you call yourself a minority in the country? You didn't call yourself. You come from a tribe where there are not much. So it's about number. So we all have to embrace these kind of what is good for one is good for all. And as far as we consider ourselves the nation of this world, we all can do a little here and there to make a world a better place than to fuel things and to discard other people's feeling. And it's all about your feeling, and it's a political errand to some of us. So nothing should be talk about what anybody do wrong, or whatever tribal or other nation have done wrong. It's all focusing on politics. And the politics will continue to divide us if we do not have a good policy that promote basic human rights for all of us. So Gombe will have oil. We will see whatever the oil they have. We'll see it in the coming days and coming months. Like one of them said, maybe after the election they still have it. We have other mineral resources in Nigeria. In Niger State, there's a gold mining company that have been taken over by other nationalists that are not even in Nigeria or Africa or black. But we don't talk about that. We only talk about ourselves. So we have to work on that.
All right. Thank you. Hecho, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's good to have you. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving. All right. So we're talking about oil in the north. I wanted to know.
We don't celebrate.
You don't celebrate.
So I don't celebrate, but my friend bring food I can't chop in the night.
That's all.
I can't bake my turkey. I just chew one finish now.
Oh, do you have some left?
Plenty. Not be how they bake for America. Now how would they bake
for Nigeria? All right. So we're talking about oil in the north and what do you think will change? Some people are thinking that now there is a balance of power. That all of you from the south, you've been showing off doing shakara for the north because you had oil, and now that they have their own oil, so you can do shakara for them. What do you think? I'm waiting for Rohan to come and tell us how people.
Nothing will change except we decide to change it, because the oil in the south has not benefited the common man. Therefore, the oil in the north will not benefit the common man.
Okay.
So, if we want it to benefit the common man, we have to change power first, so that we can have leaders that will be able to sit on the table and will remove all the oil well from the thieves and give it to the people, so that the people will now sit down and say, okay, we get this, not only oil, where the gold, every other thing, so that we'll be able to put a structure in place where this natural blessing that God has given to us, we can use it to change our narrative. Me, I am looking for a Nigeria that my father told me that the Naira was bigger than the dollar. The Naira was bigger than the pounds. And I know we can go back there with all that God has blessed us. But we have to fight for it. Because the oppressor for which these things are in their custody, they are not ready to let go. But when they tell, they say they lie. Pure lie. Because in the past, nobody challenges them. Nobody has made demand of them. But you see this speaking, I go recruit all my sons and daughters, home and abroad. And through Andamoggo Charity Organization, we go make a demand and we'll get back what belongs to us. Not be, is it cancer? I be wish of this state. Where from what they get as national benefit, that they issue checks to their people from the leftover. So how come? Me, I come from Delta State. I even hear say, share don't they take oil from our family land when we see they fight to get back. So you see, like I always say, our great-grandparents didn't fight. Our grandfather didn't fight. Our father did not fight. That is what led us to this very mess. We are the Moses. If we don't do the job of Moses, we have nothing to leave our children. Our children have nothing to leave, and everything will be like, Papa God will sit up like they say, now wow. Upon I bless these children rich. It just be like saying, now woman when he go market, he buy everything when he want to cook finish. He reach as he dump her. And everybody they cry, say that they're hungry. If you don't cook it, how does you not consume it? That is the same thing we have in Nigeria. We have every blessed thing. Me and you not supposed there for this their country, they clear snow, they do nonsense for them, and they not respect us. So, whether they like it or not, whether they want to do it peacefully or by war, me and all my children, we are ready for it. Because we must get back every blessed thing. Because right now, it's like God does not answer our prayer. That is why we are suffering. That is why we are the #1 poor capital of the world. Our case gonna be like person when he enter big sea, and so they enter in eye. How can we be so blessed? I mean blessed. And we are the #1 poor capital of the world. Just because of few greedy human beings. There are solutions to their problem. Because it is either you let it be. Now, person when they head in, they drag oil well. By the time we do what we supposed to do, and they paralyze, deaf and dumb, and they sit down for wheelchair, we go get back everything that belongs to us.
Okay. Echo. Echo, hold on. Let me come to Blessing. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doc.
Yeah, I know you are. Are you in Enugu?
Yes, I'm in Enugu.
Are you safe? I understand that Enugu is things are happening there.
We are safe. Is anybody safe in Nigeria? Anything can happen anywhere. It's the reality. This week, it was the people of Ihamufu that they got their own share. Nigeria happened to the people of Ihamufu. Unfortunately for us,
How far is it from the city? How far is the place
um,
that thing happened?
give or take an hour or two.
Okay.
Yeah. While all this
So
is going on, our governor is doing a Shebi with the other G5 governors, perambulating, snapping picture, and people are being driven from their ancestral homes. He has not visited. I'm yet to see an official statement from the government, from the governor of Enugu State.
it's
As
even in
of,
Enugu State.
as we speak, he could be anywhere. We only see photo ops of his current Ashebi. We only know where he is by the color of the day. I do not know if he's currently in Enugu, but he has not visited Ihamufu Gogon. I heard he was in the vicinity, but refused to go close to the place where the thing happened.
All right. Sorry to hear that. We will address that issue down the road. Hopefully, I'm trying to get a guest to come and talk about that. Now, we're talking about oil in the north. How people in the east, in where you are, do they care? What do they think about that? Can you hear me, Blessing? Okay, I think Blessing is frozen and maybe. Austin, welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning. Hello, everyone. I think good morning, good evening, whatever it may be.
Yeah, Austin. So I wanted to look at this oil story from a different angle. Some people, I think I saw a headline from the IPOB people saying that it's time for the Nigerian government to let them leave, leave the country since now they have oil. Do you think that would change the dynamics of things in Nigeria?
I don't think it may change much. I don't know. I don't like throwing stones at anybody because I believe that everyone is an individual. If you do anything good, it's for yourself. If you do anything bad, it's for yourself. So I hope that I just think nothing will change. Generally, Nigerians have a common enemy, and those people are the politicians. So even if you decide to say, okay, I want to go my way, nothing will change. Because I always say this, look, let's put the normal narrative or the way we have always seen it. People always say from the East that the Easterners have been marginalized. But I'll tell you, if the governors of the East were ready to take care of their own people, the East would still be far, 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 far better than the North or far, far better than the West. So it's the politicians that's the problem. If one politician from the East commits a crime, those from the North backs him. Those from the North commit a crime, those from the East will still back them. So they have their cliques. So nothing is going to change about this. If it comes to a situation where I think Nigerians are the ones that are losing out of it. So if Nigerians can come together, whether it's East, West, North, or South, then fight the politicians, that's when we'll have a headway. But I don't think anything is going to change. If it will be explored, the only thing, when I saw that, the only thing I was praying is that I hope the land will not be polluted the same way the Niger Delta be polluted. That's the only thing that came to my mind because they don't care about how the normal people feel. All we need to do is explore the oil, sell it, and make our money. I don't care whether the person doesn't go to farm again because we'll now start talking about pollution in the farmlands in the north, and very soon food crisis will come, and the big boys at the top of the food chain don't care. They don't care what happens down there. So, Dr. Damages, nothing will change. Nothing will change. That's just it.
Okay, just a question for anybody here. Do you think that maybe as it unfolds, say the big companies will go in, big machines and pollution and everything we expect that will happen, that and then people's land will be taken away from them, that people in the north will begin to understand when the Niger Delta people are complaining about resource control, that they will get it, because sometimes people don't understand these things, not because they don't care, really. They don't feel it. They don't understand how it is like. Do you think that might happen? Anybody?
Yes, let me just go in here. I see that happen. That's why I said when I saw the exploration on Channels TV, the first thing that came to my mind was pollution. That once they start exploring it, as I said, the big boys don't care. So, and one thing I don't like really about the contemporary Nigerian is that I always say this thing over and over. When corruption is favoring you, I love it. It's good. But when corruption does not favor you, you fight and want to kill somebody. So a case where, because generally every land belongs to the government. That's very true. So once the government go grab some lands, people lose their farmlands. Suddenly the lands are not comfortable for farming again. Things start going bad. You now discover what Mama Nkechi has been feeling. You now know that it happened to you. Same with this insecurity we are talking about. Because it doesn't happen to the politicians, they don't care. Same with ASU strike. It doesn't happen to them, they don't care. But once it happens to you, then you know that this person was right all this while. So I see this coming in a long while because our leaders are irresponsible. Read my lips. I said irresponsible. So it will happen.
I beg to differ. I really beg to differ from your.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Man of Prestige, hold on. I'll come to you. Let me get blessing before her connection goes. I want to hear from people in Nigeria, like what's going on. What do people think? Blessing in Enugu, do they care? Do they, people care about what happened? The oil discovered in the north.
I can hear you well. You said you were asking if people care about the discovery of
oil in the north. What is the reaction of ordinary people in Enugu or around you?
I do not think the average person on the street is even aware of what is going on.
Okay, but what do you think?
I'm yet to hear about it. Usually, when news, how we know big news around here is when market women are talking about it. That is how we know big news. And truly, I've not heard them talking about it. It's not news to them. It might be news to everyone else here, but to the mama selling pepper at Mayor Market, it's not news. They have not. I'm not even sure they heard about it.
What about hairdressers?
I haven't been there in a while, so, I think generally there are platforms I join and I see that it's a big news, but on the street, the average person on the streets, it's not news to them. I've not heard it, but there are platforms that I am on.
What do you think?
Well, personally, I think the whole thing is suspicious. I have my conspiracy theories, but that aside, I think if it is really true that they have found oil, thank God. Finally, we are at par with them. Can we all go now? Can everybody have their peace now? Can some people stop choking hand inside some people's eyes now? Is it going to be a case of Niger Delta oil is for Nigeria, but Gombe and Bauchi oil is for Gombe and Bauchi? I wouldn't care as long as they will leave us alone. I am hoping that this discovery of oil will make everybody mind their business, mind their region. But I know it won't, because very soon we are going to have another Niger Delta in our hands. They are already trolling themselves. Let us learn from the mistakes of Niger Delta, for where they won't learn anything. They are going to fall headfirst into it, and their own is going to be worse. Because unlike the Niger Deltas, who I'm not making excuses for, who we are taking advantage of and did not have any past example to warn themselves of. These ones have Niger Delta as a case study, and you are going to quote me, they are going to be worse than Niger Delta. I am hoping that if come next year, if what we want do not happen, if we do not get a sensible person to lead us next year, and some of my brothers start chanting, I want to go, and now that these people have found oil, they won't need us again. They can let us go in peace. I'm actually hoping for it, and I'm praying it happens, because me too, I'm tired. They're all too much.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, the question he asked, the implication about that. I think I beg to differ with Augustine a little bit. In my own opinion, I think being that this oil was discovered in the north, and there has been a case study from the south, and the cabal, if they happen to be charged or still being charged, I don't know what's going to happen next year. I think they're going to want to properly manage it. That's my opinion. Of course, they're going to share the oil well among the big gun, probably most of them in the north, they're going to share the oil well. I'm thinking they're going to probably manage it, better, because what's happening in Niger Delta or whatever, they just let it go. I mean, it was just doing Yaradua that something was, tried to be done because, before he died. And then after that, everything just went haywire. You know, I'm thinking they're going to properly manage it because this is their dream. You know, I mean, they've been talking about oil. You know, so they would like to make a statement that we are rich too. It's not the only South, and it's not the only South. They won't like South to dominate them anymore. So they have something to be proud of. So that's the way I'm looking at it. But I may be wrong. So we see.
Okay.
Yeah.
When?
So the difference to me is this. So if you walk around, let's say Uyo or Port Harcourt, you're going to see unemployed PhDs, unemployed people with master's degree. These are some people that help with the agitation. Up north, the people who are educated, they are very easily absorbed into the political class. So it's them and the common man. I don't see a lot of northerners who are laying around who can do the kind of agitation that Ken Zorowiwa did in the 90s. So, and I don't see these people having a heart. They did not do environmental job on the Niger Delta, not because they hated the people there. It's like these people do not have a heart for anybody except for themselves. So I see this thing going really bad. I mean, except maybe out in the desert, the complications of oil spillage, like it is not, it's reduced because when oil spills in the Niger Delta, it does not just affect land, it goes into the sea. It affects marine life, and it affects production of fish and so on. But this one will have it only on land, farmland. They are going to cease, and people are going to cry and look for an area that agriculture is the mainstay, growing crops. It's going to bite. But I don't see any educated northerners laying around that are going to agitate because all of the people who are supposed to do the agitation have been absorbed into political class. I mean, if you went to a federal government college, I'm saying what I know, if you graduated sometime in the 80s or 90s, I mean, in your state, you're still, if you're from the south or the southeast, you're still trying to show face. In the north, your mates are emirs, and they've been commissioners 10 times over.
Do you have a mate who's an emir? Let's go to and need.
I do have two schoolmates who are emirs in the north.
Wow.
Yes.
You're connected.
But your idea about the no, this is a problem we continue to have.
That's what I'm saying. So those people like us who should be agitating, who should be in forums like this, they're already absorbed up there, and they can't complain for a system that feeds them. Thank you.
All right, John Abba, what are you saying? What?
Yeah, this is the problem we continue to have undermining the northern end, and we always demonizes them. Now, what my brother said is that he do not see how it's going to backfire big time. If you go to the north today, they have more steady electricity. They have better road than the east or wherever where you come from. So whatever they see with their physical eyes, they will make sure they implement it in their state. Go to Kano, go to any of the northern states today. They have more steady electricity than the so-called. So, and the richest Nigerian or richest black is from there. And they put things structured together, even in Nigeria and right now in Lagos. There is a Dangote refinery in the process. So if we, even in ordinary, we should take politics out of it. If we don't even wish our neighbors well, how do you have a safe environment? Even if you move to become your own nation or your own country, whatever you want to call it, is it not a good thing to have a healthy neighbor? And why do you think they cannot manage what they have? They don't have rain like they have in the south or in the east, but they still able to use the local irrigation to produce the quantity of the crop they produce today. The local farmer there go there day or night, they grow tomatoes. So to undermine that and not even know that we give credit to people where we can give. We all can disagree on any level, but to demonize people's effort and undermining their own thing, I think is not the thing we want to do as a people. Even if whatever the politics between us, we should be honest about stuff. These people are not that dumb, and they have changed things. They have a better place in the world than some of us think.
All right. Thank you so much, Janaba. Let's change topics. Let's look at what's who wants wants to say something. Go ahead.
I wanted to say something about this oil stuff, please.
Okay.
Me,
All right.
me, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So, please.
Go ahead. CM, go ahead.
John Abba, the picture you are painting. Okay, yeah. The picture you are painting, John, to somebody who is not in Nigeria, people are contesting, is the outcome. All these years, if things are like, in fact, like I said, this oil should be a blessing, even if not for Nigeria, for Northeast to do all this refinery. But then they will be smuggling that crude oil to Niger Republic. You have to factor this in. To depopulate, to impoverish their people is essentially their own making. It is not that we know ideally if it's well managed, it will be a blessing to them. But we are saying from the southern part that the emirs or like the guy, they don't have like when pointed out, they do not have the middle class or the educated people that will be floating around to agitate for something to change, like what obtains in the Delta area or southern Nigeria. Their own is that they absorb you, give you job, then you become part of the elite oppressing the people. So the outcome to me is still bleak. If you leave it to them, let's say Hansa, okay, look at the gold in Zamfara. They are mining it, using it, not bringing it to the center. Yet, Zamfara, the situation has not improved, even around the Sokoto area. Can you imagine asking Osun State to mine the gold their own and use it on themselves? Do you know how Osun State will change? Because the elite people, the middle class there, the people there will agitate, and the government will be more or less open. They look at Zamfara, all the gold and everything is nothing. So that attitude of their leaders, because it's feudal. They run a feudal system. So you do not need to sort of question the authority the way it should be. Because of that, they do whatever they want to do. And it's because of the fact that they want to export it down to up to the federal level. That is why they're always having a clash of value with the southern people, as if we're always interested in agitating, because we don't do feudal system. No goes down for anything because of you control, you pay tax to the, feudal system. So that is the problem with this oil being discovered. It will still improve the lot the way it should have been, because the people controlling it will still be their ruling class, and they will so do it, use it to perpetuate themselves and their throne impoverished years to come. So that's what we're saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sam. Can I hold on, Paul? Hold on, guys. Okay. Hold on. Let me welcome Tim. Tim, welcome to the show. Tim, can you unmute yourself? Tim is joining us from Nigeria. Tim, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay, so what do you want to say?
Well, I've been going through the show, and I would like to discuss about, these oil issues that we are fixing. Is the problem we have is the elites. They are the main criminals, and the military. Those are the real criminals of the oil exploration that we are talking about, because it's impossible for anybody to just come into our crib with sheep, then take oil, and they still take that oil, pass through all the riverine areas. So one thing I've observed is that these criminals that have been doing this thing are the military, the navy. They are the number one criminals stealing the oil.
the government, they are also part of the deal and still the oil. We have observed most of this. If you come to Warri, we see a lot of these people. Most of these sheep are brought by same politicians and the military. They are working together. Like we have in Ogara, we have some oil where they exploit oil from Ogara. If you go that place, the people that are in control of that oil are the military and the government. No civilian, no ordinary civilian, no ordinary person can steal oil. Nobody in this country can steal oil without the military, the navy being part of that deal. So most of the times, I just wonder when the government will come out and be saying, yeah, they have been stealing oil. In Delta State, they realize about 48 places that they tap oil from. And these people that are doing this, they are still the Navy. The navies are very wealthy, but they continue to steal the oil, enrich themselves, and end up coming out to contest for positions. So one thing I've observed is that the military, the Navy, and the government, they are the number one source of stealing our oil, criminalizing the oil, and turning it to their personal use. Because the civilians cannot steal oil.
Now,
That is
Tim,
the
Tim, let me
major.
ask you, Tim, we're trying to find out, since you're in Nigeria, what do you, when you hear that they found oil in the north, what do you want to see happen?
No, the north has been clamoring too, but I don't think the oil is I think it's being passed, as in they tapped oil from one of these southern where they find oil from,
and
then
pumped
they
it into the ground.
and pump it. Not that they have oil pumping from the ground directly. You know, people have been accusing them that they are poor, they don't have money, they don't have oil, they always depend on the south. So they have been looking for ways how to be part of that. They are part of the oil, they are still benefiting from the oil, they produce oil. That is the main reason they decided to use through that format, but not that their land have oil. There is no oil there. The oil that they are using are oil that they still tap from the certain states. Not that their ground produce oil or oil come from water. No, it doesn't work that way. They tap oil from the south, and
Do you
that is
know
what
how
to
they did
use
that? Do you
that.
know how they did that? Tim, do you know how they did that? Is it that they put in pipe inside the ground and go all the way to the south and tap the oil, or that? How did they do that?
There are several. They tap the oil from the south and connect it with pipe and all of those things directly to just like the way they do normally in some various parts in Delta State, where some places you will cross, they use pipe to pass through those places. But those communities will still argue that the pipe pass our place, so we still have oil, we must benefit, since the pipe pass through our land and all of those things. So the Northerners, they decided to have that particular oil where they can export oil because they want to be part of those that are producing oil, so that it will not be only the south, because the south has been using it. They continue to receive money without giving the north. So that is the main reason they decided to tap oil from the south. We are not sure that for many years when the whites came, they did not see oil in the north. They have searched for oil several times. There were no oil in the north. The oil that we're talking about, we are very sure that the oil were tapped from the south to the north. Because when they found that, recently Tompolo caught a lot of oil that was stolen by so many people. So when they found out those patterns that were used by those people, we were suspecting that was the reason they had to use through that means, that pattern that they are using to steal oil, to tap oil to the north, so that they will still be using the word of, no, it's not only the south that is producing oil, we the north also, we have oil. That is the main reason they decided to use that format.
All right, thank you.
So let me come in here. I will try to.
And then you started this conspiracy. Remember?
Yes. That? No, it's not a conspiracy. This is some things are making sense now, and this is it, right? This is it. Remember the Kaduna refinery, right? Pipe were laid from the south to Kaduna, so crude oil will been transported from south to Kaduna refinery. Going by, if I should go by what Tim is saying, there is a possibility that this is actually what these people are doing. Remember last time, I think that was last year, somewhere there is this Caritas University in Enugu, owned by Fadede. They were digging a borehole, and all of a sudden crude oil started coming out from there. And it was directly from a pipe laid beneath the soil. So there's a possibility that this is actually what these people are doing. Remember, recently, they in the news that they found where crude oil criminals are tapping oil from the main source. And who has been arrested since then? Nobody. And the people of the South, Bayelsa and part of Riverine, they usually have this degradation or disaster from crude oil. And these oil bunkery are being sponsored by the elite. So going by what my elder brother John Abba is saying, nobody is trying to talk down on the North. I think, personally, I don't believe there is any oil found in the North. But in an hypothetical situation, because I believe that we are now deliberating a hypothetical situation now, right? What I understand my brothers they are trying to say is this: just as what is happening in the South, there might be a replication of what is happening in the South in the North, because the oil bunkering in the South has not been handled in the appropriate way. You, as the federal government, you employed someone to guard the oil pipe, and there were discoveries of where the oil had been stolen, and nobody has been arrested. So how do you think that such a thing would not happen in the North? These are the elite. They are in charge. They are the criminals. They are the ones stealing the oil. So what I think we are trying to say here is, in order to avoid what is happening in the South, to replicating itself in the North, we are raising this, trying to expose this thing so that there will not be a replication. Now, this is it. The oil in the North, or the oil they say they found in the North, I hope it belongs to other part of Nigeria, just as Mr. CM said. Mr. John Aban said that the North are contributing as much as the South in the Nigerian, whatever they call it. But this is it. The federal government of the same Nigeria, they kind of fund agriculture. They fund Fadama, they fund their farmers, they give them credit loans, right? Because the basic, or the I would say the popular source of income for the Northerners are from the farm. And when you come to the South, the basic or the popular source of income for the Southerners are from trading. I've never seen where the federal government subsidized traders. I've never seen where they gave them loan credit in order to help them boost the economy. We all know that most, oftentimes we do hear of a fire incident on the Shaman market, for example. I've never seen the presence of federal government in Shaman market trying to, help the victims. But we all know that every little disaster in the North, the federal government is there. Recently, there is a flood in the South. Federal government's presence is not seen there. However, the same victims of the same incident in the North received assistance from the federal government. So you see the lopsidedness here. So I don't see any naivety here trying to say that we're naive of what is happening in the North. No, we are not. Some of us were born in the North. We know what is going on there. A small potato farmer or tomato farmer in the North receive credits from the federal government, not even from the state. But you don't see such from the main market traders in Anambra State.
Okay,
so the lopsidedness is what we are trying to expose here. Thank you.
Mr. Scribe, you have a last word on this before we change topic here.
No, Doctor, you have to give me my own chance, so please.
Okay, go, Paul, go.
Tinubu is talking in Lagos, and we want to get to that topic. Okay, go ahead.
Please.
I'm sorry.
Ekene, let me rush one part for you. When we talk commerce and industries always get credit. Commerce don't get credit. It's always like that. So the traders always suffer. When you do industries, you always get all these stimulus, credit, and the likes. I feel for you, but it is what it is. Talking about the oil in the Niger Delta, if they punch a pipe like they did with the refineries from Niger Delta, where I'm from, to the north, I don't think anything is wrong with that. It's a good thing. You understand? Even in the Niger Delta, the man Timothy also said the same thing. There are places you don't get much oil, so they pump everything on one place and put pressure and bring it out. It is normal. They do it in the Niger Delta, the Kwale community, the Isoko community. They don't have much oil. They do these things. There's nothing wrong. It's not everywhere they have that oil over there. They just have a particular place where they lift the oil. That's what they do. So there's nothing wrong. Then talking about stealing of the oil, like he was saying and every other thing. I worked as a young boy when I finished my secondary school, trying to go to Unilag, as the case may be. I couldn't make it. Seafarer, when a vessel gets to Nigeria, some of us that live in Lagos, I know CM live in Lagos. When you stay places like Victoria Island, then in Babish, you see these big ships and every other thing. It's called outside bar. Till they permit you to enter the Nigerian water, and no ship sail into the Nigerian water. There is something we call seafarer. They dress like Navy. They are just like an arm of the Navy, but they are not Navy. You understand? They are the one that will use the tugboats to pull your ship. Because the big vessels, the radar of the big vessels, these big vessels, the radar is so powerful. So the magnetic force, it magnets every other small vessel together. So these vessels don't move. The seafarers will use their tugboat to push the vessels inside, even though the cargo that we ship container, that's what they do. So there's no way a fast ship will come and steal. They come. So the oil they steal in the Niger Delta, like I said, is a three-arm government. It is the government, the host community, then the youth will not take their own, just the rascals and the likes. So it's a well laid out business. But talking about the North, the way some of us is saying that, but I use my word very carefully. What they will build in the North, I don't think it will be like the one of the South. You understand? Because they are building new facilities. Then the beauty of it, where we will have another type of challenge coming from the North. I don't see the West invest their money on these funds. So when you keep hearing, Folonsho Alakija got this oil, got this, the West, the so-called Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil, they started taking their funds out. That's why more Nigerians have started coming in to buy these oil blocks and the likes. So it's going to be purely more of Nigerian or an African investment, because the West have already seen the future that they are facing out these things. So they will not put their money there. So you might hear more of Nigerians into these things. I think that's how it's supposed to be, because we still have the flair of oil, that oil going to change your life. But the West is going, I think France already said 2035, they will phase out all fossil fuel in France. You understand? That's a big market. So you will see more Nigerians will invest in these things, because that's how it's supposed to be. The West will not put their funds there. And I strongly want to believe that they're going to do it very well. Let's not be too negative about it. So the tribal thing we play, like it's everywhere. Over here, we call it racist. It's everywhere. Sometimes some people fail to understand the oil that they have in places in New York. They punch a pipe all the way from Houston to New York. You can see the internet thing that happened the other time, from Russia, is it Russia and then North Korea? It's everywhere. They do things like that. So it's normal thing. It's not a cost. It's not a power tussle. It's just our government are the one that failed us. Any other thing that they do, it's normal. It's okay. That's what I would say.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Scribe, you are the last person on this topic. We need to move. Yeah, go ahead.
I think everybody has spoken well, very, very well. I just want to look at this from this whole oil in the North thing. I want to look at it from a historical perspective. In 1903, when oil was discovered by the British-American engineer, he needed funding from he was trying to get funding from the colonial office, and in the process of it, he died on Baker Street in England. Just an accident, a random accident that happened, and then they didn't say anything about oil again until then another set of people and then finally some people say, okay, let us go and try. The point I'm trying to make here is that oil exploration is not a child's play. You don't just come out and just say, oh, we found oil here. There has to be certain installations and things in place, political, I don't know, policies or whatever. There's certain things that need to be in place before we can say substantially that oil, this thing is substantial. I feel that this is just, there is something to it. I can't really put my hand on it. But from a historical perspective, that when oil now in 1956 was found in, I think it was Ogoni land, if I'm not correct. I'm speaking off the top of my head of what I read. And if in 1956, that totally changed the ballgame.
Olobiri, 57.
Yeah, 57. Okay, oil exploration in Nigeria is from 1903 to 1958. That's the colonial exploration period. That I know for a fact. So now one thing I just want us to kind of have in the back of our head is that the North declaring that they have oil could be for some sinister reasons. I don't think it's something we should write home about or anything. But when you come to the debate about equity, and that is where it becomes dangerous. Equity in the sense that, we've seen the precedents with, the gold they have and everything. Now I go back, let me read the words of Vice Counsel Harcourt so that people kind of understand where I'm coming from. He said, "We have released northern Nigeria from the leading strings of the treasury." Now, carefully relate that when the British American guy was looking for oil, he didn't want to fund it himself. He wanted the colonial office to fund it, right? And now he searched for it in the north, he searched for it in the south, and he died in the process. So now he said the promising and well-conducted youth is now on an allowance on his own, and is about to effect an alliance with the South, with a southern lady of means. I have issued this special license, and Sir Frederick Lugard will perform the ceremony. May the union be fruitful and the couple constant. The Nigerians are not designed to be a great trust, but to be a great federation. Now, I think the most honest sentence here is the last sentence. You know what I mean? But when you look at the whole thing, is that the oil, in my opinion, and I'm leaning towards the conspiracy theorists, in my opinion, the whole idea of drilling oil from underground from the south to the north, it's just a reflection of this statement that the Southern Lady of Means, it's an alliance. It's a parasitic alliance between the north, the well-conducted youth north. Listen to the words properly. The well-conducted youth, not matured enough, right? Someone that still needs breast milk, and it now marries him to a Southern Lady of Means. So what we're seeing now is just a continuation, in my own in my own view, of this kind of primordial, structures that we've had for a very long time, and it's only going to lead to more distrust. Like I said last week, what it means to be Nigerian, and I still stand it. Nobody has ever answered me. What is it? What does it mean to be Nigerian? And I will tell you, this statement is what it means to be Nigerian. Is that the promising conducting youth of the North needs succor from the Southern Lady of Means. And when you look at it from this perspective, and then you see that it's still going to be this same thing that shrouded in mystery and everything, and that's one of the things I wanted to put into context, and give, I would say, a literature review to what everybody has been saying.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. So let's we're a little bit
see. And you must vote. You must vote that
Wahala.
money.
All right. So that was Lagos today. Probably it's still going on. I'm not sure. Since we don't have a way of measuring how people are doing, we don't trust any of the polling business in Nigeria. Politicians now depend on getting people to the campaign events as a way to project domination that they are leading. And they've been showing it. You know, they will see Atiku, when Atiku goes to Gombe or goes to Bauchi, you see it everywhere is full of people. You know, today Tinubu had to show that he owns Lagos, and I think he succeeded. And we also see Obi, when Obi travels in some places, he gets that kind of numbers. So, what is your take on Tinubu's campaign of recent? Let's start with you, CM.
1 moment. We're talking with Tinubu's Lagos and of the campaign. By now.
Okay, first thing we have to do on this platform. Hold on, CM. First thing we have to do, I think, CM.
You know, this Nigeria.
I think we have to find a way to get CM a good internet. CM, hold on. I find it difficult that CM is in London, in the UK, and we're always having difficulties with this connection. CM, maybe you can try something. Can you get rid of that your earpiece? Let's see if it will work, because we want to hear your views. Let's see if that is the problem.
CM, go climb tree. Go climb tree.
CM, can you hear me? CM, can you hear me? Oh, it's frozen entirely.
The internet don't pause up.
Yeah,
there's
can
always,
I can hear you.
Yeah, this. Yeah, you come in fading as if even people, even Timothy in Nigeria, not even in Nigeria, in worry. His connection is better than your own. I think it's something. Maybe it's simple as the earpiece. It may not even be the Speak again. Let's see if we can hear you. I know there's a delay from your own end. The king may not be happy about this, King Charles III, that you are, because you represent him when you come on here and say you are from the UK. Go ahead.
Since CM transfer from the queen to the king, a problem don't start. I'm telling you.
All right. CM, we still can't get you. Can
you hear me?
Yeah, we had that one.
It's terrible.
If you like, go back and watch the last episode and see.
Hear me. You see, let me not say something bad so that you hear good. So.
All right. Let's see. We'll come back to you, CM. Where do I go to now?
If you let me say one, it's disappointing.
It is. We may have to do.
Somebody is not talk on your behalf.
Wembasi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You saw Tinubu showing off today in Lagos. What's your take? What's the state of the campaign from where you are?
Tinubu will always pull crowd because of hungry Nigerians. I was telling my friends in another forum about people who voted Obama twice, voted for Donald Trump, and then they voted for Joe Biden. We do not have those kind of voters. We are going to have Nigerians, and they are in abundance in every state. They just released the poverty numbers. of every state in Nigeria, you can find 10,000 Nigerians who are willing to follow you for 1,000 naira. If you up the ante, the better. Laying around, no jobs, and Tinubu can pull those kind of crowds. I always challenge his supporters. We saw what happened earlier this year. 10,000 more people will come out, and Peter Obi did not have to be there. He pulls a more organic crowd that come out with some form of enthusiasm, some form of emotion, some form of anger. And then we see these crowds that, when Tinubu makes these very uncomfortable pauses, or he starts talking insensibly, and they'll start to clap to fill in the void, or to maybe project some kind of sensibility into his nonsense. We are going to test that at the polling booths to see who were real followers and who were real followers with intentions.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, how do you know which one is paid crowd, which one is organic? How do we know? How do we say because the idea for Tinubu or Atiku is not organic, and because the idea for Obi is organic?
Is this structure they talk about? Is this structure they talk about? I have people in politics in my home state. So at the war, they'll tell them they'll provide 10 buses. Everybody that comes to enter the bus, you collect a T-shirt and 2,000 naira. They fill in the buses, they drive to your stadium, and those people have made their money for the day. So that's the paid crowd. So they have a T-shirt probably that they'll wear to church on Sunday, so that when you show up on Sunday at church, you see half of the church wearing Tinubu or President T-shirt, because that's their newest clothes. Okay.
How we sure nobody at the OB event is giving people money, paying for them to enter the buses to go
not
anywhere?
giving people are not giving money. OB's people are not taking money. OB's people, they go there, they buy T-shirts. That's what I know for a fact. They go there at the grounds, they buy T-shirt, and that's the. I think if we have any, I want to put this clear. I think that's the danger to Obi's candidacy, is that his followers are the more educated, angry people, and Tinubu and Atiku can go to the rural areas and find people who are very hopeless, people who will say, okay, yeah, this one has given me 10,000. I'll vote for him because he's giving me 10,000. That's what I've seen for the day. And, I don't care. Let me eat today. If I die tomorrow, I die. I don't care. That's the kind of crowd, the people they can pull from the rural areas. The kind of followers Obi have are people who will actually go there to the 1 million man march, and then they see a T-shirt and then they buy it from vendors.
Okay,
so
all right.
That's the difference.
All right, thanks, Wayne. Can I go ahead?
Okay. Concerning the rally, right? Mm-hmm. We all know that about 3 weeks ago or a month ago, there was a similar rally in Lagos State, where traders, market women, were forced to shut down their shop, the market, and participate in the rally. And the current one going on right now, the PDP governorship aspirant, Jando, right? He has been saying this since yesterday, that marketers were forced to shut down their market in order to participate in the rally. So when Dr. Damages asks, Wayne, how do you know the organic supporters and the rented ones? It's very obvious. What you see in that stadium, right, comprises of three kind of fans. One are the ones that are benefiting from the APC, which they are of smaller proportion. Then the second one are the rented one, the ones that they will ask to get into the bus, give them T-shirt and maybe 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira. That stadium has a capacity of 55,000. So let's say half of the stadium is filled, right? That is 25,000. So when you give each person 2,000 naira, I don't think you'll be spending more than 40 million for that. So this is the second one, and the third one are the confused one, the ones that thought that they will be giving money, and at the end of the day they are played, and they found themselves in the stadium and camera captured them. So these are the kind of people you see in that stadium. So if Tinubu thinks that he's popular, let him go to state very close to Lagos State, Ogun State, and hold a rally. Let's see how many people are going to be there. Or let him go to Ekiti State and hold the same rally. He was in Plateau State, and the people of Plateau State chased them away from the stadium. They asked them to go. I think Nasarawa replicated that too. So let him go elsewhere, just like P2B is doing. And even Kwankwaso, I'll prefer to see, I believe that 500 people following Kwankwaso are more legit to those 50,000 following Tinubu. So this is just scam, the 419, the regular scam that we always see. Thank God today the social media, internet is making it possible for us to see their comic rallies. So it's not legit.
All right, thank you. Let me see. Let me play this video. Maybe this is something you're referring to. Hold on, okay. Okay, it's not only CM that is having internet problem.
Another thing I'm suspecting is.
I'll get to that.
Hello, doctor.
Who is speaking?
It's obedience.
Yeah.
Once you are on obedient network, that's what happens. It's obedient network.
No. There's something happening. I'm looking at the status of StreamYard. They're having a little bit of a downtime. So don't.
Okay.
So I think if it's okay, people can turn off their video while they're speaking. So we'll see if that adjusts a little bit.
Go ahead, Scribe, Mr. Scribe. Or you don't have anything to say? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let me welcome. Who did I know? I see you, Ovie. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay. So, what's going on?
I came on because of Ikene.
Okay.
That is because I've met him before, and I know he beat me.
Well.
I like that. He can beat you. Okay. So what happened?
I mean, I don't even know how to start from, because man, some things where I hear, I mean, I'm not even qualified to even to be called conspiracy theories. For once, I don't believe they are conspiracy theories, nor they are coincidences. Anything where we cook for this world, now we cook them. Nothing fall out of the sky. Now we put them together here, humans. I understand that we are all miseducated as far as coming from Nigeria is concerned. We are miseducated. But this is 2022, for God's sake. In an age of information, ignorance is a choice. Like to say you go carry crude oil for 1 gram, pop into another gram just to bring it out again to refine. I can't fine-tune it. I just can't.
Who said that?
I can't.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I call you out because now you start and then you just begin to graduate. People go begin get PhD on top of that, which you started, begin get a lot of degrees on top of things that doesn't just, I don't understand people they cook them out. Right? Yes. Early 1900 to go from Lagos to England might take you months. Today, not just hours. The federal government announced of these shenanigans across about 5 places in Nigeria that they're trying to drill oil. Bauchi and Gombe is one of them. There's a place called Dahomey. I don't even know if that place existed until a couple of days ago, somewhere around Lagos, Badagry area. There's one going on currently in Anambra. There's one at the Lake Chad Basin. There's one actually within Niger area. There are about 5 places they announced about 4 years ago, right? So to say what is happening in Gombe that is I mean, come on, man, who read now? I mean, these days it's very easy to read. You don't even need to go buy newspaper. Just Google them. You get everything you need. It's just it's crazy that just because it takes us 50 or decades to grill oil when they first discovered Niger Delta, it will take the same length to do in 2022. It blow my I make I listen in peace, but I couldn't. It's sad because we are all Nigerians, for God's sake. It's just sad. We can understand the bias we have against ourselves because of what is happening in Nigeria. We understand that everybody's hungry. I'm not happy that Nigeria is working, but for God's sake, 100, if not 1,000 people are listening to us. They are watching. If there's anything I want to take out to what happened last week, is that I've seen a glimpse of how bright Nigerian future is going to be in the future. Not just because of the oil that was discovered in the north. Did we watch the World Cup? We are not there as players to play. But for God's sake, Kiss Daniel made history. Billions to actually booga along with him. If the history of World Cup is going to be written of 2022, guess what? We are not going to be missing out. That is the future we should be looking up to. We might not, the way we are going, we're not going to see him say with this generation. But guess what? It's going to happen because if you pay attention to we diasporans, the kind of exploits we are carrying out everywhere in the world. And guess what? The Western civilization is going down. That's why the level at which you are gravitating towards home, Nigeria, everybody, is because of that. All of a sudden, if you make your billions, guess what? You can't even live to enjoy it the way you want to. You have to look back home. So we are gradually going to a time whereby we don't have choice than to empower those on ground to fight the corruption that we are seeing. Now we go finance that revolution that we are seeing. But the way we reason, it baffles me, man. It's just crazy. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Whether you like it or not, oil was discovered. And
no. Can I hold on? No. Can I hold on?
I'm just supporting what you say. I'm just trying to support what you say. Yeah, I'm just trying to support what you say.
Can I hold on?
Yeah, I'm just trying to support what you say, right?
And that is something Nigerians should be proud of. I am happy. I never see anywhere where rich man find a way to make more money. Say no, this is not good. We are getting richer, whether you like it or not. More are still going to be discovered. The sad is that I might not be alive to that time to enjoy it. But guess what? 10, 20 generations to come that will come from that part of the world, we enjoy. Nigeria is not going to be like this forever. Not everybody is dumb and stupid. Some people are actually doing well and looking back home. It is not going to be like this. Any country where you live, go read their history. How they start when they first bring them together. Even the country that we call America, let's go and study. It's just sad that, yes, you might not like what is going on, but please, if you don't have anything to say, don't say anything at all, rather than just saying things that even you can't even comprehend. You can't comprehend it.
All right, thank you.
Let me.
No. Can I? No.
Just
Austin, go ahead. No. Can I? No.
I always want to advise that something.
They are killing me.
When people make
let them finish. I want you to be dead first, and then we'll come to you.
You must not be in a rush to reply. Just relax. The first thing I want to say is this: that people write things on Google. So if you get to Google, somebody wrote it. So somebody may be biased from his own perspective. The second thing I want to lay clap out that time when you studying French in secondary school, they'll say applaudissez pour Vier. I'll clap for you. Thank you for this. This is the first time I've seen you say that we should join together to fight corruption, because you always like this thing that all our politics, when we do them the way it used to be.
No. See, you get that phrase all our politics wrong. All our politics that take your emotion aside. See it the way it is, and you will see the solution right there. That's what I mean. That it's all politics.
Okay,
it's not about
let's say thank God.
Just like the letter that came out between the Soludo and Peter. You know, see that they up for church when they find the secrets of the Lord.
So I really like
kill ourselves. That's what I mean by honor politics.
I love that portion of your speech that says that we should fight the corruption.
We are fighting.
So then that's the second thing. The third thing I want to talk about is the crowd. Really, I saw the first case where people were complaining that shops were being forced to close. I remember my dad used to tell me that if you want to be a good uncle, if you are moving on your own, just be going your way. And a small boy somewhere shouts, "Uncle, uncle, good morning." That is the best of the good morning. But situation where a child is passing, I say, "Didn't you see me? Come here, tell me good morning." And they say good morning. That is no respect. Respect is earned. Respect is not forced. So I really want Tinubu, if this is how the Lagos is, allow the people to be free. Leave them. Let them walk to the stadium on their own. Then you know that they came for you. And now,
hold on.
Everybody go stadium, go campaign for Tinubu. No market tomorrow. No market is okay.
So that is what I was trying to say. And that is why I say people just have a free mind. Do it on your own. If you do it on your own, then you know that, yes, this is meant for you and this is the support. So first of all, I want to criticize the point because not even now, before now, there are rallies that I've held before. And you see people being forced. Okay, Dr. Damages asked the question, how do I know the difference between the rented crowd and the organic crowd, as Bassey said? I would think that, first of all, the facial expression will be the first thing. If somebody comes and is all smiles and smiling from molars to molars, premolars to molars, from incisors to this, then you know that person is here on his own. But I saw mamas who were twisting their face as if they were going for a battle. I said, then why are you forcing the person to stay in the stadium? I saw, there was a mama that I saw, I said, wow, see kind of face where mama put for stadium. You know, it makes sense. And as he said, some people go from their business is day to day. The money they sell today, that's what they'll eat. So why didn't you tell that mama to come with pure water to the stadium so they can sell the pure water and make money? So those are the things we keep on saying, I'm talking about. Then apart from that, I want to talk about the issue of Tinubu on his own, especially on his own. Sometimes you see him, I don't know, he spoke in Delta State. I've not heard him speak in Lagos today. Maybe I'll go hear him speak. Sometimes he tries to insult the common man on a situation where I would like to say, just respect your opponent, respect your friend. But sometimes you see him insult even the common man. I heard in Ebony talking and that they should not drink. Is it Kunu? You call it Obrukuta? I don't know, before coming for election. And you see some kind of little things, jabs he throws for the common man. I think he should try to respect the common man. But in a nutshell, I just want to say that allow everybody to be free. Make your decisions. Do how you want to do it. And at the end of the day, if you choose to do it this way, then fine. I'm okay with it. Very okay. And that is just where I stand.
Thank you. Yeah, allow me to respond to Ovie, please. Because
okay, go ahead.
So Ovie, this is it. You are my proximate neighbor, so if I want to fight you, I will just enter a car and come and fight you. But that's by the way. So all our politics, right? So this is it. I'm not saying that oil was is being transported from the south and from somewhere. Hold on. No. Let me clarify this. What I made reference to Kaduna refinery. Whether you like it or not, I don't think anybody would dispute this. Crude oil is being transported from the south to Kaduna refinery. So that's what I meant. So let me clarify that. Yes. But the other guy, Tim Shi or something, was the one saying that oil is being dumped somewhere. But I don't say anything about that. I don't know about that. So, but this is it. You yourself made mention that 5 oil reserves were discovered 4 years ago in Nigeria. Thank you. But that's 5 years ago. The Anambra Reserve has been the exploration of oil is going on right now in Anambra State. Even the current governor has benefited from the.
So that was not a scam. Right? That was not a scam.
No, that was not a scam because it was populated, and then we see it coming, and it's being exploited, right? But this is it. Remember, in that same 2019, the same rumor was going on in the southeast, the northeast of oil discovery, right? Yeah, and then immediately after the election, everything died down. Now, election is forthcoming again, and then we start hearing it again. So if it is true, no, this is, hold on. thank God that this platform is have your say, right? So this is me making my own analysis of the situation. If it is true that oil is being discovered in that area, why didn't they start the exploration just the same time that Anambra own started? Because it was the same time that the discovery was done then, and then now election is coming again, and they start touting it again. So I have my own analysis. I have my own have your say, and that is why I say that I don't think that oil is discovered there. In short, matter of fact, oil is not discovered there. But if you think that oil is being discovered, now, to me, is an hypothetical situation now that I'm going to discuss about. And that is why I use hypothetical. Let's assume that oil is discovered. Now, what's the way forward? Right? I'm happy. I will be happy. I will be happy. I will be happy. I will be happy if oil is discovered in the north. I'll be very, very, very happy. And not that I'm happy for the North particularly. I'll be happy for Nigeria so that we'll learn a greater lesson, because they are going to use the same oil to teach us the greater lesson of our life. And like I said earlier, if oil is discovered there, fine and good. Not, can you now say that you can financially support yourself? Can you just support us that are clamoring for Biafra and them that are clamoring for Yoruba nation? Divide the country, let everyone go, right? And then let the oil in the south, including the Anambra State oil, dries up, so that we'll begin to find another alternative means of revenue generation. Because if that oil is there, the same problem will continue. The criminals in the south will still be doing the same thing. They will even do worse. So let the oil dry up, so that if you know that you are coming out to be a governor, you should have something in your head on how to generate revenue and not on oil dependency.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Let me correct another thing again that was said. Let me correct anything that was said.
You see, we can't be doing back and forth between two. But Ovie, one last thing, then I go to other people. Go ahead.
Okay.
And no response from you, Kenneth.
See, it is not. If anybody that's listening to Kenneth, it's not. This is not an apathetic situation. Example, oil. They don't drill oil for Kolmani oil field. That's the name of the oil field. They don't drill oil. Oil was drilled. So it's not something apathetic or anything. Then again, this idea that maybe we think happen for Nigeria that go happen for the we feel wish, but guess what? It's not going to happen. And again, they misquote what Buhari was saying when he said that we will learn lesson from Niger Delta. Yes, because most of us know they listen to these people when they actually speak. That's why I say on our politics. Forget bias. Listen to their man holistically. History is being made. Things have been said that will affect me and you on the long run. The man saying that we have taken a lesson from there because there is no third party involved in this exploration. The people that are involved, they were paid. Come and do your job and leave. Unlike before that, they have to give them some percentage, they have to be involved over the other, then and on the long run, we will go back.
There is foreign investment there already.
Yes, this was people were paid. Come and do your job and leave. Don't come and be part owner or whatever. That is the lesson the man is taking from. Come now, our president who might not like him. Listen to what he's saying. It's important. It will come and bite you in 50 years time. What these people are saying. That's why I say on our politics, but they are the most important people in our society. We go meet them first before God. So we should pay attention. I actually see holistically, not viewing all these people with bias. I don't be a bookie man. But guess what? That oil have impact in my next generation to come, either positively or negatively. That's why I'm paying attention. Nigeria is not working. I believe that. But if we touch this opportunity to touch on Tinubu, people that are crying say they buy crowd. We should be worried. I think Kulata said, I think last week, if you can buy people to come and do rally, why can't you buy people to go to the polling vote secretly? If you can actually buy that crowd to come and cheer you on, it is already done that you can actually buy them to go the other way around. So we should be. We are at a very critical time, even though president is being selected for us to elite. I don't expect us to start. See, somebody was saying that maybe I will elect dead president become. Now, so we start 7 years ago and it's biting us. We know they learn lesson. 2027 is now. It has started. 2027 has started. Maybe they insult all of us. By the time they will now come and start picking those insults, I will say, oh, it's too late. Why you won't bring last income? You don't have the monopoly of violence. You cannot start something and you won't hand down. You don't. So whatever you say now, people will hear and keep them and use it against you when the time comes. And that's what we are suffering.
Okay, thank you. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me speak about the Tinubu rally. I think when it comes to this rally, we tend to overflog it. The rally is good in my own point of view. I mean, if Obi come to Lagos, he's going to get a crowd. I think this crowd is taking place at Tesla Balogu Stadium. I mean, I don't know how big it is, but regardless, I mean, this is Tinubu backyard. You don't expect him to get anything less what he got. I don't know what's the population, but to me, we tend to overflog this rally something. I mean, I think he's going to get the same rally wherever he campaign. Obi is going to get the same rally. But the point is that which one is organic? To a certain extent, I mean, there's no doubt about it. If you want to say rare organic, Obi one is real organic because they don't have structure in any of the state, no governorship or wherever. Even to the extent that we try to impede them, not to have a rally like what happened in Delta State, I think in Nassarawa or wherever. So in terms of organic, Obi one is definitely organic. That's undisputed. But that doesn't really mean anything. What really matters is going out there to go vote. That is what really matters. So people are here quivering whether it's organic or buying a vote or not buying a vote. Of course, Tinubu is going to buy people to come there. Whether it's going to translate to the ballot box, that's the most important thing. Whether you buy or you don't buy. I mean, if Tinubu or APC can go to the extent of buying fake pathos, what preclude them from not buying people to come there? It at the end, going to the ballot to vote, that's the most important thing. If you look at what's happening in the American space, the rally used to be very important, but if you look at the study that has done recently, and that gets to show in midterm election in America that the rally is okay, but that's not the ultimate ground for you to win. So they are changing the tactics of rally. It's not about the crowd you pull anymore. That's the latest study that just showing this midterm. I mean, like Trump did have rally everywhere. It does not translate to vote. I mean, it does help just to showcase, your party, but is that going to be the ultimate that's going to make you win because you put the biggest crowd? No. So let's just keep it rare that Tinubu is going to pull crowd. Obi is going to pull crowd. Obi can pull a smaller crowd, can pull a bigger crowd because look at what happened in Ibadan. In Oyo State, that was a good crowd. I mean, somebody who doesn't have structure, and the governor allowed him to do what to do whatever what he's supposed to do. I hope when Obi comes to Lagos, there won't be any kind of impediment for him not to have a rally. But in my own analysis, the rally or the crowd or millions or I don't know whatever they call it, it doesn't make any difference. What matters is what is going to happen at the ballot box. That's where I see it in my own point of view.
All right, thank you. Rohan, welcome to the show. Rohan, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
So we've been thank you. It's nice to have you. We've been talking about oil in the north, and we've also talked about Tinubu and what's going on today in Lagos. So you can take it from any side.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, my fellow panelists. It's quite inciting hearing each and every one of us view. I believe we can learn one or two things from various individual perspective. The issue of Tinubu, we shouldn't be too emotional about it. Tinubu is from Lagos, and that is where he has his base. In either way, how he gets his crowd, the poll will judge. And we can't deny the fact that he can get one of the largest crowd in Lagos. So let's just leave that for him, and we allow the D-Day to take its course as of Tinubu is concerned. The issue of oil in the north. Well, I still believe that it's just the ordinary masses that will feel the heat. The way some of us are in the south and we're still feeling the heat, that does not give the northern citizens as well not to feel the heat, even though there is an oil discovery in the north. I would like to also connect that to the issue of whether the oil field that has been discovered, that has been explored, and the development is now the next phase. The oil there in the north has been discovered for a very long time, but nothing has been done. And like that, that one also in Maiduguri has been discovered for a very long time. But you know, the government bureaucracy and what have you couldn't allow the actualization of that, and also the security threat. Because I could remember vividly 2009, that of Maiduguri, they employed different technology, but it was not, it wasn't successful. But they later got, I don't know, maybe the tiger head or something like that, that they later got around 2009. So they went there and they were actually working heavily, but we later had silence. That is Nigerian for you. You could say maybe the north. There are some certain things we needed in the south, but they kept quiet, they kept mute. It's also happening. But because most of the northerners always do keep quiet, we don't talk too much like our southern counterparts. So you will think that they don't feel the heat. They also feel the heat. But when it is time, it will definitely come. And Ovie was talking about some places that always discovered around, you have, what do you call this place? In Lagos axis. You also have
Dahomey.
Something Dahomey, yes. We also have that of Gombe, that of Borno, and one also in Niger. That of Niger, it was even, what even made it to be known was that the oil was even coming out, was floating. And the people within there started to kind of go into crisis within themselves, fighting. It belongs to the way you see it. It was happening in Niger Delta. People started struggling and wanted killing themselves. That is what even started, even almost in Niger. The governor now came from there. They now settled the crisis and then they kept quiet so that to allow the misunderstanding to die off, I guess. But if they can discover oil in Niger, I don't think discovering oil in Nigeria will be a fraud or not possible. So we are all Nigerians, and if we work together, I think it will be for the generality of Nigerians. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your inputs.
I have some questions for Ruano, especially around the dates of when these oil things were. If you could further elaborate the dates when these oil things were. And this is for my own personal research. Like, I just want to know. I'm trying to create patterns here. So thank you.
All right, Ovie, go ahead.
Yes, again, another thing, I think now let me come to South, we the Southerners, especially with the oil state producing states. One thing that that's why when politically I'm kind of leaning towards the North, people say maybe I'm crazy. Over $14 billion were popped into Niger Delta development. Where is it? Somebody was making, I think John Abada, if you go to the North, their roads and network are finished. That is because, yes, no matter how we look at these followers of this, the Almanjidis, the leaders in a way are actually scared. There's a limit you can actually overdo as a public officer in the North. Anybody can quote me, I'll go verify. There's a limit you can go. Over $40 billion that were put into Niger Delta development. Where is it? About a week ago, Wike was singing praise of Buhari, how he was approved his 30% derivation, and that is part of what he's using in developing the roads. Nobody is coming out in a state and asking Obaseke, where's our 13% derivative? Nobody is calling that of Delta. Nobody is calling that of Enugu. No, everybody, we all keep quiet. But if anything go wrong in the North, everybody's up in flame. That's our destiny right there. That is the oil that we say is killing us. $40 billion go into flame. Everybody's up as nothing is happening. We are focused on Buhari. Buhari don't know my village. It doesn't have to know my village. But there are people from my village that we send to Abuja to represent us. Of course, me and you, we don't hold them responsible. We can go to their house at night on certain celebration to get our own national cake and complain, to lay down our own problem instead of the community problem. We don't see all these as a problem. No. Until we start focusing on what really matters to us, we are not going anywhere. We will continue to declare and not be a problem, but they are not. We claim to be well educated, exposed, and everything. But how come our own people keep taking advantage of us, but we dare not say anything? $40 billion. Thank God Wike is speaking up. Where is the outrage? Where is the outrage? Nobody is saying anything. Let's just put it into context for God's sake and see where the problem of Nigeria lies. Is it really our elders or we being coward?
Okay, CM, go ahead. Let's see if your line is better now. Go ahead. CM.
Okay.
CM is on obedient network.
Can you hear me? Yes. Can everybody? What is happening? Can you hear me?
Just say Konkosia, you will see how your network will
Okay, while we wait for CM to fix his network, let me play this. I want to get your reactions.
As I stand before you, there are few of us left running. One says he is Atiku. How many times has he been running?
Always on the run.
He's always on the run, and he's tired. Tell him to go and sit down. Enough is enough. The other one, that one, I think na statistic we go chop. A lie with arithmetic that no Indian can solve it. To mention his name is a disgrace to myself.
You know, that last part, I don't know. I want to get your view, all you guys here. 21st century leadership
That is
in the world.
such disgusting.
And how explain to me, because you may have
two things there. Well,
my problem is.
Okay, go ahead, CM. CM, go ahead. Let's see. Go ahead, CM. Let's see if we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Maybe before this thing fails again. Actually, actually, what I want to say, two things. One, just a passing statement. People should consider. Now that we've discovered oil in the north, can they now agree to restructuring? Because the fear was if they restructure, the Niger Delta controls their oil, they will have no oil to control. So now that they've discovered oil and they have agreed with the quantity, can they now say, yes, let us restructure Nigeria according to, so that we have a revenue, what is the resource control fully? Now, for what Tinubu said in the video, you see, it's because of the type of country we run. Somebody like this who do not want to come to a debate, town hall meeting, come and sit down for 3 hours or 1 or 2 hours and answer a question from a journalist one-on-one. He's running away from it. But he's willing to go and stand in a podium, being guarded by 2 people so that he does not fall and be throwing tantrums. You don't want to mention Obi's name is a disgrace. How can Obi be a disgrace to somebody who is incontinent? Obi moves about very well. Tinubu is leaking. So if we want, who should be a disgrace to their side? Who do you think will stand at the Hello Chamber of the UN? Oh God. And the Hello Chamber of the UN. Somebody, everything is shouting 4G. from his name, his date of death, the schools he attended, even his track record, where he worked in a chartered accountancy firm in America. Everything is up in the air. So I don't really see by now Tinubu should have withdrawn from the race in the interest of his own prestige. If really he has one, he should have withdrawn. There's no need parading a half-dead man from one place to the other. He's making noise. Now the next is this: if Obi is not good, look at the crowd at Ibadan. At least a good 80% are Yorubas coming for
all right. CM, you're bad again. Your line is bad again.
Before you really can see Igbo still bad. A good 80% of the crowd.
It's an obedient. The game is getting tougher. The game is getting tough. So
CM, we can't hear you. It's bad.
Rudolph, that video.
Yeah, go ahead.
That video. The only thing I found
what is happening.
The only thing I found wrong in that video is me seeing the image of the traditional ruler under the image of Jesus Christ. That's my problem right there.
We are trying.
Oh, if the bigger picture, there's a place that shows the bigger picture that on top of I'm like this now, Jesus Christ image with the crown and everything. That's for me. That's problem for me. I'm against that in the sense that these people are supposed to be the custodians of our tradition.
Hold on. Let me see that.
If
how many times has it been running? There are few of us left running.
If the camera know if you go, but I understand how the palace is. So
one says he is Atiku.
Okay. I didn't see that. I'll look for it after this. That will be.
But let's focus on the Tinubu. I think.
Yeah.
I did not see Tinubu that is sick. I'm not saying that he's not sick or whatever but I see a man who I see the city boy that those that know him refer to. That's the city boy right there. It's witty, speech clear. He hits the right points there. But most importantly, if you first look at the image, you will see Festus Keyamo, who is the current Minister of State, of Labor. You will see Ovio Magege, who is the current deputy, Senate president. These are illustrious sons from that region. They were in Baratu, that is in Warri South local government. These are the two illustrious sons of that region. And politically speaking, now Bola Tinubu product did that. These are Bola Tinubu contribution to APC and by extension to that community. So in bringing their sons before them, say, what else? Without being in power, I was able to empower two of your sons. What happened if you guys give me that one that becomes the president? You guys will get more. That's what that image represents. But again, it started by cracking a joke, right? The joke might come out a little bit distressed with the way it refers to Peter Obi as I don't want to mention his name, it commonalizing another. You can read different meanings to that. But you can't help to give him that. This man is present, is aware of his surrounding. Because everything that has to do is in context in that video. So you have to give it to him, whether we like it or not, whether we don't like him or he's old or whatever. I don't want him to become president. But so far, the man is moving the right direction. He's hitting the right places. I know what to do. Whoever is prepping him, I'm not giving say night, but whoever that is doing it, but on this particular one, I think is on point.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah. So you can take it from, I know you've been on the comments section. I've been seeing your comments. So following the conversation. So
I followed it. I think what I sort of got from the oil discovery in the north is almost like, I understand because they've lied to us so much in the past, it's, that there's a deficit of trust right there. But it's almost coming across as if there's a bit of envy or jealousy. I might be wrong, but almost like we're not happy that they found oil. I'm very excited if they find oil because it seems to have been a problem
for those who are saying, you know, like someone rightly said, you know, will they now restructure? If you have oil, the complaint has always been, oh, they won't let us go because they want to rely on our oil. Now, if they find oil, I would expect us to be very happy, like very happy. But I'm not sensing that from the panel. It's almost like, how dare they find oil? You know, some guy came and he was talking some of the biggest BS ever on your show. And I know that you call it have your say, but I think you need to call out some people and sort of push back a bit so that they don't turn your platform into people just bring in the craziest madness, saying they dig oil somewhere, they go and dump it somewhere. Like, what's that nonsense? You know, there's a limit to, I mean, I can disagree with you and say I respect your right to be stupid, but on some occasions, I would even disagree with your right to be stupid. You can't be that stupid. I wouldn't allow it, you know. So the North, if they find oil, genuinely, I'm happy for them. Let them develop the North with it. Let the money, you know, the more the merrier, basically. That's my take on that. With regards to, I've seen Kulata, he's attracted a few friends in the comment section. Someone said, oh, go and, you know, because he kept saying, you know, he's called have you say, and someone said, oh, you know, go and speak. And he said he's watching France and Denmark game. That's why he's not on. And that's what I was doing as well until I decided to say, you know what, let me come and speak my mind on this. You know, when it comes to Tinubu crowd in Lagos or Tinubu crowd anywhere, I find it a bit disingenuous that we're saying, I'm on the Peter Obi train. Let me just put that out there. You know, I'm not hiding it. I have no apologies to anyone. I'm fully obedient, like fully from Ijebu, obedient. But when we see crowd with Tinubu and we say it's a rented crowd all the time, sorry, APC is about the biggest party in Africa. You can't tell me that they can't get 10,000, even if I think they are mad people. There are more than 10,000 mad people in Nigeria out of 200 million. They can find 1 million mad people. I will follow them for free. I have friends that we went to school together, educated boys. When they talk to you, they are sound engineers, different professions. Some of them living in Nigeria, funny enough. The minute you start talking politics and you say anything against APC, come and say Wahala. It's almost like they just switch off. And they will defend APC till death. And these boys, I can tell you, they don't benefit anything from Tinubu or APC. They're just party boys, APC boys. That's what they rep. So when we say anybody with Tinubu is rented, I'm not denying that they induce people, but to say every crowd that Tinubu pulls is rented or paid, let's get away from that. We can't keep saying that. And like someone said, if you can pay them to come to rally, you can pay them to vote for you. But I believe that they genuinely, and PDP, these are two strong legacy parties. They have people who genuinely love them. No matter what you say, they would stick with this party. So they have their genuine crowd. So let's not say everything is not organic. Peter Obi is organic. They have some organic and some induced. That's my take on that. And lastly, just before I drop off, Tinubu's speech in Delta, Ovie was onto something until that last part where he said, you know, he looked like a man who's well and everything. Is it Isiago or what's that dress? Please forgive me, the Igbos. That dress that you wear, the one he wore. What's it called?
I don't know. I mean, you call it
the dress, the traditional. Igbo. So that dress, anyway, the dress, you know, the attire you wore, I've never seen it, you know, worn as agbada before.
Is it the red one?
Yeah, the red one. You know, the way Igbos, the way Igbos wear it, it's never in agbada. I know Tinubu is a Yoruba man, and we tend to wear agbada, but could it be that wearing it is in agbada is to some cover up and all of that? I don't know. It's open to debate. Also, this is a man, and this is not Photoshop. There's an image of him standing on a truck, or, you know, one of these pickup trucks during the rally, and there was a man standing behind him. I put it on my WhatsApp status. I said, this is taking support to next level, like literal support. There was someone standing behind him to prop him up. It's on the internet. It's not Photoshopped. APC are not debunking it. There are people literally, yes, holding this man so he doesn't fall. So when Ovie said, he looks well, he looks all of that. Akoi body, bar engine. You know, I don't speak Hausa, but that one I know. And he also went on to say, Omo Agege is going to be the governor of Niger Delta, and he said it a few times, and they had to correct him. I mean, we have 36 states. It's not that deep to know that it's Delta State. The man is old.
Niger Delta State.
He kept saying he's going to be governor of Niger Delta. So, you know, so now from clap, start the dance. We can tell that this man is not all together. The people pushing him are selfish. They are very selfish. Tinubu is old. He should remain the kingmaker. He should do whatever he wants to do. But for the sake, I mean, how can you in good conscience vote this man. If it was Tinubu of 25 years ago, I would still have my argument, but it won't be on the side, on the side of, does he even know what he's saying? Is he even senile? Oh, sorry, has he become senile? Is his a faculty working properly? But people in good conscience cannot tell me this is the Tinubu that they want to lead Nigeria. He doesn't know left from right. He says the worst things. He would say things, we need interpreters. So when he goes to speak to world leaders, is he going to take all his sycophants with him to interpret to world leaders? Oh, this is what it meant. And they'll be like, he's speaking English. Why do we need an interpreter? He's speaking parables now. We're going back to English classes where they're telling us it's hyperbole and it is figure of speech and all these things I've not done since the early 90s. What nonsense is that? Speak to me in clear terms, simple English that everyone understands. Tinubu is not capable of that any longer. So when people say it's fine, it's not sick, are you a doctor? How can you diagnose someone by watching videos? We are being, clever by half when we say that. So if people want to vote him, let them vote him. But I'm begging people to please choose somebody who, at least, even if you're a thief, know that you are stealing, not the one that people around you will just run rings around you. You don't even know anything you're doing. Tinubu is the worst candidate for me out of the people who are running. Personally, that's my point. That's all I have to say for now. But thank you.
All right, Janaba. Sorry, man of Precision. Let me hear Janaba.
Okay.
I want to really, my concern in the whole speech was something about what are we thinking about in terms of the next generation of leaders? What example are we giving to them? I understand that sometimes Western leaders might say they don't want to mention the name of their opponent or somebody they consider, disgusting. They can say, they can make a speech and not mention the name. But to say that it's a disgrace to mention, it's not a joke anymore. When you say that it's a disgrace to mention someone's name. Janaba, you're a pastor. Even certain pastors mention the devil's name in church. What is your take on that?
When it comes to corner my leg, then I'll become a pastor. But when it become a all right, and that's what I've said here oftentimes, whether it's Tinubu trying not to
Which one, John
mention
Abadef?
please. Now that they allow you to talk, now you want to become something on my time, right? I pray that the local power hold you down till I finish talking in the name of Jesus. Free him.
All right, go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, let's go ahead. All right now. We have to grow past this. What these politicians and this elite in every leadership position in Nigeria have done to us is to divide and control and sense the energy of hate from the crowd and then take advantage of it, because you have to have a enabler environment. If not, you will not be saying such things. If you know that there will be a backlash, you will hold up. Of course, we all say we are not doctor, of course, but I think it's time that the next generation will learn that we can disagree on policy, but we can still respect one another. And we can still believe that we are all Nigerians, and anyone that preside over us after this election, we have less than 100 days to go. Definitely one of them will become our president. And if you look back, that the video, you yourself will be ashamed of how you demonize your president. Eventually, if eventually the person you are trying to not call a disgrace become your president, how do you reconcile with them? I know that we put up a face sometimes just to let the evil day go by, but some of those things we can't take it back. I hope that we all can have this decent debate and not to who and what policy is good for Nigeria and all Nigerians, and not to go into that kind of demonization. And I hope in the next, I can't wait for those days to come by, and let's move on to the next chapter. And I pray that all of us in diaspora, my concern is that after this election, how do we unite behind who become our president? in good faith. Because once the day you win, the day the next party started preparing to demonize your government, if they sense the energy from the citizens that, okay, we don't like this person, how they can become relevant through the social media, condemning them and started getting followers, I don't think we should suck that energy from them. We should just respect the call of the election, which I think if we go and everything is fair, I don't think anybody will still win the election like anybody. If we go by it, I don't. There will be a rerun somehow if everybody voted. But we see. I'm not working there. I hope that you, Rudolph, that access them much will let us know later. But we hope so.
All right. Thank you so much. One last thing before we go to rant. Who wants to say something? Okay. Austin.
So one thing I always say is this aspect of mutual respect. I think it will not be wise for a president. Let's assume that Tinubu was a president to always talk to his subjects that way. You know, it was first Funke Akindele, now it is Obi. Tomorrow, even the common man on the street will not even have a say in anything that is happening. So I think that was not really, but would I say presidential or presidential candidate nature to say such a thing? Because I believe that, I don't know, some of us have little stinch of leadership. There was a time I led a small group. I'll tell you the truth. I succeeded because I listened to the list of the people. You will be surprised. There was one small boy, very small, of about 7 years. He gave me the best advice that made the organization to move forward. And that is why I keep on hammering on this fact. Listen to everybody, whether they are talking good, bad, or ugly. Listen to them. That list person may be the person that will give you the advice. And that is why sometimes if I try to weigh them, I like to be on equal scale with everybody. Say what you want to say. Let's listen. I can say Kwankwaso to an extent can listen. Obi, that one is very good in listening. But I don't see Tinubu always listening. You don't know everything. Tinubu is not an expert in law. He may not be an expert in economics. He may not be an expert in industrial affairs. But when you listen to people, you get their advice and implement it to be better. And that is one thing which, if you try to always make people look, belittle people, you are not up to me, then you will never learn. A leader that cannot learn will not succeed that much. I'm sorry about that. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you. We have to go to another segment, which is the rant. So I will give everybody 1 minute to think of what to rant for 1 minute. Let's listen to this while we'll get ready.
Behave yourself. Don't talk too much. I don't blame you. Is it forever? What kind of life? Is it for Gary? Is it for peace? Is it forever? Is it forever? Gary? Is it forever? Is it forever? Gary? Asapa Gary ewan. Gary ewan. Asapa Gary ewan. Gary ewan. Asapa Gary ewan. Gary ewan. Asapa Gary ewan. Gary ewan.
All right, so we look forward to seeing what will come out from today's event. They produce these things every week now from every appearance of Bola Tinubu. All right, the rant. You have a minute to rant about anything you want. Let me start. Oh, let's welcome Ak. Welcome to the show.
Okay.
Ak, welcome to the show.
Okay.
I like the fact that people are watching the World Cup and they also watch it. They're also here with us. Ak, welcome to the show. Where are you, Ak? Are you near CM? Two of you have the same problem. No, we can't hear you very well. CM, you can now see what we deal with when we call you. Can you hear me, Ak?
No, CM, I can give you Konkoso network. It's very smooth.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Where are you joining us from, Ak?
If I hear
You guys from Dallas, Texas.
Aki is not hearing us.
What did he say? Dallas, Texas? Ak is disappointing Joe Biden. All right, let's go to rant. We'll get to you. We'll get back to you. Let me start with man of prestige. Rant, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
No, not you. CM, we want to prepare our ears to deal with your connection.
Do you want me to
let's start with man of prestige. Start.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go back to Tinubu rally. We're talking about what he said about Obi and what he said about Atiku. I don't see anything wrong with that, in my opinion. He didn't have any. That's not what I consider to be a political gora. I mean, it was just a lambast. He was trying to punish them. There's nothing right or wrong, in my opinion. I mean, he didn't go. It wasn't a political gora, in my, the way he said it. But having said that, I mean, everybody can do it because what he said about the statistics that Obi got it wrong, then he labeled Atiku as an absentee, presidential candidate. So that's part of politics. That's why I see that. I don't see anything wrong with that. Having said that, if you watch Tinubu when he speak, I think the only problem he has, he cannot articulate his word, properly. Of course, the gaffe, he's synonymous with the gaffe. So every Nigerian is know about, he gaff a lot, so that's not a problem. So it's up to you to make whatever you want to make of it. That's the way I see it. Whatever he said, or if it is right, if it is not wrong. So that's my own opinion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. You have a minute, right? Mr. Scribe.
I'm here. I don't have much. I don't have anything to rant about this week, other than we're still counting the days. I know it's the whole wind is behind the obedient movement, but a great injustice is being done to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm using this opportunity to call for his release.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scribe. CM, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear again? Can you hear me?
Well, we can hear you.
Okay. In my rant, I would like to. Okay. I will only advise that Tinubu should quit the race at this point in time, because he's not doing himself a favor at all. And it's also frightening us, a bit disappointing, that those of us in the diaspora will be rooting for Tinubu, who they know very well cannot qualify to even be a chancellor in the Western world. What is the joy of living in America, enjoying the democracy and the rule of law over there, even in Europe or Asia, yet you are recommending Tinubu for Nigeria? That's not fair. So to that extent, will wise up, but I know they will wise up. Tinubu should leave the stage and throw in the towel. The scandal around him is too much. Somebody like that should not be the president of a country like Nigeria, that is noted for excellence around the world. In fact, I do not see Tinubu as a leader at all around him. I do not see. In the interest of, just for his own health and for his own sanity, he should not be. He should withdraw from the race honorably, so that we know that APC, like they did in Anambra State, they will have no candidate in the forthcoming election. Tinubu for
All
me
right.
is a gunner. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Austin. You're next.
So what I need to rant about is just this part of unity. Just try as much as possible. We should avoid how will I call it? For me, I don't do partisan politics. I prefer we put everybody on the scale equally, weigh them equally, then anything you know you cannot wish for your own local family, you don't wish it for the state. Try to find the best person to do the job, because all of us will be in the soup if it gets bad. So just let's avoid all this religious, ethnic, and all sentiments. Forget about anything that anybody thinks. Reason objectively and do the right thing. Because if you don't do the right thing, at the end, all the bulala will still land on your body. Simple.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Ovia, you're next.
Yeah. Many people don't know. Many people don't know. Say the pidgin version of "Do Not Die in Their War" by Dele Farotimi is all na politics. It's the same meaning. All right. Now, this as I see from as an athlete perspective, this is competition, right? And unlike athletes, you have to train before you go compete. But politicians, you have to go market before you go to final. That's why they opened that season of campaign. So not marketing. They either demarket or you market your candidate. So let us, you as a follower, pay attention to the signal, not the noise. Reading unnecessary meaning to what Tinubu say in a distraction. Because at this point, if you don't know why you are supporting your candidate, there's no business, you don't have any business even paying attention to it. Start convincing people why they should vote for your person. Right? There's a reason why the Konkosias and the Tinubu, they attack the same violently like that, because there's what we call tomorrow. Tomorrow, in this case, that it might go into runoff. If your candidate no make him, how do you convince the other person if you don't already destroy him publicly? It's all game, all our politics. Pay attention to the signal, not the noise. Forget what Tinubu is saying, but how are they moving? That's what we should be paying attention to. It's in the market. Stop paying attention to he's sick or he's old. It's not going to fly. They're all going to the final round. Thank you.
All right. Janaba, you're next.
Skip to the next person. Let my brain calm down a little bit from all this crap.
Sure. Go. You're next.
Yeah, I'm just going to carry on from where Man of Prestige stopped. I sort of agree with him because what Tinubu said, as much as I'm obedient, politics, it's not a coddling, affair. They're in to win. Tinubu is doing everything possible to make Obi look smaller than he is. And that's exactly what I expect from him. I don't want him to come out and say Obi is nice, he's a gentleman. Even the person that said VP is nice, he even jabbed him, the VP candidate, said nice men sell ice creams. That's politics. They belong to the same party. These things would happen during campaign. It doesn't mean they can work together in the future. That's politics. It's a fight. It's a battle. So Obi might not be the one to do the fight. He might send this that former actor that goes and speaks in this very funny, send people like that to go and do the dirty work for you. If you don't want to do it yourself, if it's not your nature, you need to take the gloves off and fight. It's politics. Honestly, Tinubu hasn't said anything. I don't know his name. Funke Akindele is in fact, we even say Tinubu is gone, whatever. What he meant to say was, that's a disrespect to me. He said it's a disgrace. That doesn't even, if you look at it, grammar doesn't even make sense. Tinubu of 30 years ago wouldn't say it's a disgrace to me. He meant to say, that's a disrespect to me. So, that's still talking about Tinubu's faculties packing up. He comes with age. Nobody's mocking him. We would all get there. I work in the health sector. I see, elderly patients. It happens to everybody. So I'm not mocking him. Age would come. We would all forget things easily and talk nonsense at some point before nobody's getting out alive anyway. So I don't see anything wrong in what Tinubu said that will be mentioning his name. He thinks he's little. He's going to make him even smaller. So those who are not convinced yet about Obi will think, you know what? Maybe it's true. That's Tinubu's job. If Obi can't do it, please send people out. The Dele Farotimi of this world, let them go and drop the bomb in the APC camp. That's all we need.
Thank you. Rohan, you're next.
Well, I have nothing to rant much about, but I just wanted to comment on the issue that CM just raised about the issue of restructuring. You see, these people are in power. I think we are just, all we are doing here, we are just scratching the surface. Honestly, what is bedeviling us in Nigeria is bigger than what we are talking about, to be candid with you guys. But the issue of restructuring, they will be the one to determine it. That which will suit them,
except the masses go into it. And if we are going into it ordinarily, we don't know where to start. We might know where to start, but we don't know how the middle will look like and how the end will be. That is just the irony of everything. Now we are being presented with this kind. I believe we have Atiku and Tinubu. We can say those guys are old, but we can also still tell you that we don't have. If we have some other people that are even better than Peter Obi, you understand? But they are not part of those that are in the the top three. So believe you me, and they are all the same thing. Atiku, Tinubu, and even Peter Obi, they are all the same thing. We should just pray that Nigeria survives, or we get a better opportunity in the future. That's just what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rohan. Ak, you are next.
You can hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. I'll say good afternoon or good morning and good evening to everyone. I don't know the time you are over there. I'm speaking from Dallas. Sorry for the other delay that I had. And I want to rant on one thing before I go divert a little bit to another one. I want to say there is a game that is being played by the four political parties. And one, before I will go further, I will say the ranting of Tinubu is to me is politics, and he has the right to do that. If you come to America right here, when Donald Trump was, making doing his rally, all he did was ranting and abuses. But the other things he does was a little bit similar to what Tinubu is doing. So that is politics. We shouldn't go angry about that. You can say like what Donald Trump said over here, said that Hillary Clinton is a witch, all those stuff. So there's nothing bad about that to me. And one other thing I want to look into, I want to look at the possibility of a runoff. And I want to say this. I might hurt our panelist right here, who is his name is all politics. You see, I want Kwankwaso to step down. Kwankwaso should step down because if you look at the demography of it all, Kwankwaso has no chance of becoming the president of Nigeria. I am looking at it in a holistically within those four political parties. If we have a runoff within two people, let's say, for instance, that a runoff between Atiku and Obi. I'm not trying to relegate Jagaban. Let's say Atiku and Obi. Will Kwankwaso not play the political game of the North by going to the back of
yeah. This is for 1 minute. The rant is for 1 minute. Okay, we get to that. I'll give you a chance to bring this topic up. Okay, but let's finish the rant. Yeah, Son of God, you're next. Son of God, rant 1 minute.
After Son of God, Son of Man, please. Let me rant now.
Hello.
No. Son of God. No, I'm not. Yeah, Son of God. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, rant about what? Because I've not actually I've just joined. So ranting about is it about
anything? We don't have a topic. You choose what you want to. What's making you angry?
Well,
Ovie is a good topic to start with. This guy Young subscribe is a good topic.
Yeah, well, the only thing I would say is that I'm still a bit surprised that a lot of people are still I think I read a comment earlier, somebody in the chat, and I was that sort of resonated with me. The fact that a lot of people around this Jagaban, or whatever he calls himself, a lot of people around this Jagaban are ministers, people that are actually running the country, and you see them laughing when this man is making no sense. When this man is coming up with all this rubbish, people are around him and they're clapping and they're laughing. And these are the people that are running the country. I mean, these are ministers around him, governors. This man is making no sense, and then they're clapping for him.
and then you wonder why the country is having all these problems. When people who are meant to be those that are running the country are the people that are actually finding this guy funny, clapping for him, and instead of even if you don't want to clap, at least don't do anything. You don't have to clap, but it shows you that it's all a game. They're all. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Jonaba. I came to you before. You didn't have anything to say. Okay, go ahead, Jonaba.
Because the ranting was choking me, so I wanted to calm down a little bit. My rant is this. It disturbed me more when we in the diaspora that have seen what is politics is all about. To even say this person does not have a chance, this person does not have the right to say what he's saying and all of that. We always say, it's all politics, and the people that want to benefit from Jagaban, that one surrounding him, because maybe their names are not that popular, they cannot win a seat, and they are using that. End of the day, it's not about Jagaban, it's about the whole Nigeria, it's about the institution. What are the previous presidents that are in good head? What have they done for Nigerians? It's a test of time, and I think end of the day, let Nigerians, especially those of us in diasporas, speak. Let people be free to express themselves. Let people run. Let Kwakwanso run his own race from the beginning. If nobody negotiate with him in a good faith, it's all about if somebody negotiate with him and he win the person back to him, then the person now win a jackpot. But Kwakwanso and the next thing, I even want Act to come around for mayor of Dallas. I'm here. I will vote for you.
Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you so much. All right. So before we continue, let me ask Ovie one question. I saw this headline, Kwankwaso saying that he regretted not forming an alliance with Obi, that they will have been formidable. Is that a fake story, or is that for real?
Regretted.
He said the reason why it didn't happen was that his Obi's team were insisting that power should come to the south, which means that he will be the VP, not the head of the ticket.
Yeah, but that's but that's an open secret now. Of course, we all know that the merger did not work because nobody wants to be the second man and the ticket, right?
So is he now rejecting it, regretting that didn't happen?
For him to be vice president, for him to be
no, that the merge didn't happen. That's what the headline said.
No, I think every reasonable Nigerian, not just even from the elite too. To run a runoff election is very expensive. It's very, very expensive. So they understand that. So they actually try to encourage the merger, but of course, they are the two, and I think people who jump in condemning Kwankwaso stand, because most of those people don't actually understand, don't even know who Kwankwaso is or was at that time. His political weight and what he has done and what, where he's coming from. People didn't know, just believe it's because he's coming from the north, is the southeast turn, it should be second. No, that's not how it works. And I think it was just the voice around Obi that overshadowed. They don't even want Obi to even process it. It's not even conceivable that Obi will be his running mate. Why? After all, Naboki and be president now, So all these things, those are things that emotion bring onto the table that don't help anybody but the players. You understand? And another thing we need to actually first put into context is that this game that we are playing, the most dangerous aspect of it is that it's only the players that are allowed to set the rules and regulation of the game. Me and you doesn't know how, we don't have a say how these people should come together to produce a president. They just do their baba. They say push them before, say okay, go, and we jump into it without actually sit down and think like, okay, what is the game I play here? I mean, for me at this point, I think if there's a way, we the followers of these two guys, if we go catch the two of them, put them in one house, you guys should figure it out. However you guys want to do it, figure it out and come up with one ticket. If there's a route for that. Because that is the only way. That is the only way that we will ride this one of these two big guys off. Because at it now, let's not just deceive ourselves. They have the upper hand. These two guys. And again, the most dangerous aspect of it, they are one. Trust me. At the end of the day, they will work together because they've been saying it. I'm hoping for unity government because they are one. At the end of the day, if Tinubu become president, you will see like half of the men around Tinubu Atiku now being minister, blah, 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 blah. The same thing. Because they have been together fighting for this number one seat together for the past 30 years. They've been fighting the military guys for the past 30. But they say that Konkoso will drop for anybody. That is not going to happen. But let's not put it out of the table because it's all politics. At the end of the day, give and take. They will meet and strike deals, right? But it will only make sense to strike the same deal that Tinubu struck with Buhari. After you, now my turn. Because if a strike with Tinubu is coming to the south, to make case for him 8 years' time will be easy. But again, if you want to support Obi, what is the reality on ground in terms of the reality? How many number can Obi really put? For all this noise way there everywhere, so all kind of noise. And when the time come, you will not say there's more to all this noise. If Obi can actually prove that yes, I can bring also number at the table, anybody can hedge because that's how you have to bargain with something, and that's number.
Can I speak, please?
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Obi, thank you. Let's listen to this a little bit.
The greatest undoing of the APC candidate is in his unguided and unsalutary method of trying to play God. Remember, we talk about the Lord of Bodilion, and he has an uncanny relationship with the king of Babylon, the city of corruption. Recall that Nebuchadnezzar said that he built the hanging gardens of Babylon, not God, and God warned him, be humble and give respect to me, and he refused. And God struck him and he became a human monkey. This is a presidential candidate who is arrogating to himself that he is God. He said, I single-handedly made Buhari president. That's a blasphemy in Quran and in Christianity. That was the first time he fell out with Babachiri Lawal. Babachiri Lawal said, don't play God. You are arrogant. And that was what fell out between him and Rauf Aregbe Shola Ogbeni, who said, you are playing God. And it is not supposed to be so. Remember what Rauf said when the Osun election was concluded. He was abroad. And he said, he quoted the Bible. All powers are ordained by God. And he giveth it to whoever he wishes, including the basest of men. But look at Bola Tinubu claiming that he is God. Whoever votes for Bola Tinubu is not a true Christian or a true Muslim because he has blasphemed the Quran and blasphemed the Bible. In Quran, they said, all powers belong to Allah, and Allah giveth it to whomsoever he wishes. If President Buhari supports Bola Tinubu, he is not a true Muslim because Bola Tinubu has said he single-handedly made Buhari president, which is a blasphemy in Islam. That is what is killing them. They don't have respect for people. Babachiri Lawal told you that Tinubu is already feeling that he is the president because he is playing God. In the whole Yoruba land, he said it is his turn when it comes to Yoruba land. Who told him that? Ayo Adebanjo, the revered leader of Afenifere, was in Ibadan, the capital of the Southwest, to tell the Southwest that Peter Obi is the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So wherever you go to, in any pool you want to describe, Peter Obi is the chosen person because he's a man of character, capacity, and competence. And his candidacy is built on the foundation of equity, fairness, and justice.
I didn't know Shakespearean actors can become political.
Not only political, become a pastor.
Oh, Lord. All right. Ak, go ahead. I think you mentioned him, so that's why I played the video. I think you mentioned him, or somebody mentioned him. CM, I'll come to you next. Sorry. Go ahead.
I want to speak on OVA, what OVA is saying. You see, I want us to recalibrate our mindset now. We should not think that what it entails in those politics of those days where they rig election and we put it now. We have a new law, and these laws have been tested. If you look at the Edo axis, the law was tested. Look at your shoe, it was tested. You see what manifested there. When you use what manifests in those things, you can calibrate very well what is going to happen in this election. It's going to be one man, one vote. But despite that, it cannot be 100%. What Ovie is thinking, Ovie needs to recalibrate his mindset now, need to change his mindset now. He's using all political, stuff to really argue this fact. One, why I said Kwakwanso, we should step down. It's like this. Or Kwakwanso has the game he want to play. There's one factor. Kwakwanso has an ideology which is driving him. Kwakwanso is not like other politicians. He's driving his ideology from the old caliphate, the Ahmadu Bello caliphate kind of politics. And there's a man which is there giving him, putting fire in him. I've forgotten his name. He was a spokesman for Buhari. He told us the secret how Buhari came into government. What I'm trying to say now is that there is a game on board. Nigerians should start thinking on a very plain mindset. This game is going to be one man, one vote. And I am foreseeing a position where there's going to be a runoff with Obi and Atiku. The reason why I'm saying it, if you look at the demography now, at the middle bed, they have decided to go for Obi. Let's say that they have decided. At the core north, it's going to be split. Everybody's going to take a share in the core north. The northwest, the northeast, everybody's going to take a share. And Obi is going to get 25% in those areas. Because there are two ways you can get to the presidency. You can win. It's by 25% in 20 states or 25% in 20 states and majority. But if you have 25% and you have a vote, your 25% will make you go through. Now, Obi has a plus in that aspect. Either way you go, Obi has a plus. In Lagos State, we'll give it to Jagaban. But Jagaban will not win 100%. It's going to be splitted with Obi and Jagaban. And a little bit will be taken by PDP. The reason why I say that Jagaban is on ground, despite his playing his role. I'm not an APC person. I'm a fully obedient. Then we move to the West. The West is going to the West Ibadan. It should write off APC should write off Ibadan. APC should write off Osun. PDP will take Osun. Then the Western state is going to be shared. Then let us look at it now. Then if you look at it now, there might be a runoff between Obi and Atiku. And Kwakwanso is going to play a game because of the northern ideology he has with Ahmadu Bello. Is the game, the question we ask now, is the game going to be played like this, where it's going to step down and move its house to Atiku? Or is it going to play the game of saying, oh, we want true Nigeria? There's no northern person. I'm still ready to be debunked. I'm still ready to be, someone should come up and tell me this is lie. There's no northern guy in the race that will tell me he's going to step down or he's going to step down for Satana. No, forget about the length they are playing. The game is going to be Atiku and this thing. And if Kwakwanso want to play, Kwakwanso might possibly move to this direction of the PDP guy. So we should be very careful. Obi has to get that 25% to get it all.
All right, thank you. No, hold on, everybody, hold on. I want to get to. I know. Wait. I want to hear what you want to say. Son of God, too. Wait. I want to get CM because he just got the connection now. Let's hear him before he goes up. CM, go ahead. I like what you put on the table, which is the projection based on what we know today. Go ahead, CM.
Okay.
CM is killing us.
Can you hear?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Just
all right.
Okay, you can hear me.
Now, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. CM, go ahead.
Okay, I do not do the thing about as regards the political situation. I don't have because yes, okay. The reality now, if you can hear me, the political reality now has shifted. to be in 1999 up till maybe 2015, in which somebody can, oh dear, in which somebody can do some permutation. Remember, we are going to use beavers. As far as I know, and from the evidence on demand so far up to date, Labour Party is the one to beat. P2B is the candidate to with lessons from.
All right, CM, I'm sorry.
We can be here.
I think CM should go out and come back.
CM, go out and come back.
All those ones doesn't.
Can I talk, please?
CM, we can't hear you. No, Son of God, hold on. Son of God, hold on. Ovie, then I'll come to Son of God. CM, your line is.
I wanted to tackle Ovie.
I wanted to go out and come back.
I like when they say the game has changed. The game is not the same again. There is a new law, Beaver. The question is that those new laws, so who write them, who implement them, who adjust them, who do whatever to them? Is it you or me? That's one. Two, yes, the game has changed, but what you are not putting into consideration is that the contestants don't increase. For the first time, we're having 4 strong men going to this war. Yes, the game has changed. The game has changed. What you are not putting into context is that last election, about what? Let's say roughly 80 million people are said to be registered, but only less than 30 million determined the election. The question you should be asking, the remaining 50 million, who are they? Where are they? Who are they going to vote for? That's another thing you are not putting into consideration. The new people where they just joined the game, can you determine who and who and who and who is for who?
Yes.
You are not factoring in that. Another thing again, you can say, oh, the North Abound way only makes sense to article to do this. No, this is a game. It's about personal interest. Oh my God. You understand? What can Atiku give to? What can you give if you are, since nobody can convince you that Gunkoso is going to go all the way? Let me agree with you that it's going to collapse in structure tomorrow. But the question is that what are you offering for him to give you structure? What do you have to bargain? That's all it boils down to. Forget all this. But again, whether we like it or not, identity politics will determine 2023.
Okay. All right. Son of God. Yeah, next. Oh, I'll come to you, Rohan.
Yeah.
Son of God.
Right. I hope you can hear me because I don't know if the internet is in the UK today is a bit because even mine is not as good as it used to be normally, but I think you can hear me anyway. Now this thing Ovie says all the time, the thing really bugs me. He keeps coming out with all this Obi should bring what he has to offer. What does that actually mean? Obi should bring what he has to offer. This is the same Obi. Has Tinubu been able, what Obi has achieved in 4 months? Has Tinubu been able to achieve it anywhere else? A man has built a party from ground zero up to where it is now, and you're asking the same man to bring what he has to offer. In these 4 months, it's not enough evidence. It's not enough evidence. What is he bringing to you again? Why should Obi go to anyone? You are still saying Obi should bring what he has to offer. Offer to who? Who is he offering it to? Obi is the only one in this election that has coverage in every zone of the country. He might not win the North. I'm not saying he's going to win states in the North, but he's the only person that you can say he's going to get votes in the Southeast, in the South. Most people are now saying that Obi is going to win the South and the Southeast. That's what most people are saying. Most people are saying he's going to do very well, if not even win the North, the Central. The Lagos, people keep saying Tinubu is going to win Lagos. It may be a shock to some people that Tinubu may actually lose Lagos to Obi. It may be a shock. There's a very big possibility that he could lose Lagos. All these things that are forcing people to go to his rallies. A lot of people are wise now. What people forget is that what obtained some years ago, what Buhari has done for Nigeria is that he's made people really, really suffer. People are suffering in that country. And the suffering is in every single area of the country. So even these people in the North, who you think will go like a lapdog and do everything that they ask them to do, it's not going to be what happened before. because the suffering is endemic. The suffering is endemic, and even some of those people in the villages that used to just listen to their so-called people that ask them to vote, many of those people in the villages now, the reason why there's a large, he was asking the 50 million people that didn't vote the last election, the reason why people didn't really vote in the last election is because they felt, what is different between Atiku and Buhari? There's no difference. So there was apathy. People did not see the difference between voting for. If this election was between Tinubu and Atiku, it will still be the same number of people that voted the last time. It will more than this same 30 million people. It will not be more than that, because people will look at them and say, these two old men, what are they offering? They're the same. The election will be about the same thing. But the reason why there's so much energy and why there'll be a difference is because there's another person in the race. So any person that is still trying to hide their head and be thinking that, oh, everything is, oh, he has this, it's a game, all this. People are suffering in that country. We are living abroad and we don't know what is happening. People are suffering. It's not like before where people will just go and do. The suffering is everywhere. It's in every nook and cranny of the country. The only candidate, I will repeat, the only candidate that is sure of getting votes in the north, in the south, every part of the country is Obi. Tinubu is not guaranteed of getting any votes in the southeast, or he's not even going to get any votes. Forget about all this thing he's saying. The only candidate that is sure of getting votes in every part of the country is Obi. Take it to the bank. Whether he gets the 24 states or not sure. But the only person that is guaranteed is Obi. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Rohan, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rodolph. I heard Mr. Ak was making some permutations and analysis. You see, it's very easy for us to put up figures together, but the reality is down to the basics. When you meet the people on the lowest level. Now, you need to know the demography of the north, because I don't want to talk much about the south, especially southeast, because I don't have any idea much about that region. But for the north, you see, you have the north central. In the north central, we have Benue, we have Niger, we have Kogi, we have Kwara, we have Kebbi, and also we have, which are about 6 of them. So now, you need to look at the demography of how the politics play around that region before you can pull your conclusion. That is one point I want to make. And if you go up to the north, you still have, of course, spread around, you have obedience. It's a fact. You get it. But there are always intrigues. And within 24 hours, a lot of things can change. We know that in Nigeria. Then the one thing I want to add up to that is, if you look at the north, especially Kano, where Konkoso is based, you can't dispute that it's a large block. Even though Konkoso cannot win, if he holds that block, it will shake a lot of people. So people have to come and extend their hands, okay, with humility to make success in this election, because nobody can, Konkoso, the way you are saying Konkoso cannot win in the south, some people cannot win in the north. So you need to have that handshake. If you don't have that handshake, if you want to do it with arrogance, it will backfire. And if you now look at it, if you look at it from the perspective that let's just go. The INEC empire, the election empire, will not want to go for a runoff. If the politicians can sit down, okay, and re-strategize, then it will go a long way to cut a lot of expenses. You understand? But in a nutshell, they just have to come together and have it, because Konkoso now, I know, but eventually he cannot win, okay? But if they have a handshake, then it will go a long way to smoothen the issue between him and Peter Obi. Otherwise, Atiku and Bola Tinubu, they are going to pull a lot of weight as well. But if Peter Obi could get a block to add up to his own votes that are spread across, then I think there may be a difference there. There will be a difference. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Rohan. Okay. Let's try CM now and see. Okay, CM, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm refreshed now. Is it okay? It should be okay now.
Yeah, it's okay.
Am I okay?
You're okay now. You're okay.
Hey, today is one type of day. Is this whatever permutation I'm trying to make, I do so because of a new wave of realism that is sweeping across Nigerian politics now. We all have to agree that we all have to agree that since 1999, we've never seen a party like Labour, if not the two major parties, springing surprises, pulling crowd. Let us agree to this. And then what we have to factor in is the level of suffering we are going through has never been experienced by Nigerians since records began. And as a result, people are now asking themselves that they voted PDP in the past. No way. Some people from PDP moved to APC with some new from nowhere. They formed APC, and the APC came, things became worse. So what do? And they are now seeing a hope in Obi as a candidate. Apart from that, the man came with a clean record in terms of personal integrity. He didn't steal up till now. He's not into looting. You can't say Obi is owning this or owning that. Nobody is saying that. So the youths that are the receiving end, suffering, unemployed youths, they've identified this man as somebody who is speaking the language they understand. That's why they are following him. It is true, people will now say, oh, you have to, this is a traditional block meant for this person. Yes, we agree. But the suffering and the hunger has changed the psyche of the people into doing the unimaginable. Could you believe that the way, oh, it started again. Could you could you believe, I don't know what my internet is doing. If I'm coming out loud, let me, could you believe that
just go on?
A party will come up just without, oh, there is like the internet.
Go on.
Come up without inducing people, buying people, giving money. Yeah, you're able to sort of gather a crowd, and so whatever we are permutating, let us put the simple things, because that is what will determine where the vote will go into. Politicians in the past are always reaching a deal against themselves. You rig my side, I rig your side, or you rig your side, I rig my side, then we combine. It's not going to work anymore. It's not going to work. Somebody, even if there may be a runoff, will be.
All right. So thank you, CM. You talked to King Charles the Third. You know, they said his grace.
According
to Tinubu, they said his grace to King Charles. Yeah, Jonaba, go ahead.
Son of God, I think what Ovie is saying here, I'm not speaking for him, but that's my own understanding. It's about negotiation. It's not about giving him anything. And just like Rowan said, it's about among them, whosoever we emerge, one have to compromise. One have to give up for other one, because it's a game, and it's a game. It's politics. They all are ready to come into it with their own people besides them. The fact that we see them individually, they are sponsored by the people, and they all have people that they have to talk with. So that is it about that. And then when it comes to the issue of
what is trending in terms of how did this thing going to go to runoff, who is going to benefit from it. All depends. I believe the energy on the street is not going to amount to the PVC, even if it's people have to merit it. I think I said it the last time, people were pushing back saying, oh, why do you say that? Churches are full in Nigeria. I've seen people who came from Nigeria to worship here. When the moment they come here, they say, oh, is it God different? I say no. They say, oh, why the churches, people come to church during the week, they are very scanty. It's okay. And why is it not programmed 5 days? It's because people doesn't have job. If people really tired and work 7 hours, 8 hours, 12-hour shift, do you really have time to have a program for people for 5 days and people come to church and churches is going to be full of the people? But so the point is that all of this thing on the street, I believe there are IPC people that go to rally with the PDP. I believe there are PD people that went and rally with Labour Party. I think sometimes people invite themselves to go out. But end of the day, we're going to see who is the master behind the scene, who is the one that the generals and all of the people, the foreign interests, whosoever the package. But the package of someone that CMC have not done anything wrong is the scent of the new generation. We see how that scent work. I don't think, in my own opinion, if I'm to cast a vote, I told you if we came to Dallas, it's on to my neighbor here. I'm not going to even look outside. That's my stand. I have other people. Why should I go for a lesser devil where there are other people in that race? It's about voting with integrity. People like Sowore may not get even a vote of any of us or much as others, but people who know that I'm going to vote my conscience, I'm not going to cast my vote. You cannot just switch party, and today you say you are now a different brand in the blog, and then you are a new person, you are a savior. Why 8 years you run as a governor or a PDP, and you are a presidential vice candidate to the same person, and now today you drop from heaven. You have not been tested. You have not been in any legal thing. The Bible says that even though you do not commit it, but if you have pleasure in them that do it, it's the same. So there's no sense in nutshell, but you cannot exonerate him that, oh, he is the best candidate. The best candidates are not even known. That is the whole truth.
All right. Thank you. Let me play. Yeah. Before you speak, let me show this video. I want you to integrate this to whatever you want to say. This is the video of somebody who is also a player in these permutations.
But one person that seemed unimpressed with the Labour Party candidate is Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State. So I'd like you to react to the rather public exchange between the two gentlemen. Governor Soludo, you'll recall, described the present value of investment made by Peter Obi while he was governor as worthless. And he followed up with a very long statement attacking Peter Obi before concluding that he can never win the 2023 election. What's your take on that?
My sister, I don't know who Charles Soludo is. He's not my governor. I've never met him. Even on the streets, I don't know who Charles Soludo is. I don't know what his grass is with Peter Obi, but you know, there's a saying in the Bible that a prophet has no honor among his own people. So it could be that he knows more about Peter Obi than I do. It could be maybe when they were young, they competed over girlfriends, for example, and Peter Obi got the upper hand. It could be anything. It could be maybe they were in the same school and Peter Obi was beating him. There are so many things you get to know with somebody that you grow up together with or that you live together. I'm far away, Adamawa. I don't know why Soludo should be so bitter that he will crave the failure of his own brother in politics. That is up to him. That's up to the people of Anambra, up to the people of the Southeast to reconcile them if it is possible. But I don't care what Peter Soludo says. I'm from Adamawa State. I make my own judgment about the Peter Obi dirty, not based on what somebody from his state says. I don't know Charles Soludo. And whatever he says is his own opinion too. It's up to Peter Obi to know what to do. I don't care what Soludo says. I like the Peter Obi ticket. They present fresh air to me. They present me with hope of a Nigeria that I intend to, my children to inherit, where I intend to live. The Peter Obi gives me the ticket. What Charles Soludo believes is his own problem. When he leaves office, he will reap the benefits of his own.
All right.
Baba share. Lawal, go ahead. Go ahead, Ovie.
Let me first explain what I mean by offer to Son of God. As I said, on our politics. In politics, let me use two examples. One, that what happened before, another one, what may likely happen should this election just go one way straight. Buhari and Tinubu are able to come to agreement because, one, Buhari get 12 million followers, give or take, from the very day he decide to join politics till the day he go die. Sorry, till the day he go die, those people will be with him. That one. Tinubu coming to that agreement, he has already have the Southwest, the most important people in Southwest, take him as their leader. So that's the bargaining chips. Now, put this together already. You're already one step closer to match the party in power there. Remember, now PDP in power. Then if you have to put other components in, it's a known fact that before you actually become president, you must take these two out of these 3 states, Kano, Lagos, and Port Harcourt, right? Now, during that 2014, 2015, Amechi, what happened? Amechi was coming with Port Harcourt's vote at that time. Kwankwaso hold Kano down. You see what they bargain with. That one up one. Now, coming to this 2023 election, I said now only there's no going to be a runoff, right? Of course, somebody has to give in. Now, let me put Kwankwaso on the table. Say, okay, Kwankwaso will be the guy to actually compromise for anybody to come. Now, the question the offer now comes in that, what are you giving Kwankwaso for him to actually say, okay, yes, tell his followers to vote for you? Let's look at them one by one. Tinubu will say, yes, the game is still in for me because now we be the party in power. The only problem I have right now is because you are in the Northwest trying to take Buhari vote away from me. If you can free those people for me, I'm already in power. This is what I'm going to give you in return. This is the position I'm going to give you, and the men. This is even at the micro level. Shakaru came out and cried, the position that they promised him and his boys before he agreed to join were not met. That's why he leave. That's a bargain. Now, what's his name? Atiku can say, okay, support me. Why? Because I already get 5 governors. That's 5 states is guaranteed. And seeing you by my side, I can easily convince or yield to whatever the wicked church are demanding, and I'll get another 5 seats on my side. Now, waiting Obi go take bargain. Somebody should help me out because I don't know. If you want to bargain with the Southeast, fine. Let's give you all the 5 states in the Southwest. Put the numbers together. 3, 4 local government in Kano can put that number off easily. So no politician at this point will go to bed based on that vote. I keep saying it, but people they take me for again. Now let's come to the video that you just played, Baba Sheri Lawal. As far as I'm concerned,
Ovie, hold on. So Ovie, hold on. Okay.
Please, can I respond?
Yeah, I want to hear Ak.
Please, can I respond? Okay.
Let them respond to you about.
Please, let me respond, please.
Ak, who is speaking? I thought it was Ak.
Sorry, son of God.
Somebody's speaking.
He called my name. He called my name when he was speaking. He called my name.
Okay, all right. Son of God, 1 minute. Ak, 1 minute, and then CM 1 minute. Go ahead, son of God.
Okay. Sorry, Ak. So he was saying that I wanted to ask him a question. Does he think, after what Nigerians have been through with Buhari, is he saying if Buhari was running in this election now, the 100 million votes he had that 7 years ago, he will get that same 100 million this year? If Buhari was in this same election, after what Nigerians have passed through with him, even in the north, is he telling me now that those 100 million votes he got that last time, he will get the same number of votes today? Is that what he's saying?
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond?
No, not yet. Ak, go ahead.
Okay. Ovie, I'm still standing on my ground. You need to recalibrate your political ideology, your political view about Nigerian politics. You need to go back to history and come from there and bring it out. You see, I want to say that there are factors that brought about Buhari having that 12 million votes. And there are pillars that held Buhari like that to come forth with that 12 million votes. He did not get all the 12 million votes from the core north. I must tell you that fact. And the pillars, you have just seen one of the pillars speak now on the media. The pillars that held APC, they are all broken, they are separated. Even the PDP pillars are there. They've all splitted now. What we have is now we are on a playing ground. And he said Obi does not have anything to bring to the table. When you are coming to the table, you bring things. There is none of them that doesn't have anything to bring to the table. You are not in this political terrain that we have now. You are not saying that you are going to bring 12 million votes from this place and go. You are not sure of it because there's a new law on the ground. Tinubu has Lagos. Tinubu is not sure of your entire West. Tinubu has lost one state. He has lost one state, and he has lost two states, Ibadan and Osun. How are you sure that
Doctor, please, can I just say something quickly?
Go ahead.
I think a lot of I think we should go back to 1954 and 1956 census. I still stress this. Nigeria is the only country where, as you move away from the ocean, the population increases. This debate about 12 million and 12 million, there is a genesis to it, and I keep saying it. We are living in we continue to just look at things as it is without looking back at where the snowball actually started. The North has the strength, whether you like it or not. I don't know why you're trying to go against what Ovier is saying. Even from a historical perspective, you can even still prove what Ovier is saying very, very well. There's nothing about Kwankwaso is seen as a merger between an Aminu Kanu, a Balarabe Musa, and also looked at in that idolish way. One other thing you need to understand is that northern people is Berin Bugamana. And once they just agree in groups, right? It's done. They will face that way. One sermon will, even if they are saying obedient, one sermon from one Islamic cleric, and that's it. It goes viral, and that's it. You're done. Okay. We're looking at a system here that is based, that is handed down. The North, when it comes to politics, you have to respect them. They have, but when it comes to the South, we are more. How would I say? We allow people to have their opinions and things like that. So we have to look at it like that. That we've inherited a system that is total, that needs to be, abolished. And this is where I stand. As much as I see Obi as a very good candidate.
Right.
But hold
up, can I give my own permutation?
No. Hold on. Ak, you have two browsers open, so you're getting a lot of noise on your end. I want CM to weigh in. CM, go ahead. I will come back to you to finish up. I just want to make sure that he has no question for you. CM, if you can hear me. Okay, he's frozen. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Buhari and it's 12 million followers as a give and take. And I'm not the one saying it. This is INEC putting. So whether the population is skewed, whether it's wrong or right, those are not my words. That's INEC, right? It's already been established. Whether this followership will follow him.
CM, hold on. Let Ovie finish now.
Whether these followers will follow him to his grave or to this 2023 if it's on the ballot paper, I will say yes. Now, if I start going to what actually drive these people's votes, the ideology and everything, you will not believe me or anyway, but that's a tall order. But let me use the layman consequences of what will make them still vote for Buhari. The fact that Buhari is a Jibril who is dead will resonate on the poll that morning or a night before. You understand? They will come on to prove it to you that He is not dead. He's still alive. But as we are going to have it, it's not going to be on the poll. His voice is very important. Whoever that he say they should vote for, that's what's going to happen. But outside that, just as somebody put the context to what Konkoso stand for, those people that you are saying following Buhari, I guarantee you, the major beneficiary of that 12 million you are going to see is Alhaji Musa Konkoso. You understand? So either the numbers are right or wrong, that's a different thing. Then somebody is trying to say, oh, that those 12 million, one of the pillars that hold those 12 million together is Babachir Lawan. That's an insult. If it's the fact that it's me and you, they have one-on-one conversation, I will not go even respond. Go and check today as we speak, the last election, Babachir Lawan, despite the fact they give an AGF, he no win his ward, his own police unit, his ward, his local government, his state. It's not, is it consequential when it comes to people that can generate votes? These people don't count. That's why they laugh at them. But again, what I see playing out there when I see that man speaking, that's Atiku. That's Atiku speaking. Which now they always try to tell us here, the only way he stand a chance is to play that identity card to make sure he split the country into two, politically speaking, not against the South, Christian against Muslim, wherever you want to put it. Now, seeing this man speaking like that, the question you should be asking yourself, what is going to be the opposite reaction in the Muslim community? That's the things you should be paying attention to. So somebody is pushing this man to come and speak. And if you pay attention, less than 24 hours after he spoke, guess who come out? His twin brother, Dogara. They were the one that carried this Muslim ticket of a thing that is not go area on their head. The man come out in less than 24 hours and say, Babachir is on his own. So pay attention to what is happening. As I said, these people, everybody is exploring that fourth line. But what another thing we should actually ask ourselves is that, let me use our Southeast as an example, right? Let's say there are 10 million, say the whole South people are living in Saudi right now, there are 10 million in Nigeria, just for the sake of conversation. 3 million out of those Southeasterners are scattered around the North. Vice versa, there are a lot of millions of Northerners who are scattered around the South. They don't even understand what we are talking about. Say North no like South. They don't care. They are carrying their daily lives. This is just political rhetoric. We should stop paying attention to it. But again, it's working because we all follow these people with emotions. Guess what? Few days to election, they will come out and start saying what? If I lose, I will accept it. Oh, he's my brother. He's my friend. Blah, blah, blah. All these our ha will come down. So it is not about there's so many things you have to put into consideration before you actually make all these calls you are making. You understand? If you think the whole Southeast is going to vote for Obi, fine and good, that's great. But you should also expect the opposite reaction. You understand? If within that Southwest, which shows the larger pool of the vote, if their son is not on the ballot, it's a different game. Go back to 2014 in Lagos, Teslim Balogun, where APC had their primaries, the primary that gave Buhari his ticket. Who came second? Alhaji Musa Konkoso finished second behind Buhari. He defeated the likes of Atiku and the rest. They were all in that party, the Saraki and co. So just more to all this thing we are saying, you have to start paying attention. What are the rhetoric from 20 since Buhari took office? What has been the rhetoric from every quarter? That is what is playing out. Yes, right. Buhari failed. That does not give us the weapon to categorize anybody that is in contact with him or from your race that they failed. No, that's the biggest mistake we started this competition with, and it's going to bite us whether we like it or not. We can try to play it off. Yes, just because we are the loudest, we have the best of grammar to express how we feel on the national, doesn't mean we are winning this game. We're not. Pay attention. Where are the 17 governors that said this? The presidency must come to the South. Where are they today? They will come out in front of TV and make us proud. Guess what? They will go on and brand working for the same people they are against. So pay attention. Right. That if we cannot come together, I actually say the ticket must stay here. What makes you believe that we have advantage go into this war called election? People live. What gives us advantage? Any politician at this point? even the Tinubu himself. Tinubu spent 90% of his time in the northern space, southwest specifically, for a reason.
Okay.
Doctor, quick observation.
Yes, those people are not going to vote for APC. I agree, because if you go to all these neighbor and bordering states, they massacre them anyhow. Why would they can't seem to understand why? So yes, they will not vote for APC. That's a fact. But is it Obi they're going to vote for? Maybe if they know him, start with that first. So
okay.
What is our advantage going into this election?
Quick observation.
No, wait. Go ahead.
There's a quick observation.
I have an observation.
No. Hold on, guys.
Let me just hold this one observation.
It just been my eyes. I have an observation.
Please, you people need to understand something, please. Ovie is saying something from an angle that you shouldn't overlook. I think when you look at the comments, you begin to see people say he's confused. He doesn't know what he's saying. What he's trying to make sure that you understand what I would call the mathematics of ideology in the North. I think that's a good way of summarizing what Ovie is saying. Maybe Ovie because he's supporting Kango, so it seems like. And then one other thing is that obedience, please. Try and be objective. This is my beef with the obedience in the sense like you are too emotional. Can't you people just be objective for once? For once.
Okay.
So if somebody doesn't say something, if somebody doesn't say something,
no, please.
Can I comment? Obi spoke to me. Can I comment?
No. I have to call you before you speak.
Go back and look at the election precedents in Nigeria and sit down and do your work. What Ovie is saying, it works. It is a potential banana skin. If you people are not careful, you trip over it. Your principal is supposed to have been talking to those people in Hausa in Canada. You cannot go to Quebec and do a political rally without addressing them in French. You can't. Now, your principal hasn't even bothered to learn Hausa and speak to them. How can you then
Okay. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Mr. Scribe, come back here, please. Where are you going to? Come back here. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
17 million people who only listen to BBC Hausa. That's why
no, please.
Yeah, over 17 million people.
It's a political strategy.
Please, hold on.
It's a political strategy. You are killing your own thing.
No, wait. Everybody, hold on. Calm down, please. We are not. This is not where the election will be won. Mr. Scribe. So, where is Tinubu? Is Tinubu speaking Igbo and other languages?
No.
Hold on. Is Atiku speaking Igbo and other languages when he goes to speaking Ijo? What are you saying?
No. What am I?
No, wait. What do you mean when you say?
Wait. It's passive connotations that I'm implying on here.
Now, you said that Obi should be. Wait.
Let me explain.
Go ahead.
Let me explain. Go ahead. Along ideological lines, right? If you are a northerner and you're going to look at if you are a northerner or a Nigerian, or what in that false sense of Nigeria, if you're going to look, let me give you an example. If you go to Abuja to go and look for contracts, most people know that a very viable strategy is to go and get a northern friend who has connections in high places, and the person connects you. Now, this is where I'm coming from, right? This is known. If you know people who chase contracts, this is a proper strategy that they use. Now, when you apply that same logic into this thing, why then is an OB, if the North is not relevant, why then has an OB gone into the core of the North and gotten a dirty? So now my proposition and this thing is that, look, you don't overlook what Ovie is saying. There is
wait. Do you understand? Wait, Scribe. I asked you a question. Do you think that it's proper for you to propose that a particular candidate will go and learn a different language to appeal to
absolutely
people?
If I was in his
and the other people,
if I was in his campaign team, I would be for Obi to win. I'm telling you, try it. If Obi today goes on a jingle and speaks Hausa Watch the reaction.
All right.
I'm telling you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Wait.
That's not going to guarantee anything.
I'm surprised. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Everybody, hold on. Anything at all.
No, hold on, son of God. Hold on, everybody. Man of prestige. Wait, hold on, Viet. Hold on. Man of prestige. Say something. I know I've left you.
Thank you. I finally got it.
We have to spread it out a little bit.
Before I begin, I took an offense to what Mr. Scribe said, that your obedience are very emotional. Why we have a right to be emotional? So why would you say that? I mean, we can insult people and they have insulted us, to begin with. So it's vice versa. We haven't hurt anybody. That's the main thing. Don't go hurt anybody. We have a right to be emotional like everybody. So definitely you took an offense to that. But having said that,
I apologize if you take an offense to it.
But anyway, thank you for that.
I really apologize on that context.
Let me go to my own permutation. This is my own personal opinion. So everybody has right. I mean, we have no vote. So we can say here permutate all we want. The electorate in Nigeria, we decide. I'm going to Nigeria during, not during the election, maybe next month, but I'm not going to vote. So I'll be back before the election to begin with. So let me proceed. This is my own personal opinion, from what I've been, hearing. I have some people in the north and everybody, so what I'm hearing. It's going to be very tight. But on final analysis, I think Obi is going to pull it out. And if it doesn't, it might go to the second round. This is where I'm coming from. Obi is going to win the popular vote. There's no doubt about it. Anybody can bet me. Whether he's going to win or he's not going to win, Obi is going to win the popular vote. But where the problem lies is getting that winning 24 out of 36 states. Like the permutation said, this is my personal opinion. He's going to win a lot of the south, east, and get the 25% he won from the southwest. Lagos State, I'll give it to Tinubu, but it's not going to be overwhelming like people think, because PDP is still very relevant in that state. And of course, obedience. There's a lot of obedience in Lagos State. So this is going to come close. Second, I mean, I will give to, in my own opinion, I will give Tinubu about 37 to 40%, and will be right there, 30, at least 25%, 30%, or going close. Atiku, I don't know, 20%, 10%, because he's still relevant in that area. Go to North Central. Obi, I'm not sure about Kwara State and Kogi State, but he's gonna get 25%. But winning it, I don't know. So he's gonna be close to 24. I don't know how that's gonna happen. If I'm just staying here, I'm just speculating that's how that's gonna happen. So that's where he may have a problem getting that 25%. So I don't know the role the Northern Christian is gonna play. What Babatia Lawa said, I mean, you may like him or hate him. The Northern Christians, they have been a lot. I don't know what's the population ratio, whether it's 60 to 30. They have been a lot. They normally follow the Northern, the North, they both know. But this time, I think religion will play a very good factor because of what they have been through in recent years. Like I said, what they call the Shea Baba, which is what's his name, Buhari supporter. I mean, they didn't make him the president. I mean, he got most of their vote, but what made him the president was some of the 25% he got in the South. Of course, the West voted for him. So that's how he became the president. So that's going to be limited, and that's where Kwankwaso will come in. Because I spoke to somebody in Kwankwaso. Obi is familiar with the guy. He's very privy about what's happening in the north. Kwankwaso is going to make Kwankwaso is going to surprise people. He's not going to win. He may probably going to come fourth, or whatever. I don't know, but he's going to surprise a lot of people. But definitely, he's going to win Kanu. I don't know, it might be up to 50% or more. So that area will be split. The way I'm looking at the northern space, the losing candidate is going to be, I'm not talking about North Central, I'm talking about Northwest and Northeast. The losing candidate is going to be PDP. I mean, it's going to be APC. Because it's going to be PDP and Kwankwaso. They're going to dominate in that area. I give an A to Kwankwaso. So people don't be surprised. I'm giving an A to Kwankwaso from what I've been hearing. So that's the way it's going to be. But it's going to be very tight. And if you go to runoff, my runoff, if I have to predict my runoff, it's going to be between Obi and Atiku. And Kwankwaso and Tinubu are going to have to play a role, So it's going to be who, how is he going to play? And I see Kwankwaso, if he wants to be president the next 8 years or 4 years, he has to converse with somebody from the south. Tinubu is not going to be in contention because it's going to be in the two that came up on top. That's where Kwankwaso might align with Tinubu because the next time it's going to be his turn. That's the way I'm looking at it. But what do I know? Is this just my own permutation? Okay, from what I've been seeing in the political
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Let me. I know. I see Ovianak. Hold on. Before I come to two of you, let me hear from Austin. Austin has not said anything in a while. Austin, go ahead. You have your permutation or no?
So for me, if I see what is happening throughout, I think that Obi has patches of votes here and there. There's one thing that usually I'll always say, unite people, and that's suffering and hunger. Hunger and suffering have united the people. And so as I said, me, I like to be very objective. I like to listen to everybody. When I listen to people speak online, listen to the people on ground, listen to the politicians when they speak on channels, TV, Rise TV. The way I'm saying, as time goes on, some of them enter into the obedient channel. They enter into the obedient channel. And it goes right deep into the north. Then let's go to the second part of trying to learn how to speak Hausa to speak to the north. I don't think that is really feasible. It doesn't work. That is, they can speak in the local language. So if we go for maybe let's say we go for a rally, if Obi speaks in English, that is a local person. He can speak in the local language there. The same thing happens when it comes to the east or to the west. We have people who can always speak in that direction. So I don't see why it is imperative, why you must speak the local language for you to win votes.
Okay, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Western Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Northern Nigeria. Go back in your history and check the effect of his language.
Yes, I don't think that is
the context of what I'm saying. Go back in history and check it.
It will always push this direction.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We'll let one person speak. But go ahead. Finish up, Austin.
Okay, let me just end up. I don't think it's that imperative. Yes, it may say that speaking the local language means you identify with us. There's something in this contemporary Nigeria, others will make it such a way that you want to speak in this language because you want to get something from us. So there are too many permutations. And if you ask me, I don't think speaking in Hausa will be okay. That he can do the local speaking in the local language in the north.
When you speak to a man in a language he understands, you speak to his head. When you speak to a man in his own native language, you speak.
Can I address that language?
Nnamdi Azikiwe use this, NCNC use this in their political strategy, and they were very, very successful, right? Please.
Mr. Scribe, just accept this thing is not.
No, let me just wait. Let me just tell Mr. Scribe something. He reads history and he says things, but sometimes he misses it. So Nnamdi Azikiwe did not learn Hausa so that he could speak Hausa as a campaign strategy. He was born in Zungeri.
No, yeah, he was born.
So it's a natural thing for him. So it's not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was an advantage for him.
I know, and I'm just saying. So it's a different thing if you know how to speak the language and you speak it, then you learn that because you want to go and run for election or you want to appeal to people. Anyway, all right. Who did I say I'm going to? Sammy, are you team that did you change to Sammy or you're a new person?
Sammy? No, I'm new person. Yeah.
Oh, new person. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. You look like Tim. There was one team that joined us. I'll come to you, but let me get Ak to say something in over here. Ak, go ahead.
First of all, I have to clear some certain issue. We shouldn't bring tribalism. The issue of language brings about tribalism, and tribalism has made you and I not to get our right position in Nigeria. That is why we shift out of Nigeria and came to a land where we can have the opportunity. The opportunity has been taken away from because of tribalism, and you are now standing on the platform of tribalism to do your politics. There's something in the history that needs to be corrected, and this has been corrected. And we are the generation that have corrected it. You cannot drive us back to that history, and that's all. When I made a permutation about how they are going to the demographic is going to look like, people thought I was joking. The North is going to be splitted. The 12 million vote will no longer come in. It cannot come in again because poverty, killings in the North have really, broke that thing, that broken that block. We cannot stand on that premises any longer. We have to rethink. We have to read the mindset and read the new political environment now. In the Southwest, the APC cannot come forth with a group permutation again because they've already lost 2 states. And the five in the South, the 5 Gs, what they call the 5 governors, have split that, have broken that barrier of the PVP. There's a problem in PVP which is going to really play a very big role in the Eastern Bloc. The Eastern Bloc is definitely going to be OB. I can bet my money on that. The Eastern Bloc is going to be OB. The Southern Bloc, the South Bloc is going to be OB. OB is going to win the South. It might not be 60%, but OB is going to win the South. Why? The Port Harcourt axis is going to give OB the block vote. The Edo axis is going to give OB the block vote. The Delta, let me tell you one thing. I made a survey. I spoke to a very PDP call in Nisoko in Delta State. Now that's the interior now, the riverine side, Nisoko. And they said they are going to give the vote to PDP as a governor, while OB is going to get the presidency. They've already campaigning it already. They are campaigning it already, and it has gone so far. That is why I'm telling you, because I was once into politics in Nigeria. I was a PDP member. And I know how Jagaban win election. That is why I'm telling you that Jagaban will take Lagos. Jagaban will buy people conscience, and Jagaban will manipulate conscience. He will take Lagos. But when it comes to spreading the maneuvering in other Western states, Jagaban has lost a lot of, even most of the APC people, they know that Jagaban is not really right for them, but they cannot say it out. Jagaban has lost a lot. So OVA, I think, let me, one point, please. OVA is still standing under the premises of those days of Nigerian politics, which has led us to where we are now. Because if you are not passionate about what is happening in Nigeria, then you don't want Nigeria to progress. I am telling you the fact. You should be passionate about what is happening in Nigeria. You should pull out from those old things and take PDP and APC out of this issue. Because what OVA is saying now, OVA is promoting that APC will win the election. I'm telling you the fact. He just put Kwakwanso picture there. OVA is for APC. I'm not being personalistic, but from what OVA is talking, OVA is for APC. It's a clear fact.
For APC.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Please, can I say something?
No, hold on. I know there are a lot of people that joined us. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, okay? I'll get Ovia to respond. We wanted to change topic long ago, so but someone said Ovia has something on me. That's why I'm always following.
Yeah.
So I want Ovia to respond, and then we welcome the people that joined us.
All that politics.
I also wanted us to talk about.
Politics in Nigeria should grow. We want Nigeria to be great.
Please, let's okay. Ovia, just 1 minute, and then we welcome the new people that joined us.
All right. Mama say, "Would they cry the sea road?" So I'll leave that at that. Talking about Buhari and language. Sorry, that is it compulsory? No, it's not compulsory for you to learn Hausa before, But it's if you can, it is very necessary if you can, and I'll tell you why. Right. Let me start from the recent. Stripe was going back to history too far. Recent one, the last poll that came out that put COB ahead. There's something that people did not pay attention to. That there are about 38% of people in the north that does not understand or speak English. They only speak Hausa language. There are about 8% of the southwest, the Yorubas, who doesn't either speak English or speak or understand English. Now, that if you want to win as in this competition, if you have a grasp of Hausa, one or two things very important. To pay attention to Starboy, likes of what's his name, Oshibanjo. Period to the primaries, he was dancing around with some Yoruba, some Hausa words anytime he's speaking the north, right? But most importantly, pay attention.
And then he won.
No, I'm just saying, see, there are about 17 million people who their primary source of information now Hausa language. About 17 million people. Again, when Buhari was to announce his running mate, Oshibanjo, 2015, where he go? BBC Hausa. There's a reason for that. It's not necessary, it's not important. If you can, it is very important. There are no things you must do, but if you look at how it's advantage, a huge advantage. Huge advantage.
All right. Please. So Ovia, let's move on. Thank you so much. Son of man, I know you didn't get a chance.
So you didn't allow me to say anything.
Ogarudo, you guys have marginalized me completely, honestly. You guys have
I thought you were busy. Rohan, I thought you were busy. Oh, I'm sorry, Rohan. Rohan, all right, you have the floor.
Rohan, that's like a marijuana.
I was trying to get to the new people and welcome them. I see new faces I've not seen before.
Very good. You almost allow them to come in. Allow them to. Yeah.
Rohan, go ahead.
Happy that they are here. Let them see something.
Okay. All right. Sammy, welcome to the show.
Thank you, brother.
Sammy, do you mind telling us where you're joining us from? We do this because sometimes people have internet problem like CM. We pity them if they live in a poor country or where there's no electricity. You know, I'm just kidding. Do you mind telling us where you're joining us from?
I'm joining from Italy.
Okay, good. You're in the West. Now, welcome to the show. One man, welcome to the show.
Yes, good to be here. I was listening, but I could just not abide with the wild flight of fancies that I was, having to listen to. So I thought I'd come in and infuse a little bit of sanity, just bring it down. The audience running away, running away.
All right, thank you. We'll get to that. We want to hear from you, and sanity, that's what we want, Most Law, welcome to the show. I can't hear you, Most. You have to unmute yourself. Most Law, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good. We can hear you.
All right. I'm here in Lagos.
Oh, you're in Lagos. We give priority to people in Lagos, in Africa, in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome.
Okay, so what we're going to do, I wanted us to talk about the World Cup. Nobody wants to talk about it. Obviously, the people watching the World Cup are not here watching us. So, but let's give the people who just joined us opportunity to talk about all the issues we've discussed. So we talked about no, hold on. I'll call on everybody. Don't worry. You don't have to raise your hand. I'll call on you guys. We talked about the oil in the north. We talked about what was the second topic?
Tinubu's speech.
Tinubu in Lagos, the event in Lagos today. So, Sammy, you go first. Sammy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. I will limit it to 2 minutes.
I joined the program because of what Mr. Scrab was talking before. So
okay, you can also take on him. Yeah, go ahead.
I was angry hearing it from him that obedience should take it easy, that like they are too emotional. So I don't know if the country is living, if it's happy the condition Nigeria is now. Because if Nigeria is okay, like me, I will stay in my country and make it more better, or even my community. So it was not okay. That is why I came. I passed through Libya, so I'm not happy. So was saying obedience is too emotional. That is not the rightful way for you to say it, because you can say that everyone after politics there is a life after politics, that everybody should take it easy. Don't say obedience should take it easy. They are too emotional. No, we are fighting for how will I said it, a good state that everyone. Like me, I have a family here, so how can I say that I'm going to Nigeria with my family, afraid of Boko Haram, afraid of all these things of like a story that came out, is it this year or last year, that a woman came with Nigeria with his family, that they kidnapped all of them, and they said that they want to rape his daughter. The woman said that I will sacrifice myself. Sacrifice himself, and then rape them, and then also collect millions from them before they let them go. So hearing that is not a good sign that you say somebody is emotional. We are emotional because we are fighting for a right. So you haven't seen any obedience that they said that maybe because we are supporting on that, they start fighting you, they start destroying your team. Obedience is not like that. So concerning also the language that they are talking about, for somebody to hear Hausa, Nigeria is not Hausa language. It's not Hausa country or Yoruba country. We are citizens. So I'm from Edo State. So what about other people in Edo who cannot speak, even cannot speak pidgin? How can you communicate with them? So for me, what I will say, my contribution over that is that everyone is his family need to call his brothers and explain to them why they need to support we that stay in diaspora, that we need that this is the reason why they need to vote so and so. So that is it. And those people in Nigeria also obedience in internet, that for their right also using their language and everything. So I believe that one will also help. And if you also look at internet, some people sacrifice their money, their time to go to some community or this not you are saying to tell people that who are you going to vote, and this is the reason why you need to vote. So it doesn't matter that because that.
Sammy, thank you. I gave you 3 minutes. I
already apologized, and I'm sorry. It probably didn't reflect exactly what I'm saying by me saying emotional. I don't know if you've watched some of my presentations here about how I likened some of the energy behind the obedient movement to what happened during the Bolshevik Revolution, and that is the context within which I am now pointing to, and saying that there should be caution applied within the obedient movement, because there's a next thing you can push something and your real aim will turn into something. If you study the likes of Oliver Cromwell, his last words before he died is that I became what I fought against, and that is the context within which I made such statements. But howbeit, sometimes when you are saying something, the energy might be misplaced, and I apologize for that.
All right,
and I'm not an IPOB member, by the way. I'm just a guy who's just advocating for justice. I didn't
even call you to speak, and you went.
Oh, sorry, sir. Oh, I thought I could respond to him. I apologize.
All right. One man, you're next. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you for having me. I did say I wasn't actually intending to come on, but just some wild flight of fancy that I was having to listen to. I just thought maybe, just pop in. And just as I was waiting, still the parallel between the Bolshevik Revolution and the obedient movement is just part of the wildness that I'm talking about. It's just wild. It's just wild stuff. But let's start it off from oil being discovered in commercial quantity, by the way. The oil in Gombe, they estimate a billion barrels. So that is certainly always good news. So that's good news. And it only adds to the greater wealth of the Nigerian state, that if it is for the Nigerian state and they don't keep it to themselves in the way they are keeping the gold to themselves, they've got emerald in the north, that they keep to themselves. So if that is part of the commonwealth of the Nigerian state, then that's a greater thing. But what really made me come on is that one of your panelists was permutating that Peter Obi will win by a comfortable margin. And I'm not quite sure that this is something that should be said in public, because there's nothing to suggest. I mean, what suggests that Peter Obi will win? The permutation of the Nigerian political space is that the very likelihood is that Tinubu would win. The very likelihood is that Atiku will come second, but the margin between Tinubu and Atiku will be comfortable enough for it not to be legally overturned. And then Kwakwanso will come third by virtue of the numbers that he commands in the north. Obi will come a sizable fourth, a respectable fourth. But from that fourth position, he can then build to become a political entity. The Peter Obi political trajectory for the future is that he will gather what he gets in February, form a political mass, and then with that political mass, he will negotiate with other power brokerage spaces within the Nigerian space to form a greater mass to then try and tackle the Aso Rock seat. So please, if you have any thoughts that Peter Obi is going to be sitting on any seat in Aso Rock, go and take a cold shower and go back to bed. It's just wild. It's almost unfathomable. And all of this stuff about Tinubu, and you stand guilty of this as well, Rufus, because this is not the first time I've seen you do it. You do it you did it with the Bula Balu and all of that, where you clip out of context for the delight of your audience. I know that that is where the market is at the moment, that people launch at the obedience because, you know, they seem somewhat gullible to that sort of baking that people wave at them. But you, as a journalist, you must have context to what you do, and you stand equally guilty in this instance as well. People be bribes. If they pay, and you've seen clips as well. So don't deny it, Rufus.
One man, hold on,
Time off.
I've never had so much. I've never had so much rubbish in my life.
Who is
absolute rubbish?
Nobody should speak. Nobody should speak. I call you, then you speak. All right. One man, I'm happy you are here because the last time you were here, I just want to ask you a few questions. I do that every now and then. I wanted to know, last time you were here, the impression you gave about P2B. I know it's been weeks. Have you seen any change, anything to change your mind about his campaign or his approach?
I think his campaign and his approach is very apt for the end result. The end result of this whole P2B thing is going to land in that essay that Charles Soludo wrote, where he said that because politics in Nigeria is about ethnic negotiations. Buhari found that out much to his chagrin. From 1999 all the way to 2014, he had to come to the table in order to seize position. Tinubu found that out much to his chagrin all the way through. Anyway, he's always known that. So that's how politics of the Nigerian
state. I got that.
You it's going to land him in the Soludo essay, and then he will build his from there.
No, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me one more question for you.
Can I say something?
No. Nobody says anything.
All right.
Until I call you. Okay. One last question. Since we spoke, since you came here last time, have you seen anything of concern to you about the Tinubu's campaign?
The only thing that concerns me is the handlers of Tinubu, because they seem to be giving they are essentially throwing red meat to the carnivores. They throw red meat to the carnivores, and of course, you've been to a zoo, you throw red meat and the lions charge. So they should manage his public utterances and not have him be as frontal in the manner that he has done, in order to remove all this bulubala that the people seem to entertain themselves with and all of that Agbado narrative. And he should be having like town hall meetings with serious people where intelligent conversations take place, and then he should permutate his politics that way. That was what Buhari did in 2014 and 2015. Tinubu, an eminently more credible person than Buhari in terms of cranial functioning and global outlook, so he can manage that space. But the more Tinubu is prone to gaffes. He always has. Tinubu has never been he's prone to gaffes. So he will always make a gaffe, and of course, the obedience pays meat and drink to them.
Okay, thank you, woman. I will come back to you if we have time. You can hang out. Musklaw, welcome to the show.
Goodbye now to free up the space for somebody else. Good to be here. Thanks, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much, one man. Musklaw, welcome to the show.
My God.
Musklaw, you have to unmute yourself. I know, we'll come back to you. Don't worry.
All right, hello.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're in Lagos. So
if truly politics, I'm in Lagos. Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to the event today?
I watched it from house.
Okay. So what are people saying?
I watched
people impressed?
Sir, if truly politics is local, let's start from there. APC at present have 22 governors. Those 22 governors have chairman, have every structure in their state. They will fold their hands and allow someone that have no councillor in their state to come and win the state. Let me tell you one funny thing you don't know. To an average Hausa man, when Buhari name is mentioned, the case settled. Let's leave noise out of it. Everyone have to work very hard. Otherwise, Tinubu will take more than 50% of that vote. Everyone have to work very hard to go. Do you think the man that lead all this what is it, Hula Balu and so on and so forth? The man on a daily basis keep consulting those that matter in politics every day, running from Gombe to Zamfara and so on and so forth. This is how politics is played. It's not played on social media. You can stay there and call him all sorts of names, just like the way they call him all sorts of names before primaries. And during the primary, he cleared more than 50%. The same name calling now. Election will come, election day. After election, realize that politics is not played by emotion. Let me, what is it called? PDP with 13 governors, 13 good governors. Obi should even be praying to win Southeast, because at the moment, there is no governor in Southeast that is on his side. No senator in Southeast that is on his side. Not even rep that is on his side. That speaks a lot of volume. Anyone can be in Jamaica, America, and say whatever. Politics is local. Those that are playing the politics, they are at home. We just have to note that, so that at the end of the day, we will not kill ourselves of unnecessary BP. Politics is local, and whoever that want to play it must play it locally. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Most Law, for your contribution. All right, so let me go back to Son of God. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll just see. I was just about to log off actually. Right. So now it's all well and good. You know, a lot of people come in. I think the last man that just came, what's his name? Is it one man? I think he just came to entertain us a little bit and then leave, because he didn't even stay long. He just came here, dropped a few things, get everyone going, and then he leaves. And I think this is what a lot of these APC people do. You know, they're still living in this world where they think everything is still the way it is. If I respect everyone's opinion, and the man that just spoke, I think Moslow was saying that everybody has to work, and I think there's no doubt that the person that is working the hardest, that we can visibly see, is the Labour Party. He's the one that's walking around. He's going to meet every single person. He's going to even groups that other people don't even want to go to. Yesterday he was with the Institute of Architects in Calabar. He's going to places that even other people are not going. So he's putting in the work. So when you say people have to work, he's working. The people like APC and PDP, they think is their right. You know, Tinubu is coming from this angle where he thinks this is my right. He's just like the pressman was saying. He feels that he's the one that determines what happens. And when people say that politics is local, I agree. But what they forget is that many of these people who will have all these councillors, like someone like Peter B will say, a man will become a councillor. The next day, he has a Prado Jeep. He buys one for his wife. He buys one for his son. And the people in his constituency are not able to eat one meal. Okay? The people that is meant to serve are not able to eat one meal. But every member of his family are living the way they want to live. The same man will now come back. What people forget is that Buhari has helped Nigeria in a massive way. The way he has helped Nigeria is that he has brought poverty so much that if people don't want to learn their lesson, if people have suffered to the point is that if they don't want to learn their lesson yet, then it's up to them. That's what people don't put that in. They keep talking about 2015. Oh, this man has block vote of 100 million. This man has. This is all more. People are suffering now. People are suffering. So when you talk about councillor or this councillor, those councillors are not feeling it. The councillor, Peter Obi always says something very, very simple. The Hausa man, is he buying bread cheaper? The APC man, is he buying bread cheaper? than the other party. People are suffering. So when you say the councillor is going to tell me who to vote for, the governor, is it governor that collects billions every day and eats? Is that the one that will tell people? People are now wiser. I'm not saying that money will not play a role, but right now, if these people were so sure, do APC ever, even Tinubu, did he go to the Southeast when he was campaigning to get the ticket? He doesn't consider the Southeast as a place that actually he has to go to. But he's beginning to feel, okay, I need all the votes I can get. So he's going everywhere now. If he was so confident, he will not be, there's no how he will go to the Southeast. They know that there's pressure now for them to do stuff. So people should stop using those old permutations. Oh, this and this and this. Things are different. But do you know what? P2B was saying on a Twitter space that I was on a few days ago. Was it last week? He was saying, somebody was asking him about negotiating or something like that. He said, if Nigerians like, let them vote for a goat. It's okay. It's not a problem. P2B has nothing to lose. If he loses himself, people are saying he's going to form a party. He's not going to form any party. He will just pick his wife and go back to the UK and go and relax. The man doesn't have anything to lose at all. He's got nothing to lose. It's up to Nigerians.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's welcome new people that joined us. Mike, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Good day.
Who's a welcome to the show?
People under Meji, good day.
Yeah. Dr. Dominic, welcome to the show. All right. So what do we do now? Dr. Dominic, you go, start.
Let me listen a little bit because I watched it earlier, but I don't know where you guys are at this point.
Okay. We want to move on to the World Cup, but nobody wants to talk about it. I guess the people here are political animals. Let's continue. Ak, go ahead.
I have been enjoying this thing. Let me downplay a little. Let everybody laugh a little bit. Mr. John Abba, you look like Dati, the vice president of a Labour Party. You look like, I'm just seeing him in you. I don't know how it is. I'm just saying that in you. I don't know. The way you dress, your body hug shirt, man, you just look like him. That's the way you dress too. When he's in school, yeah. So you see that? Let me go further. You see the guy, the one man that came in the other time. I've met him in a lot of spaces. He bring out this political jagabuski. I call it jagabuski, and just go. You see, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in a comfortable place. I left Nigeria. I've been in National Association of Nigerian Students, an advisor to the president, Ken Enshon. Before I led with my team, led the deputy president of Edo State. We led him into power in Bauchi. I was there. I was a senator. So when they come and say all sorts of things, I've lived in poverty. I have come out of poverty. I brought myself here. So I know what it takes. If Nigerians are there sitting in their zone and try to see that we in the diaspora, we are not seeing anything. Nigeria is like a football pitch. The person playing the football does not know what it is, what is the mistake is doing. But we are we are sitting at the crowd now. We are saying, no, go this way, go that. It is because we know what is going to happen. Let me say something now. People are saying Obi is Nigeria is like, I keep on saying that Nigeria, a lot of people are still in the diaspora of old system. If you don't believe in change, then why do you call on God to change your life? What I'm seeing is there's a change in the political atmosphere of Nigeria. Either you like it or not, either you want to take it or not, that's your own. If I want to make a categorical statement here. If Nigerians don't know what is coming after them, if we continue in this atmosphere of saying, oh, let my brother, now my turn, now from Hausa, now from North, look, what America has said will happen. And it's not going to happen by sitting on a round table, my brother. It's going to happen where we'll see people crying. We are seeing death all over the north. It's going to come to the south. And you see, don't think that the man from the west will solve the problem. Don't think that the man from the north will solve the problem. The person that will solve the problem is for us to change the political atmosphere of Nigeria and start on a very good platform. A man that comes to the picture and say the solution, not a man that plays to the regalia of the northern caliphate or whatever caliphate or the western, whatever it is. So we have to be very clear and objective on this platform. Do you want Nigeria to change? If you want Nigeria to change, look at the personality that is bringing forth the change, what he wants to do. Not the man that's saying he wants this, he wants that man is this, that man is a custom officer, is this, that man is that. No, let us speak to people the solution to Nigerian problem. But we are coming out, when APC people come out here, I know. When they disguise, I know. Because I've been following them in the political atmosphere, and that's all. I'm an obedient. I know why I wasn't for obedient before. I was for Atiku. But when I saw obedient, Obi convinced me beyond reasonable doubt. Before our home was split. My wife was for Obi, I was for Atiku. But Obi convinced me because I wanted to hear more from him. But I heard from him. He convinced me. That was why I shifted myself to become obedient or whatever because I know it's driving a course for a true change in the political atmosphere. If you don't don't vote for Obi, you will see. That's how we did Buhari. We said change. He made a change. Yes, he made a change and made us more poorer. And look, Nigeria is not poor yet. Let another person come. When you are going to 1 million, you won't see. Let me see if Nigeria will change. Obi will come back Obi will do his trade. He will go to UK and sit and start looking at them. Let your game play. Let us choose going to be the winner in football where we have 12-12. Nigerians, we in diaspora, we are comfortable. We should start speaking on the truth. Send the message. Don't be related. Don't be slow in sending the message of change. Don't stand in the gap of all this. Don't stand at the back of all this political oligarch and start supporting that this man. Let us change the narrative. Let us speak to the hearts of our brother. From here in the United States, I'll be able to capture more than 2,000 voters that will vote Obi. From here to Benin, I'm a Benin boy. From here to Benin, we are doing something. We are spending our money there. If you people do not see a change, if people do not believe in change, and you keep on following the old political oligarch, then we keep on receiving the same result. God bless everyone. God bless Nigeria. And God bless Mr. Obi for bringing himself out for us to see who is who among you, who wants to elevate Nigerians from the poverty, ravishing state to a place where they can have hope. Let's have hope. It is hope. Hope. A man that has hope can see the future. A man that doesn't have hope but believe that his own brother, because he's from Southwest, we give him food. It's a lie. My people say, oh, your barrier, your house, now you will kill you, not the outsider. And God bless everyone here. If we have to continue in the euphoria of supporting PDP, I am a strong PDP member. I'm a secretary of my local government, secretary, before I move out. I know what it is. If you don't know the political terrain, you speak from your comfort zone and you believe that you can say whatever you want to say, that is for you. If you believe that you can open the books and start reading, I have been in the practical side. I have been in the violent side. In National Association of Nigerian Students, it's typically violent. So I've been there. I know what it is. If Nigeria wants this, let them take it. And I must tell you, categorically clear, the next president of Nigeria, if it's not a man that wants to change the atmosphere, if it's a man from the old gang, my brother, we are going to move to a level whereby United Nations will bring food to us to eat. I stand my ground and I will come back here and say the same thing. I'll tell you people. That's all right. I've got to say.
Thank you so much. I want a few people who've been here who may want to give room for some other people to do so. Then I welcome the new people to speak. But Jonathan, you want to say something?
Yeah, since my brother in my neighborhood mentioned my name, you are welcome to for us to have a coffee in Starbucks. That's
Yes, so we need
uh,
to have it.
yeah, and thank you. It's money well invested for the next round, not this round. I'm sorry. Um, having said all of that, is that I'm going to exit for someone to come. End of the day, we all want Nigerian to move forward. We all want a better state for ourselves. We are just speaking to the reality, the political demography of Nigeria. And some of you, I have respect for you, you travel from the maybe Benin, Delta State, you come to Lagos and you fly to abroad. You have not, even when they tell you we have 36 states of Nigeria, we don't understand where the Gawa come from. We don't understand where Nasarawa come from. We don't understand how Yobe was created. I understand that you are just getting involved in the now politics, but the politics you are getting involved have existed for so many years. So now that you are trying to catch up with the present politics, is you have to build that foundation, and that foundation Obi is making a changes, speaking to the new movement, but I personally don't believe that that movement will catch fire now. And I'm praying that end of the day, we all have to calm down our rhetoric so that after the election, we can go to the drawing board and we can move Nigeria to another direction. Because if you say that, oh, if the next president is not to be, you're already inciting violence if it is not be. So let us calm down. Voice matters. Our opinion matter. Public people are watching us around the world. Let's see how it play out. After we all have prayed, we say, let the will of God be done, right? So let the will of God be done. I'll see you end of the program where I will rant about my brother. God bless.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Just to mention that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Professor Obi Iwanyanwu joining us. For those who do not know him, Obi Iwanyanwu is the author of several books. One of them is Igbos of Northern Nigeria. So he's going to talk to us about the role of writers in this political arrangement. All right, so if you can join us, that would be good to join us tomorrow at 10:30. Dominic, are you ready, or should I go to
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah, I can talk. Well, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, depending on where you are. I wanted to talk about a few things. I think I saw you guys were talking about oil being discovered in the north, and someone mentioned something about jealousy and or whatnot, and how Southerners have been responding to oil being found in the north. Well, here's my opinion. If we haven't been able to manage the oil properly, and it has been a curse to the people of the South, I hate using that word South because I just see it as a political term. If it has been a curse for the people of the South, it has brought nothing but lack of health. It has destroyed the ecosystem. It has pretty much there's nothing. The oil has gained nothing for the people of the South except enriching the governors, enriching the North, and enriching the politicians. It has brought nothing but corruption. And so, why would I now learn of oil being discovered in the North and be happy about it? Because guess what? It's going to be a cost for those people in the North. I'm not saying it as I'm not a pastor, so like John Abba, so I'm not making any predictions. All I'm saying is, if you could not manage the oil that you had for how many years now, 50 something years, and it has brought nothing but anarchy and destruction and lack of and disunity, and has not helped Nigeria. Nigeria is at its knees, and it's one of the poorest countries in the world, even below India, common India. How then do you expect oil being found or not to be a blessing? Of course, it's going to end up being the same thing, right? I remember a few shows ago, someone was talking about Biafra, and something I always say when people talk about Biafra is, when you create Biafra, right? I'm digressing a little bit, but try to understand my point. You create Biafra, guess what? All those crooks that you are, vehemently against, who are from the original Biafra, they will all come home with you. If you create Oduduwa, all those crooks will go home to you. So therefore, if you find oil in the north and you expect it to be sort of blessing, guess what? All those people that are in the PDP and APC that has brought nothing but destruction and pain for Nigerians will still go and manage the oil back then and not. So I don't see it being a blessing. I think it's going to end up being a curse. I quite frankly think in this modern society where we are focusing on renewable energy, right? People are still backwards and thinking about oil. It's a waste of time. You should be trying to develop the land, working in agriculture. Agriculture is the new thing that is coming up right now. Mechanized agriculture. That's things that we should focus on. There's a lot of fertile land in the north. I think I've heard Obi even speak about it. Or whether or not he speaks about it, this is something that's a fact. There's a lot that can be gained, right? Most basins that used to have rivers, are going to end up having oil anyways. If you think about the chemistry of it, so Chad Basin, I'm pretty sure has oil. I don't know if it's something that has been discovered or not. So, but for someone who is thinking about the future, you're thinking about renewable energy, you're thinking about the sun in the north and how to harness that. Some people are thinking about how they go and tap oil. Look at, I keep mentioning this show, Chad has more, Lake Chad has more than dried up. Is what is it now? Left like less than 20% of what used to be there in 1960 is what is there now, and people are thinking about oil, right? So sometimes when I think about what the way Nigerians think and the way oppositions think, it's very disappointing. So one thing I wanted to mention is what Tinubu said. When I was watching that, I mean, I understand that in the political season, people are going to, have the tough talk and things like that. But what it reminded me is this: if these politicians don't have respect for themselves, and every once in a while people are saying the obedience are very rambunctious, they don't have respect, how do you expect the young ones to have respect for each other or have respect for you? Quite honestly, I think in this political season, the biggest mistake we will make is to focus on respect. I think that is the undoing of APC. I think personally, what happened in the background was that at some point, Tinubu is talking about Emiloko, and for some reason, I don't know. I'm not gonna blame. I'm not gonna speculate that there was any backroom there, but I suspect that something must have happened. There was this sense of okay, maybe it's his turn. People are trying to respect the elders, whatever, and they gave him power. See, the president is one of the most important roles in Nigeria, and whoever is the president will decide whether or not your relations are going to be alive or dead, right? And so, I'm sure that there are people who are in the NSAS movement whose parents must have voted for Buhari, right? If their parents knew now that this tragedy would befall their children, would they have accepted all whatever money they were paid or the bag of rice? Would those parents have said, "Oh, we know Buhari, let us respect the people who have experience. You children don't know anything. Vote Buhari," instead of voting for someone who's younger, right? They would always tell you in Igbo language, right? What an elder sees sitting down, if a child stands up, that child will not be able to see it. They use all this old mindset to kind of depress the youth. So I just want to talk about the oil, the respect for elders, even in these times of corruption. And the third thing I'm going to say is this: Nigeria has, at certain points in time, have had opportunities to change, and we haven't made good use of it. When Sani Abacha died, it was a new time for Nigeria to have a fresh experience. And look at what happened. The old political mind stepped in. They were like, okay, the Southwest was supposed to be there because of Abiola. It was taken away from them. And so they brought a crook who is a former soldier, right? Turned him into a civilian and put him in there, propagating the same old order. But also, guess what? They're using it to satisfy the Southwest. So they will shut up about Abiola. The same old mindset, an opportunity for us to make change. Instead of allowing Constitutional Conference to change the Constitution, they went and revised all that nonsense with Abdul Salam, right? And brought us this rubbish that we have now. This is the second opportunity that we're having after 1999, where someone has actually formed a proper third force movement. The last election was nothing. This is a proper third force movement, and people are not paying attention, and people are still talking about being partified or being articulated. I am not obedient, but I will tell you, the most refreshing thing to see is to see people having a change of mindset, people actually believing that the population that are going to vote are the actual structures, not these Jagabanism or people who are going to end up doling out money or trying to bribe people with rice. So those are the things I wanted to mention. And I guess this is my moment of rant.
Thank you. All right. Mike, welcome.
At the same time.
Yeah, you can do that.
Mike,
welcome to the show.
Well done, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, what's the name of the baby you're carrying? Is that your baby?
Zachariah.
Zach. Okay. Those are the people.
Timothy.
Timothy. Wow, Timothy, hi.
My mother-in-law.
Oh, hello. These are the people that we are fighting for. It's not about all these people they've ate enough hamburger and it's not about them anymore. All right. So Mike, go ahead.
I want to say something. My problem with Nigerians is when will we suffer enough? You understand? That we're just so used to sufferhead that I don't even understand what Nigeria would need to turn it around. 200 and something billion to color filter Naira, and nobody is talking about it. You understand? And the next day, it's just as if we have a
but Mike, you just did. I always hear people say nobody's talking about it, but you just did. You just talked about it.
No, like what I mean
it counts.
No, people in there. You understand? Okay. Dr. Damages, it happened. You understand? We saw the Naira, and the next day there's skits and comedy about it, and that's it. Oh, Google. No more topic. Nobody is offended. Nobody is asking questions. You understand? They just change color from here to here, and that's it. What I want to tell people is, like, first of all, Peter Obi and Dati, becoming a president is not a do or die affair for these individuals. These people are self-made individuals who are running their campaign with their money. You understand? If you don't vote for Peter and Dati, guess what will happen? They will go back to their regular life. Peter will keep being the businessman he is. Dati will keep being the owner of his university. You understand? And then, how about you in Nigeria? What will happen to you in the next 4 years? It's not even 4, because it's going to be 8 years. You understand? What will happen to you? You understand? I see the rally. I see people trooping out for that rally. You and I know that 85% of the people in that rally are old pension. 85% of the people in that rally haven't been paid their salary. And they're jumping up and down, gallivanting. Hey. Instead of you to use that, like, do you know that if all these people come out and ask for their pension, or if all these people that came out for that rally comes out and say, listen, we don't agree for this Naira redesign. You understand? So ask questions, you understand? And then things will change. We just let things slide. You understand? And I hate to say that Tinubu's abysmal performance as a governor does not bamboozle me. You understand? And then the worst governor in the whole world is Shetima, vice president. That guy is terrible. To even, like, if Tinubu is such a kingmaker, why did he choose Shetima? You understand? Shetima is the worst governor. If they're the rate governor, Shetima not even take the exam. You understand? This is the same guy when we were shouting, bring back our girls. He was the governor that let those girls get kidnapped. Shetima, if you say Boko, there's a picture of Shetima standing next to Boko. If you say Haram, there's a picture of Shetima housing somebody in the Boko Haram sector inside the government house. You understand? So what does this man have that Tinubu looked at him and said, nah, you're going to be a nice vice president. If you're such a kingmaker, there are educated people in the north, there are people with master PhDs, there are smart young men that you could have said, listen, let me show the world, or let me show Nigerians I'm a kingmaker. Let me pick this young man, you understand? Let me pick this young professor, and he's going to be my running mate.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, please, just Nigeria, just to give us a headache. Thank you very much.
Rudolph, let me offer up a question that we can analyze, and you can say yes or no. Do you think how do we define a kingmaker? And do you think there's any kingmaker who wants the best for whatever population they are part of? Do you think a kingmaker actually wants a leader who actually wants to lead? Or do you think a kingmaker is doing it for his or her own personal interest?
This kingmaker, sorry, let me just bridge in. This kingmaker just wants to win and then come to America and show his people that he has finally come to America. You know, this kingmaker hasn't been to America since the forfeiture of $480,000. You know that this is just pride. He just wants to
No, it's not. It's not true. It's not true. Bola Tinubu was here during the inauguration of.
He was.
I think. Yeah, he was here. So it's not true. But anyway, let's move on. Let's get people a chance to speak. Other people who just joined us. Uzo, I think you are next. Uzo, go ahead.
Dr. Damages, God bless you. My son will say, is that my son will see Okonkwo? My name is Unkwo. My son will say, is that a brother? Because he's born here. So is there anything in Nkwo as a cousin or a brother? I say no. So
that's
yeah. You always say that we see Nkwo, you think that you're part of the family.
So if you go back to 2,000 years, yeah, it's the same family.
I got my grandfather.
keep going back. You get to the same place. Yeah.
Yeah. So well done, guys. We are literally talking what we are saying here. For me, on my own side is this: I'm not a politician. I'll never be a politician. I cannot be a politician. But obviously, I'm a trader. I'm a business guy. But they said after God, the next person in power is politicians. After God, president is another God in every country. He can decide the fate of everybody. So everybody have to be involved. Politics or not politics, business or no business, just be involved to make our country a better place. With that, here in Texas, I will tell people one thing, that our governor is in a wheelchair. He's suing from a wheelchair. It doesn't matter his challenge. He's suing from a wheelchair. It's not matter of his age, matter of his being a physical challenge from a wheelchair. Even our midtime, you know what happened at our midtime election? Bet to try all his possible best. Couldn't beat him. So politics is not about your age or whatever it may be. It's about it's a matter of what do you have to give. I was in Lagos when Tinubu was the governor. Tinubu is a nice guy. Everything he's saying what he can do. Tinubu does not hide his feeling. Feeling will tell you how he's going to be. He's a city boy. He tells you, look at it, I'm going to do that, you're going to do this. So not other politicians that hide under the umbrella and be saying whatever I want to say that make no sense. Tinubu tell you whatever you want to do. Tinubu tell you going to destroy, you're going to destroy you. Tell you what you want to do. He doesn't hide his mouth. That's why people say they should control what he says. They can't control him. They can only make it not to come out. But if it comes out, he tells what he wants to tell you without looking in anybody's face. So that's one thing I want to say. Second thing is that most of us here, we know the pains we are facing. We that are here, it doesn't matter. I have friends. I live in Abuja. I live in Jos. I live in Lagos from the Imo State. So I have friends all over. As it is now, my friend from Abuja, Lagos, hey, Chi, I need a house rent. Ijo, Hausa, Yoruba, the Nigeria is affecting everybody. It doesn't matter if you are Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, it's affecting everybody. So I will just allow all of us to put hands together to make it work. So like we and that's what we are doing here. In short, how much I'm spending on my extended family and my friends at home. If I put it together, I know how much it is. Last week, I know how much bag of rice I share. Security in my architecture in my village, we are carrying it, everything, government is bad. So, and all of us are here dragging one party to another party. I'm enjoying here. How many of us are going home? I went to last year, I have to run. I run back to America back. My wife, everybody was like, come back. Everything was bad. So let's put hands together and forget about the party or no party. Party does not help us here. I don't even know where my governor of Texas has come from. I don't know the state he's come from. What I know, the party he belongs. I don't know where this, nobody knows where they come from. What I know, who's going to do better, that's what we're talking about here. So anybody that's going to do better, Papazo is good, Obi is good, Tinubu is good, in their own ways. Everybody is good on their own ways. But how are you going to deliver it? That's what we don't understand. So I will also anybody, you people know Nigeria. I stay in Lagos. Nigeria live by today, they don't live by tomorrow. Tomorrow they may change. Someone may shout Obi today. Tomorrow, some of them will say, give me 200. You vote for Atiku instantly. Under a minute. That's how Nigeria is. They live today. Tomorrow will take off himself. So all of us are just shouting, Obi, Papa, Zodi is that. Give somebody money an hour to election. It's going to fold that person giving to. That thing you want to eat at that present moment. That what is his business. It's not what Nigeria is going to become tomorrow, next tomorrow. Only we here that looking at the future. Look at my son going to school. They come back telling me that is it that there's no light in Africa? Is that what my son tell me? Is it true that no 6 years old boy? Is it true that no light in Africa? I said, we told you. How do you know about that? So that's not what we want to be seeing. Light, I don't know. It's not a sky. Nothing is there. We're all here. We know what happened in Texas when they freeze. Center Point, the generator lost his job instantly. It's not his fault, but the guy has to resign. Yeah, because that's how it is in Nigeria. Nobody takes anything seriously. So I don't have much to say than to say. Let us not to stay here to argue or politicians or party. Look at Atiku and Obi. They met somewhere. They were drinking and eating. People will be pouring up and down. All the politicians are going to party on themselves. Enjoying themselves. Right. Let's not be worried or shout. Please, let us come together and make Nigeria work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's thank you so much. McBoy 007, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and thank you, panelists. Been following everybody since, and everybody have been making one unique point or the other. I don't really have much to say, but to say that the political situation in Nigeria is really dicey, and in my opinion, it requires an urgent attention. So I would say this is not the best time for people to play politics in one form or the other. So having said that, to react to the topic of today, I would say in terms of the crowd that was in Lagos today, I would say I don't really. It's not something that was not expected. First of all, Tinubu is from Lagos, so it's expected that definitely a crowd like that would be in his a forum that he will gather. So then I heard some people saying earlier that he probably paid people to come to the crowd, or to the venue. Personally, I don't buy that opinion for one reason. Number one, he's been the governor of Lagos. So having been the governor of Lagos for quite some time, I think it's possible for him to be able to gather such a crowd. Even if you like him or hate him, no matter what, there's no way Tinubu cannot gather 1 million people in Lagos if he want to, regardless of whatever you think about him. He should be able to gather at least 1 million people in Lagos. So if you look at that crowd, at least give or take, there could be 1 million or thereabout, or maybe close, or even a little bit less. So that crowd is not something that's not expected. Then reacting to the issue of the statement that he made in, I think, in one of those Niger Delta states, I would say it's expected of politicians. So one would not expect him to say good of his opponent. So it's expected that he will say such a word. All they are doing is trying to win an election, which is expected. So then in terms of the oil being found in the northern region, to me, it wasn't something like that is magical. You can find oil anywhere in the world. If it's there, it's there. If it's not there, it's not there. If you go to most Middle Eastern countries, you discover that they have oil. Just like people that live in Niger Delta have oil. So to me, that's a welcome development for Nigeria. We know many times I do hear in many forums that I pay attention to. Most of the time, the leaders do say, the politicians do say, I will do this, I will do that. But none of them really come up with the idea of how they're going to pay for those things that they are saying they're going to do. But having oil discovered in the northern Nigeria is more a way of generating more revenue than we are already generating. So the major issue right now is those revenue that will be generated from oil or from other sources. How is it going to be managed? So that now boils down to the people that are contesting this position. What are their precedents or antecedents that we'll look into to say, yes, they'll be able to manage our resources. So those are things that we need to really look into keenly to see if any of these politicians are able to manage any of the resources. For me personally, I will pick one of the politicians, for example, like Bola Tinubu. He's a person that I really I've always I've liked a lot. Let me put it that way. I've liked a lot. But the only time I kind of fell out of likeness with Ahmed Tinubu, Jagaban, is after when it was Lagos, was doing excellently well. I love everything he did in Lagos when he was the governor. But after that, he became somewhat of a godfather, which, in my opinion, is something that I don't subscribe to. So, and that kind of threw me off from him. Then, moving down to this current time, I would feel Tinubu should have been what some people were calling kingmaker. I just remain that level of kingmaker, which is considering his age, considering his health. It might have a lot of idea that I want to bring to the table, but considering his not age, let me take back the age part of it. His health is what I would say will give me a lot of concern. I'm not trying to be a doctor here. I'm not trying to analyze his health, but considering what we hear him say, some people say gaffe. I would say somewhat it could be beyond gaffe. It's somewhat of maybe somebody that is aging faster than maybe he should. I'm not trying to say it's a. I'm trying to be constructive here, but in any way, I would say that's the only thing I have concern regarding him.
Okay. Okay. Mark Boy, thank you. We have to make it shorter so that we'll get to everybody and then we may have a chance to talk again. All right. Oka, welcome to the show. Can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself, Oka? Okay, good. Yeah. It's always good to have people who've been making comments decide to come on. And I always wanted to know what made you push you to that point. You said you want to come on and show your face. And if I'm right, I think I saw some comments you were writing, it's always interesting, if you're at the comment section, I've been there, in other shows and I try to make comments, but when you come in, it's a totally different thing. So, Uka, welcome to the show. Tell us what brought you in. What made you decide that you want to come in?
Okay. Thank you very much. Actually, this is my first time of coming to your stage. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So, not always, constant. I'm more of one man platform most time.
Okay.
But I actually came to address one particular something concerning the permutation. There's some of the panelists they are saying about OB, that OB has no spread. And I'm right here in Nigeria, and we're doing a lot of analysis, taking things because initially they said that is on the urban area, that is where we can get votes. So some of us have gone beyond what the rhetoric that they are saying here. So we went on our own to do the analysis our own in some rural areas where they don't even have light. Like the way I'm having light now in my house, they don't even have a pole that run through their cities, run through their local governments. And we were just trying to sample kind of, and the sampling is not just some selected states. We divided ourselves in the whole 36 states, including FCT. So, and the sampling is not that we are going to record it or maybe put it outside there as a poll. No, the aim of doing that is just to get this whole ideology of what's actually happening, right? So, the way they group ourselves are like if you're in Abuja, so there's some place in Abuja that's still very timid, like Abaji, in a very far place from the city. So they will send you there. They will give you transport. This is obedience work. This is what they are doing. So they will send you transport. They will group you like 3. So you go to that place. You just have to sample and bring stuff in. You understand? So we left, went to Abaji, very far. Like, I don't even know that there's a place like that still in Abuja here. So from our own analysis, I don't know how they got to know about Obi. I don't know, because there is no light there. But we asked them, they said through radio, like they listen to radio. And some of them also have some gadget like phone or this small torchlight phone that they can use radio on it or something like that. So we did adult sampling, and we did about women, different genders. You understand? But everything that about 200 people were sampled. That is from the region they send us. Like we are just 6. They send us to that place. So another group will go to another local government and do the same thing. So stuff like that. So we sample those things, and out of 200, I'm joining the whole age together. I'm joining the whole, both from 18 to 30 to just all age together. So people that's rooting for Obi, out of 200, are 110. Out of 200.
110.
So yes. So, and
was this a scientific sampling or just random?
No, this is just random sample. Like
Okay.
we'll use a bike. Like if we come to a place, we'll use a bike. Like here, maybe we assist, we spread ourselves. That region, there use another bike and move to another place just within that local government they sent to us. So, actually, I'm just saying it because we are not putting it as a poll. No, we just want to know what is happening. You understand? And some of the questions we'll ask them is that if election is if you're voting today, if election is today, who are you going to vote and why? And some of these people, the reason why what they're giving us is that they are voting because they will vote Peter Obi because APC have killed they say the APC have killed them, something like that. And APC brought poverty to them. So some of them
was the sampling done? Was it done in English or in local language?
No, because me, I don't know the language. Some of them that know the language, because that's what we assist. Then if I meet someone that speaks English, I talk to the person. But if the person does not speak English, so there's someone that speaks the language there. You understand? They use the language and talk to them. Like those grandma, so they don't speak English to them. They use Hausa, stuff like that. They talk to them.
You are talking about Abaji, right?
Yes, Abaji.
You are describing.
No. What?
Go ahead.
So
you are describing it as if it's one remote area, but it's just along Abuja after Gwagwalada now, or before you get to Gwagwalada. It depends on where you are.
You'll pass Gwagwalada. You go down, inside. Like where we use bike to enter bush. Like it's just like a bush. Like in between the road we are passing it was a bush there. It's not even a town road, and there was no light there. There was no light. I'm surprised that there's no in Abuja here. That place still exists.
Like how many hours is how many hours is it from Abuja, or how many minutes?
Like me, I'm living in Asokoro, so but we converge in area 1. So from area 1 to that place took us roughly 2 hours and something. That which didn't about 2 hours, and it's a private car we use, so something like that. So we didn't use public transport. So out of 200, 110 rooted for Obi, combined all age together. That's what I'm talking about, because we didn't do the separation. So the other one goes for PDP. PDP got about, that is remaining 90. PDP got about 61. Then the Kwankwaso still about, if I don't know for that number, but Kwankwaso and APC got lesser votes. So this is why I actually came here, because when we are telling some of these our citizens that is in diaspora what is on ground, they will feel that we are making things up. If you're making things up, you as a person pick a phone. You know your village. Pick your phone or send somebody in your village. No matter the village you're talking about, no matter where, send someone to go and sample market for you as a person. Call that village, send the person, and then the person get the result for you. We are telling you people what is on ground, and Obi is going to get the highest votes ever voted in Nigeria. Like, if they are going to allow them vote, Obi is going to get the highest votes.
Okay, let me ask you, the people you spoke to, did you find out whether they had a PVC? The voters card, is that what is it called? Is it not PVC? What is it called? Voters card, yeah.
Yeah, it's PVC.
Sure
Yeah,
yeah. I
so
didn't talk like that.
We combined people with PVC or no PVC. Though we asked them, but we didn't really separate the numbers of people without PVC. But we just joined everything together.
Okay.
You get? Yes. So we didn't separate it. So it's not. This is my local. This is where they send me. So if they roll, because we are going to roll the data, join together when they call, because we're going to do it on Wednesday this week. So we will send it to the people that send to us. So other people, like some of our group that go to the Obi still let them. The only place where I'm hearing news is Northwest. Some local governments in Northwest and Northeast, where Atiku is leading heavily. And most time, I tell people I don't know where APC is going to get their vote. They'll think that governors. Sorry, I'm on call. Yes. So they think that governor is going to work for citizens. See, APC has actually threw Nigeria as in they have stabbed Nigeria at the back heavily. Do you understand? So in fact, let me give you the one they pick in Benue. Out of the 200 they sample in Benue people gave Obi 163. 163 from one local government there.
Sorry, Uka, do you know the population of Abaji?
I don't know. We don't go to check the population now.
You know what I'm asking? Because Kwali is even more, would have been more of a better sample. Kwali is still along that road, is bigger.
But Abaji is predominantly Christians.
Yeah,
exactly.
We separated it. I went to Abaji. Some people went to that place. Some people went to Gwawalada too. So do you understand? Some people went we're just 50. Like we spread it. Get back.
The whole Abaji is like 50K.
Yeah, Ovie, this is not Ovie. I think we established that this is not scientific polling, but it's just to give us an idea. You know, it's not anything scientific, but just to have an idea.
This is not poll. We are not bringing this poll to the public. This is we the obedient. This is what we are doing. See what obedience are doing on ground. You people don't even know, except somebody come and tell you. Do you understand? So this is what obedience are doing. They just want to feel where they need to push harder, and where I know they are going to push harder is Northeast and Northwest. North Central, sizably, is going to do well for Obi. But let me just conclude with this: that Obi is going to get the highest votes. Forget the 25. He's going to get more than 25 in this 25% in this coming election. Do you understand? Except big politicians want to do some shenanigans, or maybe something will happen in 1993 will happen again. They will not declare the winner, and that's only our fear now, because they might not declare the winner of that election. But if they're going to go, and there's not even relon, there's not going to be any relon at all. So this is just because we are on ground. So somebody can come here and tell you with this, because the person is in UK, in US, stuff telling you this. Tell the person, pay more. You people that is outside the country, pay money send the person to your village to go and check for you and let the person give you the result. And that's just so that you can satisfy your curiosity. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Oka. We appreciate that. I like getting real whatever information we can get at home from people who are down there. You know, it makes it more real for me. You know, whatever is happening down there. All right, so Kulata, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Rudolph.
Where's Kulata? Okay. Wait.
He's
you people want to start? You want to start harassing me today, I mean.
Knock.
Bad. So you're adding bad.
Show half his This is Kulata for those who do not know him.
All right. Well,
so yeah.
Kulata is
all right. Let me.
He's hiding the.
Let's start with. Okay, I wanted to talk about the oil find in the north because I think there's a lot of misconceptions. So first of all, this find is a 1 billion barrel of oil, then 500 billion cubic feet. And not only that, it has already attracted $3 billion worth of investment. So that means things are kind of like good to go from this. So Nigeria, our GDP, oil is like 7% of our GDP, but it is 80% of our forex earnings. So whether we like it or not, before we find alternative ways to earn foreign exchange, we're still stuck with oil and gas for now. So since this one is already attracted investment, I think it's good news to Nigeria because their confirmed oil finds in Upper Benue Trough, in Gongola Basin, and that's in the northeast. And then there are additional exploration areas called the frontier basins that you have in the Anambra Kogi area. You have it in the Dahomey Trough, which is from southwest Nigeria all the way to Benin Republic. And you also have Sokoto and Benue Trough, and then of course Chad and Bida Basin, which is Niger Republic. So what this means is a few things. A lot of people that want restructuring is an opportunity for that conversation to soften. So I think the Northerners won't mind that conversation now that they're confirming. It's always been known that we had hydrocarbon deposits there. It's just as technology keeps improving, that means you can be able to tap into those deposits because the northern topography is similar to Libya. So there's no way you won't find oil there. We found oil in Niger Republic. Why won't oil? Oil doesn't have any borders. So why won't oil be in the north? So it's a late news, but I'll still take it. If we had found this maybe early 1990s or in the 80s or something, it could have been more significant. But oil is going to get irrelevant over time. But nothing stops us from, we're supposed to be the alternative to Russia from a gas supply to Europe. And we're building this gas pipeline that will go and join the one in Morocco. So with this 500 billion found here, with all the ones we've been flaring for ages in the Niger Delta, we channel all that gas pipeline. That is yet another foreign exchange earnings for us to be able to sell gas. And also with that gas, we can use that gas to generate electricity home by the time we create the gas infrastructure that Siemens did the same thing in Egypt. So let's not just go like all this global warming on ourselves. The West built their economy with hydrocarbon. Nothing stops us from taking advantage with our own hydrocarbon in the next 30 to 40 years. So it's good news, in my opinion. And the next one is, you guys were having conversation about electoral viability or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions. In my social media, I follow Obedience, I follow Atiku, and I follow Bat. Do not be mistaken. Tinubu and Atiku are working hard, especially Tinubu. His rally in Ebonyi State was mind-blowing. And that's Ebonyi State. That governor is prepared to go to bat for him. His rally in Delta State was also mind-blowing. And he's gone back to Delta for the second time within 1 week. So these guys are putting all the work. So don't think like, because you are not paying attention to their rally, they're not putting in the work. They're putting in serious work. and they're going to buy voters, they're going to pay, they're going to do whatever. A vote is still going to be a vote. That's the reality of Nigerian politics. Whether one candidate has the enthusiasm, the other one doesn't have the enthusiasm, it doesn't matter. It's who gets the people to the ballot and you vote for whatever party. That's the most important thing. And then there's some natural advantages for them because they have down ballot tickets. So that means on the day you're going to vote for presidency, you're going to vote for Senate, you're going to vote for House of Rep. And there are no names in the ballot. It's just symbols. And so there's more canvassing for the down ballot tickets, whereby people will just print one party across the board. So that is what's called structure. Labour Party unfortunately doesn't even have they don't have down ballot tickets. NMNP, Kwakwanso ticket has a lot of down ballot tickets. So those are some of the things everybody needs to factor when you're thinking about all these things. And don't use rally size to judge anything, because even if we're going to use rally size, for example, the rally in Ibadan was done in a stadium called Adamasingba Stadium. Adamasingba Stadium is 10,000 capacity. And that Adamasingba Stadium was actually sectionalized. It wasn't, the entire stadium wasn't used. Just to show you that the crowd that you see there is less than 5,000, more around that 2,000, 3,000 space. So it's not something to run to just say, okay, I've seen this, then Southwest is competitive. There are many things going on right now in this campaign. If I'm to put money that as of today, who stands the best chance, is still Tinubu that has the best chance as of today. The only person stopping Tinubu from winning this thing outrightly today is Kwakwanso, Ovie's guy. Because if Tinubu is guaranteed of tapping into that Kwakwansia movement, it's going to be a landslide. So Kwakwanso is the only person stepping in. So there's still too much work to be done for every single candidate. First thing is you have to look at, okay, what is happening in the Northeast? What are the canvassing? What are the rallies being done in the Northeast? What is being done in the Northwest? Atiku was in Kwara last week. It was a big crowd in Kwara. PDP structures are still intact. Maybe he's lost the G5 and some of his natural support, especially in the Southeast. But they're still going after all these votes. So I won't sit down comfortably if I was supporting any party and say, hey, because the emotions in your echo chamber may be loud, but doesn't spread around the country. It's a vast country. And a lot of significant work is not, from an obese space, is not being done in the Northwest and in the Northeast. From a article space, of course, he needs to find a solution to the G5 problem. He's already lost the Southeast, so he has to find something to do with the G5. From a Tinubu concern, he needs to make sure his 22 governors, especially the ones in the North, actually come out to bat for him in the Northwest. So, because with Kwakwanso there, Kano is out, but he still has chances. So, electoral, at this point in time, there are no clear advantages for anybody, but the person that still, if you want to say, I want to bet my money on, is just going to be Tinubu, because he's an incumbent. They have 22 governors and he has money and he's using the money. Just leave this show, go and watch Ebonyi rally and tell me if structure and money still don't matter in politics. It was I was flabbergasted that you're pulling this off in Ebonyi. How can he pull that off in Ebonyi? They can boss people from whatever, to pull that crowd off in Ebonyi was crazy. So Nigeria, I don't think, another mistake we make is everybody's suffering, everybody voting. That means they won't vote for APC. People have been suffering for the past 4 years, and we've been having elections. And guess what? APC has been winning those elections. So people's electoral behavior is not necessarily tied to economics. There are a lot of deep dynamics, such as ethnicity, such as religion, and such as loyalty to candidates. So economy bad is not enough. People will still vote a lot of parochial interest. Those are some of the leading things. So work needs to be done if we want to change Nigeria from the to remove it from the grasp of APC and PDP. It's not just kumbayaing in our little echo chamber. You have to go out. The frontiers in the Northwest and the Northeast is untapped. Bauchi governor is willing to give his state, a PDP state, to APC. He told Buhari last week, for those that are not paying attention. So that means in Northeast, APC is most likely going to win Bauchi. They're definitely going to win Gombe, and they're going to win Bono. That's Atiku's place. Then you have the strength in the Northwest that there are tons of APC governors there. And if you look at the Kano governor, is following Tinubu everywhere. Even the Kaduna governor is following Tinubu everywhere. Zamfara is almost already sold. So there's work to be done. Don't just make assumptions. That's how I see this election.
Let me come in here. Let me come in here a minute.
Hold on. Can I respond, please?
Yeah, let me.
Hold on.
Mr. Falata have said a lot of things that don't add up.
Wait. No, can I wait?
I've just come
I have
up.
to
Can I say something?
Who is Ndubisi?
No, it's son of God. I've just.
No.
I've just joined again. I left.
I know. There's someone who has not said anything. Who has not said anything. Ndubisi, welcome to the show. Ndubisi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Tell son of God you've been watching him all day. You've been watching him all day, and he thinks he just came back and he should be talking. All right, go ahead, Ndubisi.
Okay, I have been following your comments and the debates from the discovery of oil in the north. It has been ongoing for quite some time, and it's a good news. But I hope that the powers that be, who are currently from the core north, will not discriminate in the way they manage that natural resource, because that is another problem that can implode Nigeria. People are no fools. That is one. Then the rally of Tinubu in both Ebonyi and the one that happened today. We know that money is part of what is fueling most of his movement, and unfortunately, illicit money for that matter, Lagos State money, from when he was governor. So, concerning the permutations for the next elections, I've had various people speak. My own comment is that most of us on this platform are outside the country. We've had history of how those who made where we are, sacrifices they made to make the country where we are now better, relatively better. But some of us still hold on to primitive way of thinking. Somebody must be president in our country because of the old guard or because it's from a particular religion or tribe. So what I'm saying in essence is that it is left for Nigerians if they want to continue in this suffering that may even get worse if some particular candidates get there, because we know the antecedents, we know how selfish they are, how greedy they are, how their greed for power or self is. Is that what Nigerians, if that is what Nigerians want, so be it. If they want things to get better, to look at somebody or others who have made personal sacrifice to see that things work where they have been governors or where they have led their people in the past, is left for them. But I know for sure that beyond all we are saying, nobody's talking about INEC. INEC has a major role to play to see that the election goes free and fair. It doesn't matter, it's not about having many governors on your side, maybe trying to influence the voters to vote. It may not really happen so this time. I believe that Nigerians have suffered enough, most of them anyway. And the talk on the street is that, no, we want a positive change this time. But for it to really work very well, INEC must be seen to do their job free and fair. There are some areas in the country where we usually see bogus results, children voting, underage voting, and all what's not, and all kinds of rigging. INEC should find a way, with cooperation with the security agencies, who I hope will be neutral this time, to do the right thing. And even the beavers INEC is banking on. I know that even as we speak, some people are making efforts to compromise those things with people in INEC. So everybody should put an eye on INEC to do the right thing. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, I will come to Kene and Son of God.
Okay, thank you.
But I hold on. I want to just say that I'll take a quick break and Dominic will anchor the show while I just in 5 minutes I should be back. All right, go ahead, Kene.
Thank you. So I'm trying to digest what Kolata was saying, but I think a lot of things he said aren't making any sense. And this is my reason for saying that. I don't know which parameters that Kolata and his group are using for Tinubu's viability. And this is why I say that there are so many factors that are...
Sorry, what group? What group? When you say Kolata and his group,
your
that's a
Tinubu
conjecture.
group, BAT group.
I don't have any Tinubu group. I'm not a Tinubu supporter or a voter. So mind
No,
the
you
conjecture.
are Tinubu supporter. In as much as you always
No, I'm
deny
just
God,
going to tell you
whatever
that
you are
don't do
saying
any ad hominems.
is
All
for
right?
Tinubu. But this is
Just
it.
attack my points. Don't call me names. I'm not going to tolerate that.
Oh no, I'm not calling you names, bro. We are not.
And then, yeah, go ahead with your
we're not fighting, right? But this is it. There are so many factors affecting Tinubu's chances. One, the Muslim movement ticket.
Can I hold on? I'm still listening to the conversation, please. Let's make it.
Don't worry.
Okay, all right.
Just I keep somebody out. Don't worry.
Okay.
So there are so many factors affecting Tinubu's chances. Number one is the Muslim ticket. The North, as we know, the core North, exclude Middle Belt. Middle Belt is not northern region. I would say that the population of Christians to Muslims in the North may even be approaching 50-50. So there are a lot of Christians in the North. So those Christians are not happy with that Muslim ticket, Muslim ticket, and they all are rooting for P2B. So I don't know where Tinubu stand a chance in that. And remind you, in Borno, APC might only have Borno. When it comes to Adamawa, PDP owns Adamawa, right? And these are northeast. But when you come to the northwest, Shetima has no chance there. So Tinubu. So when it comes to the northwest, APC and PDP will be like trying to hustle it out, including Kwankwaso. So the north entirely will be shared between three major candidates: PDP, Kwankwaso, and Labour Party. APC has no chance there. Then when you come to the middle belt, P2B owns middle belt completely. Then we come to the southeast and south-south. P2B owns this region. So when some people are saying that there might be a runoff or rerun, I don't know where they are getting that from. For someone that has southeast, south, and middle belt, and also a chunk of vote from the north. Then when you come to southwest, where Tinubu comes from, so you and I, we may say that Tinubu will have the southwest, but no, this is the arithmetic there. Larger population of the southwest are Christians, and most of these major pastors, big pastors, have already told their congregation that they are voting for P2B. So when you come to southwest, especially this Lagos that they are touting that Tinubu owns Lagos. I don't know how Tinubu owns Lagos. Renting crowd for rally is not a pointer that these people are actually supporting you. You made mention of Ebonyi State. How did he gather those population in Ebonyi State? See, as far as I know, the Igbos are transactional. If I know that if I come for your rally, you're going to give me money, I will go and take the money. That doesn't mean that I will vote for you. When I was in Nigeria, I do that a lot. When I was in Unity, we'll go out to all those, we call them mumu politicians. They will share us money. That doesn't mean that we are going to vote for them. I don't owe you my vote. But that money they are going to share is part of it. That is my money. I will take it. So, but we are here analyzing our political, whatever that you understand about politics. It's just in less than 100 days, the result will come. And we'll all come here and say that Some people actually said it. Peter Obi is going to win this election, and I know that for sure. Thank you.
Time up.
Can I speak, please?
Prince, have
Yeah. And again, Kolata, I'm not attacking you, and I don't know what I said
No,
that
I just
signifies
don't.
that I'm
I don't appreciate. I don't
calling you names.
appreciate. I don't appreciate analysis that are ad hominems. If you want to address someone's analysis, address the analysis. Don't call the person.
Yeah, no, I have to call. Because you are the one that we always call name here. We always refer people by their names here. So I don't know why referring you by your name becomes an attack. We always do that.
Okay, thank you, Kolata. The Prince, have you spoken? Have you spoken already?
Can I speak?
Yes. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. Prince, go ahead. Can you mute yourself? Son of God, can you mute yourself as well?
I thought. Okay. I'll go next after Kenneth. What actually? Someone is talking.
Prince, go ahead. Please go ahead.
What actually?
Let me speak now.
Okay. What actually attracted me to the show is the analysis. I tend to say that all the candidates, especially Tinubu and Obi, they've got a clear path to victory. I'm not seeing a clear path for Atiku, but I'm seeing a clear path for Tinubu. You can't rule Tinubu out. Tinubu is an incumbent. And when you want to analyze politics, when you want to do a critical thinking of what's happening in Nigeria, you know that Tinubu believes that he could win through the old order. And somebody like Obi believes he could win through the new order. So if you want to calculate by the number of governors, if you want to calculate by the structure from ground, at least if you want to win election in Nigeria, at least you should be seen to be holding either you're having Lagos, Kanu, or Rivers. I can bet you that Tinubu will get the majority vote in Lagos, seconded by Obi, maybe seconded by Obi. I can assure you that Obi will get the majority vote in Rivers. But we are not sure if Atiku will get the majority vote in Kano. So with that, I will say that someone like Tinubu had a clear pathway to victory. Obi too had a clear pathway to victory. When you look at the Northeast, I will not agree with Kenneth that said that when you usually generalize the North. You don't generalize the North. When you talk of Northwest, Obi will give a good showing in the Northwest. But in the Northeast, but in the Northwest, I'm not expecting a good showing. Obi will make a good showing in Borno, Southern Borno. I can assure you, Kwayakusa, Biu, all those axes that are aggrieved with Muslim ticket, Obi will give a good showing. In Adamawa, Obi, there will be a good showing for Obi. In Gombe, there will be a good showing for Obi. But in Yobe is 90 to 100% Shetima Tinubu. But in the North Central is about 5 or 6 states. So I will say Obi will get a good showing just in 3: Nasarawa, Benue, and the one other state, and Abuja. But Kogi, you can't give that to Obi. Kogi, you can't give Kwara to Obi. Atiku will give a good showing in both of them. Somebody like Dino Melaye will want to make a statement for an appointment in Atiku's cabinet. So it's a toggle type of election that is going to go on in all those axes. So Obi, by the old order, with the way it works in Nigeria, I'm not expecting Obi to give a good showing there. But anybody that says that Tinubu do not have a pathway to victory, I think he's deceiving himself. Because if you talk of the structure on ground, Tinubu is a strategist, and he's got a pathway to victory. But I believe at the end, Obi might get the popular vote, the total number of votes. He might get the total number of votes, but I'm not sure if he's going to make 25% in the 2/3. That's what attracted me to the show. I've stayed in the Northeast. I know how Northeast works, and most of them are aggrieved. I've talked to the friends around most part of Gombe. Most of them are doing Obi. Most of them are doing Obi.
What did you see along that axis of it's like you stayed in Maiduguri, Borno State, right? from the way you are speaking.
Yes, I've stayed in Borno. I was staying in Biu. I was staying in Kwayakusa. I
in
did an
Damboa.
emergency project in Biu. Yes, I did an emergency project in Biu. I did an emergency project in Kwayakusa.
I stayed in
all the Kanuri. In all the Kanuri areas, I'm sure of Shetima will win. But in all the Bra areas, I'm sure that Obi will make it a good showing. In Gombe, all the southern Gombe is going for Obi. Those guys have been affected by issues, ethnic crisis, issues with ethnicity and minority.
Gombe na Kanuri. Gombe is Kanuri.
No, Gombe no be Kanuri. Gombe no be Kanuri. Gombe na mostly Fulanis at the town. When you go inside, you go see people where
it's what you call Shua Arab.
No, Gombe no be Shua Arab. Shua Arab dey around Northern Borno. Now we are Shua Arab dey.
Sorry,
Northern
you're
Borno.
right.
But Kwayakusa get boundary with Gombe.
You are right. Yeah.
Those places, I don't do federal government emergency projects there. I stayed there for close to 6 years. And all the sample I have taken, most of Obi is going to give a good showing that Atiku will never believe. Atiku, but Obi will not even make up to 10% in Yobe. That's the one I'm very sure of. So
Dominic, can I
the
quickly
pathway to victory for me, the two candidates is Tinubu and Obi. Atiku, I've not seen a pathway.
Dominic, I need to leave. Can I quickly just respond?
I talk now.
Well, if Kulata is going to leave, let's allow him.
I'm going to leave. So let's look at. So let's quickly look at why we say if the election is going to take place today, Tinubu stands the best chance. First of all, is numbers. Northwest has the highest numbers, followed by Southwest, followed by South-South, North Central, Southeast has the least. Those are the registered voters. In the Northwest states, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, Zamfara. Those are the registered
Only
voters. Only Sokoto has a non-APC governor. The rest are all APC states in the Northwest. In the Northeast, Borno because of Shetima, Gombe because of Shetima. Bauchi is normally an APC state. The current PDP governor that's there is there because of one comma or the other, and is not in good terms with Atiku because Atiku is supporting the PRP candidate. So Bauchi is in play for APC. In the North Central, Kwara is essentially a Yoruba state. Kwara, you have Niger, you have Kogi. Those are most likely going to vote for APC. Nasarawa has an APC governor. The APC chairman is from Nasarawa, so that's debatable. Nasarawa is up in the air. Maybe leans APC. Benue and Plateau, Obi has a shot in Benue and Plateau, but PDP is not going to sit down and because that's PDP's natural electorate right there. Taraba is also normally a PDP state. Obi has a shot in there. Southeast is all Obi. South-South, Obi will do well. Southwest interlands outside of Lagos is all Tinubu and Atiku because PDP has their structures in the South-South. South-South normally splits their votes. In Lagos, Obi should be able to get his 25%. If he doesn't get that, that's problematic. In the South-South, Tinubu is going to get his 25%, just like they did it in 2019. In 2019, they got their 25% in 5 of the South-South states, except Rivers State. So they were able to pull up 25% votes in all the South-South states except Rivers. In the Southeast, they were able to put 25% in Imo, Abia, and Ebonyi in 2019. In 2023, from the appearance, from what Umahi is trying to do, it looks like they'll be able to get their 25% in Ebonyi and Imo, most likely. And the rest of the South-South, depending on the game Wike plays, Wike only controls fully Rivers. They should be able to get their 25% in Cross Rivers. Is an APC governed state. Bayelsa was won by APC before they kicked them out of court. So they're guaranteed of getting their 25%. So the only thing that is stopping a Tinubu outright victory, honestly, is Kwakwanso in the race. Because if Kwakwanso drops out of the race, then you know Tinubu will take majority of Kano and Jigawa. So that's the only thing kind of like putting a little bit of comma. And that's because of the work the guy is putting in and the so-called structure and the money. Because APC is the only party right now that has money. PDP is not getting any funding. It's only Okowa that's supporting funding. The normal money that should have come out of Rivers State is not coming out. And then the full dynamics of this election is Obi has taken a major chunk of PDP voters. The Southeast will normally vote for PDP. The South will normally vote for PDP. Those are not PDP natural states. So in terms of who is getting impacted by the most, is PDP. It's taking much more PDP votes than APC. So those are the calculations for this election, in my opinion. But everybody has his own opinion. Talk about the analysis. Don't talk about the people. That's just not cool. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Kulata. I just want to make a quick statement, and then I guess Lawrence Abba, you can talk, and then afterwards we go to most law. I know of you're itching to talk. Let me make a statement. It's quite interesting how everybody's making their own analysis. Some people are backing it with what seem to be facts because they said in certain areas. People are just throwing out numbers in the air. But one thing that stuck out to me is how everybody keeps talking about structure. Or if we were to vote based on the current structure. So when someone talks about structure, and you guys, I want you to hear you guys' opinion. When someone talks about structure now, what I hear is money that they will use to pay people to vote for them. When I hear structure and someone says APC has this number of states, what I hear is because the federal government has the police powers, and the federal government, the person who is heading the federal government is of the same political party as those governors. When he releases those police powers, those governors will be able to use those police powers to suppress and be able to change the votes. So all I hear, based on you guys, it's quite interesting how you guys make analysis of numbers. But when you go to your bottom line, you still subscribe to the same old order of like rigging an election at the end of the day. So it just confuses me sometimes. Are you guys talking about numbers in terms of voters actually mattering, that is one person to one vote, or are you talking of structure and numbers in terms of the rigging of election? It's very confusing. You're trying to make a very analytical and educated analysis, and then you undercut it by talking about the old system. You either focus on the statistic, or you focus on how elections you think will be rigged. I get confused sometimes.
Dr. Dominic,
Lawrence Abaya, welcome to the show. Let Lawrence talk, and then must learn. Then you can go to Ovie. Lawrence, introduce yourself. Where are you joining us from? Lawrence, can you unmute yourself? Go ahead. We can't hear you. Maybe you can take off your headphones. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for having me, Dr. Dominic. I'm joining from New York. Yeah. My name is Lawrence. I'm just. I've been at the background hearing the conversation.
Are you related to John?
I wanted to talk about the.
Are you related to John?
Yeah, it's my elder brother.
Okay, wow, welcome to the show. This is your home.
Yeah,
go
Lawrence.
Lawrence, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so even though me and my brother, we didn't have the same view anyway, so, but he's still my brother. Yeah, with concerning the OB movement, I think people are getting it wrong. Like, if you have a family member that went through what they went through during the invasion of Boko Haram and all that, which my family have that experience, you would know that like there's a lot of problem with the APC. What happened to a lot of people in the Northeast? My sister live in Movie, and they got hit a lot in that place. She almost died. So a lot of people got through a lot of challenges during that APC listen. So there's nothing you can tell people right now about APC. They say that they're having governors and all that. I don't think the governors cannot even help them. And people forget to, there's something that people that always forget. Borno State is not majority Muslim. You understand? It's not majority Muslim. There's a lot of Christians there. And this election, religion will really have a say You understand? Even Bauchi that you get talking about, Gombe are majority Christians. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that religion will be like the defining factor, like especially in the Middle Belt. And Obi is really taking that move in the Middle Belt, like Benue State, Plateau State, Nasarawa State, Gombe himself, you know, Adama himself, because Mubi is from Adama, so
And Taraba.
Adama and Taraba. Adama State is 50-50. Like you can see a family member that they're like 5 Muslim, 5 are Christians. So they're just like that there. So Obi will have a lot of impact in those areas because of because of the invasion of this Boko Haram, and which the government itself is not helping them. They went through a lot. So it's not going to be, you won't say that you can categorically say that this person is going to win the election and all that right now. You understand? And because of what is happening in that, especially Middle Belt, I was making a joke. I think I make a statement that Middle Belt will be like a defining factor in the election. You understand? So anybody that got that Middle Belt, he just get the election. Like everything, it's just like a walkover. You understand? So religion would be a defining factor too in this election. That's just my point right now.
Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah.
Since the gentleman who was going to speak already left, say what you want. So I'll give you 2 minutes.
So I'm not a gentleman. Is that what you are trying to say?
I forgot the gentleman. Okay, a gentleman over here.
Hey, Dominic, don't be angry that people are going back and forth. That's because
I'm not angry. I just felt I felt like this is an educational channel where you get to edify people and learn too. Like I've always told you, I've learned a lot from you. That's why I never shut your voice, because this is how you say. But sometimes I start to get, it starts to not make sense that you're giving an proper analysis and then you undercut it by talking about rigging an election. Like that, those things don't add up, you know?
Because the reality is that just that everybody say, oh, things don't change, no go be the same, no go be the same. The question is that what has changed? And if you notice anything that changed, who changed them? Now you change them, I've been at them change them. So people that keep referring back to the old system, because the closer you get to the polling system, you see that nothing has really changed. Nothing. Yes, we have more voters, we have more you speaking up. Guess what? We have more candidates. So
Via, correct me. So what's the point of saying, for example, this state A has 20 million voters, so we're going to vote for APC? Like, are you saying that statement based on facts? Or are you saying because that governor that says APC, so they will rig an election, and if there are 20 million voters registered on the voter registry, he's going to use that 20 million for? I'm just going to give an example. Like, you know, because I'm trying to make sense. I mean, I understand it. I'm just trying to make a rhetorical point here, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's why I say the more you look at things critically, the more you see that nothing has really changed in that regard per se. Nothing. People are just more louder than they used to be. It's still the same thing that came into play 4 years ago. This one is this one is not competent, you know, go school, you know. Those are the same rhetoric that we are seeing. They say that people are suffering now more. That's to say that 4 years ago Nigerians were richer. No, this is often there, but the rhetoric, our conversation has not changed, and the more with the energy and the emotion that we are putting in, it's not different from the way it was last year. So when this rhetoric begin to surface, guess what? People who are in authority will say, okay, blessing men, I wait till we see last year again. We have to make sure the men, the policemen are out, everybody is out. Just based on the way we take they attack each other alone, we make them to resort to that, even if they don't, even if they don't want to. But now we are pushing them to make it obvious. Yes, they have no choice.
I'll tell you a question, Ovie.
Yeah.
Who is the governor of Kano State?
Ganguje.
What party does he belong to?
PDP.
What is the point
sorry,
of
APC? Sorry, APC.
APC. So if you are always ascribing and talking about the old system and nothing has changed, what is the point of you always making an analysis and saying that Kwankwaso has Kano?
No, because even
in your statements.
Good. I like the fact that you pointed at Kano, because even that Kano, the election that brought Dangote in was via court, was through the court. That was not people's decision, just like what happened in Imo State. So if people are not giving it to the governor in power, understand why. You understand? So nothing has changed in a way. That's why we that just actually come into the surface trying to put our 1, 2, or 3 together, we might be pointing at the new units, but the closer you get to the election, you see that it's all the same, the whole people that see the same system. The changes that were brought to us, the law that were passed, now see this, not them. So if they want to manipulate it, they know they are one thing ahead of us. Yes, it's a good thing that we are more enthusiastic about the whole process now. It's a good thing. But the question is that, to me, we joined the party a little bit too late. If we could not control who wins the primary ticket, then it's nothing. It's nothing. Because party we are put together for a reason. And that's why when people are talking about structure, it is because of that, man. See, if a governor is in power promising you something, it's more guaranteeing that somebody who is outside tell you that I'm going to do it. Let's be real. Let's just be real here. Because at the end of the day, just like somebody said that we know they're on ground. Yes, people, if you are on ground now, let's face it. It's about how do I survive now? It's sad, but that is just the reality. We are not where we want to be here, where ideology will start, hitting each other. Not necessarily that this one is sick, this one is too young, this one is from here, this one is from here. But in as far we see allied us fall line to dominate the conversation.
So here's my last question.
We will continue to be on the losing side.
Here's my last question. I don't want to both of us dominate the conversation. Here's my last question to you. Then, do you truly believe in Kwankwasia movement, or are you is this just a pipe dream? Because you are expressing that you're a pragmatic person. You always tell us, let us face the reality. So are you facing reality by supporting Kwankwaso and wasting?
Yes. And you know why?
Ganduje is APC and he's going to hand it to Asiwaju.
And okay, you know why? You know why I said I still believe in that Kwankwaso movement? Because right from day one, I'm on the platform, keep saying, pushing that narrative. I said there's going to be a rerun election. From day one, I keep saying it. Why? Guess what? Let's look at it critically. You understand? The only way we are going to avoid a rerun is if Obi performs extremely well from his own end and Kwankwaso perform extremely well on his own hand. You understand? Anything that make Obi perform and Kwankwaso doesn't perform, Tinubu is the president. Anything that make Kwankwaso perform and Obi no perform, guess what? We are likely to see Atiku as the president. That's just the reality. Forget all this number we are throwing around. These two guys have to do extremely well from their zone. If not, Tinubu or Atiku will be our president. Forget all this noise that everybody is throwing around. That's why we have to go aside and convince people why they should vote for your own candidate for his. It just have to be like that. If not, I mean.
So here's a summary of here's summary of what I'm going to conversation. And then I'll allow who just joined MC board to talk. The summary that I'm getting from you now is there's the old order of rigging an election. There's a new order of political philosophy and actually voting one person, one vote. And I think the in-between that I'm getting.
No, it's about people actually showing out, because at the end of the day, it's about the highest number.
Are you going back? Going to my home now.
So, John, mute yourself. So for me, they from all you've said, it sounds dystopian and very disappointing and sad. I'm not personal to you, just in terms of like talking about the reality. But what I'm getting from it is
for this moderator, you got to flow through the house, please.
Okay. So for it to at the end of the day, I'm gonna get to everyone. At the end of the day, for it to make sense, then there has to, for the third force to actually make sense, Obi or Kwankwaso or both of them have to win enough votes to take it away from the old order, so there will be a rerun or whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Okay, I got your point. MC boy, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. Let me quickly react to OVA's opinion. regarding nothing has really changed. I think I would rather say that a lot has changed in this Nigerian political dispensation. Before now, the political terrain used to be for two major political parties. Though the last one, there were a lot of people that contested, but two major political parties had the whole atmosphere. But this time around, you start hearing the like of what we call the third force, which is Obi, and even Kwakaso, which is what you would call maybe the fourth force or something like that. So you discover that that shows somewhat some change that is compared to the previous political dispensation, if you will. So that being said, so giving to me, I feel we are giving too much credit to these two other political parties. If you look at what is going on the ground, this is testimony from people that are actually on the ground, not people like us that permutate on the internet or somewhat. So, but people on the ground are actually testifying of what is really going on. That a majority of the people are somewhat tired of the two political party. You know, we talk about rigging and all that. So many people as of today are even saying those money that people will give on the day of election, they will still collect it. But after collecting it, they will still go and vote for people that will cause the change that they desire. The reason why I feel they are saying all that is because of the kind of things they are going through as of today, which has never been before. So I'll give kudos to the current administration, which is a person of President Muhammadu Buhari. So his style of leadership is what has kind of brought up these changes that we are about to see in Nigeria today. So all things being equal, I feel if care is not taken, there might be a change in power, change in administration from one political party to even a new political party. That is my opinion. But that doesn't mean that the incumbency power is not still there. I still feel that the current administration can still do a lot to give this political seat to whoever he will, because he have some power. I remember in 2019, the last political time, the way the game was played, a lot of people will say Buhari rigged the election and all. Sorry, Buhari did not actually win, but in my opinion, he won. And how did he win? There were some games that was played. Some political units will have some unnecessary violence, while some areas where his strength is not really. I mean, the area that his strength is not strong. I mean, it's not there. There'll be some unnecessary violence. While the area where his strength is there, there'll be no violence. So those games can still be played. And some people, their PVC will not work. Some people, their PVC work. Those games can still be played. So the chance of the incumbent political party regaining the seat is still very much there. So, but for Atiku part of it, I would say Atiku chance of taking the power is really not too there, if I may. The reason why I'm saying that is because of the challenges, the struggle that is going through. If Atiku did not handle Wike the way he handled Wike, Atiku would have had a great chance of competing with Tinubu. So because of the way Atiku handled Wike, kind of like put a dent on his chance of taking the seat. But if I may choose two people that, if there's any rerun, two people that I would suspect could end up in that rerun probably would be between Tinubu, the incumbent party, and Peter B, the one that has the momentum. So between these two, then the person that will now emerge a winner would now be whoever Kwankwaso and Atiku decide to, fold up their camp and support. So that's what I would think. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John Abba, go ahead. Wait, John. Go ahead, and then John Abba.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll still come after Ovi. Ovi, don't laugh. I'll still come after you. You see, I've always told Ovi, I want to take your mind back when Buhari wanted to take power from PDP. Jonathan was making mistakes and they capitalized. The economy was going down. The economy reserve was going down. Fuel prices were going up. And we all know that PDP failed the government. And that was how the incumbent lost the election. Because all the pillars that was with the incumbent all faded to join APC as the newfound lover. History is going to repeat itself again. Because Nigerian politicians don't learn from their mistakes. History is about to repeat itself again. A new party will take over from the incumbent. Let us not joke about it. Look, the economy is, you see, Nigeria is under recession. Forget about all this gimmick central bank is paying. It just lip service. Nigeria is totally under recession. We are borrowing to salvage our economy. You people don't understand the lyrics. We are borrowing to salvage the budget. What we earn from oil cannot service our loan. Already from that yardstick, the economy has failed. We are under recession. If you are under recession with the government, and the government comes to you that he wants to come back again and become your leader, okay, you as a person, will you accept that person? Don't answer my question, you can answer it later. You will not accept it because I know your answer. You will not accept it. Now, you people always say you believe in change. Nigeria is going down. You are talking about personality. The personality does not change the party. The personality in APC will not change. Look, that personality cannot change that party. The party will subdue the person they are bringing in. Because the person they are bringing in does not have the capacity and the mental capacity to hold those people in APC strongly. They will rather take advantage of him the way they are taking advantage of the Mr. President Buhari now in government. It is not every policy that comes out of Buhari government that is from Buhari. You know, we should take notice of that. Because sometimes we say, where is our president? Where is our president? They are doing this, where is our president? We all ask that question. It's the same thing if you say we want to allow this Jagaban to rule. We should love our country with passion. Please, we should come out to love our country with passion. Let's throw aside all the political parties now. Let us love our country with passion, despite our comfort zone. Okay, please, let us see it from your own humanity and love for your country. You cannot come and propagate one thing and draw demography. The demography has already changed. You cannot tell me anything. The other guy that came in that was blocking his face, I know him very well. He has gone through a lot of lives and APC personnel that are beg to be corrected. He has been. These are all internet people because of Obi movement. They brought him in. He's going around the whole platform in the world telling you that, oh, because APC have government in this state, they will. It's a lie. It has changed. It's a lie. In Delta State now, there is no how in Delta State that PDP can win the presidential platform. There's no how. In Edo State, there's no how. In Osun State, there's no how APC can win. In Ibadan, there is no way APC can win. It is quite clear. What are we talking about? We are talking about the northern state. In Kano, 50%, 45% are Christian, for Christ's sake. What are we talking about? In Kaduna, it's 35%. What are we talking about? Are you telling me that the Christian will vote the Muslim ticket? Are we forgetting that the Muslim ticket is still at stake? How can you come forth and tell me that Jagaban is very popular in the north? It's never heard. The Muslim ticket cannot have a way in Nigeria. There's no way. You want to forget about. Look, most of you supporting the APC. You want to forget about the Muslim ticket. We cannot forget it. I'm a student of history. I participated in politics. You can never forget Muslim ticket. This Muslim ticket has divided Nigeria. There is no how you and I can change it. There is no way you can float Muslim ticket and stand under the premises of I'm a Yoruba man or I'm a Muslim man and get your way through. It's never be done. It can never work. I will stand and bet my money on this with OJ. This APC will not win the presidency. PDP, forget about them. What also is a determining factor, I still stand on that ground. There's going to be a run between LP and PDP. Get me? APC is not the show. That is all. It's not the show. They kill the economy, and people know, Nigerians know. So what are we selling? Tell me, what are we selling? Are we selling the government and destroy the country? I beg to rest my case.
Thank you. Madam H. Can we unmute? Yeah, because Bajana is coming from you.
I'm good.
At your waist, hello to my brothers.
Area mama.
Can I, Dominic, I'm at work. Can I talk and leave?
Are you at work on your car? Let's
I just came to the car because I saw my younger brother there and I want to debunk his claim. So let me leave.
Well,
and by the way,
allow Jonaba to talk before you.
You go pay that they pay to take queue. So if you they chance me, you go pay.
I never chance you. Now they confuse. So he say let Jonaba talk.
You can leave.
If you let, I know I say I go later, but there is pay.
We always settle on the street.
Okay, John, I want to talk to you for something. Make you drop your number.
Talk or now.
Drop them for private chats.
Drop your number for back office for me.
All right, Jonaba, go ahead.
So go ahead, sir.
All right. Yeah, thank you, H.O. I since we have a talk, then it's making me feel better. My brothers talking about the impact of APC government that Boko Haram ransack all the north or northeast and all of that. What we are saying is that we understand the energy every one of us can see it on the street. Those are my sister, your sister, our brothers, our auntie. Did they have PVC? That is the game we are saying that I'm asking my younger brother, debunk me. Did they have PVC? The point we are saying is that nobody don't want Nigeria to change. The energy we are all saying is that the reality at hand, if you understand the demography of Nigeria, whether you guys like Obi or you don't like him, you play because you want to play the way you are familiar with and you are not ready to enlarge your cost and you don't even know the difference. What we are saying is that these people get into the game too late. In 4 months, how many people get PVC? That's what we are saying. And we are not here to demonize this or be a movement. But they don't have the PVC.
That's the wrong statistics.
My sister no, wait, I'm talking about my family. My sisters, there are more than 100. No one of them have PVC. So what we are saying is that they were hurt by that movement, and then I see Obi, and they like Obi, but did they have the tools? We are talking, okay, I can't wait for that 100 days to come and pass so that we're all going to go and start taking a good coffee in the morning. And my brother in Ark here. So you can meet me whether in downtown Dallas. So me and you can take a coffee and talk about Nigerian forward. Where you are right now, you are saying with the passion. You are investing very well. Give Obi the momentum he takes. But my brother, after that, he shower with a good soap. Maybe the soap will keep on going on with him. But whatever you are saying, you don't want to believe the reality with the passion, it's not going to add up to his presidency right now. And it's better we started preparing ourselves. Are we going to give up? Are we going to register more than 100 of my sisters who are passion for Obi for a next move? Or are we going to go back and start campaigning for whatever the nation we are asking? Or my brother that I respect my younger brother. When I come to New York, we talk.
All right, Jonaba. So you just came here to yab your brother. Okay.
I do not have my brother. Don't create problem between me and my brother. I do not have him. I just told him that the thing is that I don't endorse any of the three, and I respect his choice. Everybody have the choice to go with. But then the point I'm making is that I'm not even into deep of even dissecting it like my boy Ovie and my Ken. But I love your investment to the party. I love the new friend I have here now in Dallas. I can meet with him, we drink, but let him know all these 2,000 people he say is changing their life through voting. God bless him. Let him go ask them. The 2,000 do not even have TVs just like this, my brother now.
All right. Thank you, John. Drive safely. Mama, now you.
Area.
Mama, go ahead.
Personally, I don't forget 2023. Anything will happen for 2023. And I know my target is 2027. And all my children, those when I meet for internet, those when I meet outside internet, now then go take over Nigeria from councillor to presidency. So if you want to belong to that my club and you want contest, we go meet. Plan, excessive planning and execution will give us Nigeria just in a tip of our finger in 2027. So whether they like me, they rig. I don't need 2023 for them. But come 2027, as long as this heaven still give me breath to breathe, we are taking over Nigeria for good.
Mama, I thought you should be encouraging us now.
No, they go rig the election neat. Because the Jagaban is not ready to quit. But then the Jagaban no say they don't plan Abiola style, wait for her. He not go rule 4 years. They go give am tea. They say na fly when not hear one, I they follow that body, they go grip.
Wait, Mama, do you approve to this?
You know, see where they do meeting?
Which meeting?
When Tinubu and Atiku they meet behind stage. You know, hear the statement when that man when he wear coat, he can't wear shoe. When he do like this. You know, hear what he talk for that meeting when he go. He say he go be chief of the army staff. He go take care of security. That was a coded language. Because Constitution tell me say vice president, the economy they handle. So when vice president, when they contest, they tell me say when they win, now he go be chief of the army staff. When he go take care of security and not be deaf and dumb. We they read in between the line. So me, I don't leave 2023 for them. Obi, he no waka on time. If he no say, he know in people very well. He no say, now they go buy and delegate to take that position. He know. Why did he not decamp? It can't be 3 weeks. I be how many weeks? It can't decamp. Preparation were not made. The movement of NSAS like gravitate to her. And yet, a lot of them, they not get PVC. Those when you even register for PVC, they not collect PVC. INEC not let them collect PVC. All these are orchestrated plans to rig the election. The only thing when I go tell us, we say, we will still continue to push in case of peradventure we win.
Mama, are you obedient?
Now, Bishowore,
You sure? Okay.
But I not get choice. My children, they gravitate to Obi. So I'll let them follow them as a mother concerned who love the children. If not, I'll be Showore. If to say Obi not the camp, all these people for go to Showore. But you see, Obi the camp, it can't be confusion. But bitter truth is this. They go rigor. But if they rigor, what is our plan B? My pikin Showore, as usual, he go come straight to call for revolution. I'm not going to stop her because he get to express his grievances. But as soon as mama, I got to begin to cook the food for backstage. Because by the mercy of God, where did they take deceive us by economy power? We go get the economy power with every instrument God has given to me for us to use to get that economic power. Then when we get the economic power, we will get the number. So when we go do part of this, I'm going to create a platform so that everybody when want contest for anything, go and put your name there.
Mama, you get money to canvas all these things that you're talking about. But thank you for your
Let me tell you one thing. The world is a global village. With the internet, with Zoom, with everything in our disposal, we go settle things. But you people did it. Make I tell you, I dare here they organize meeting, they draw people all over the world, and they do a meeting neat. And people they say, how did you do it? And they laugh. I not do it more because me myself are they surprised how they do it. But Papa God don't put something here to do the job. I am a born leader. I'm not sabi why. But together, victory is ours. Because all my aged uncles and aunties, they know they do their old age or retirement here. I don't work for nothing home. I'm a social worker by profession. I see what I saw. And I vow that none of my brothers and sisters go do old age or retirement here. But they can't go back to Nigeria if we don't fix it. So that is why I'm fighting the fight I'm fighting. Because nothing home.
Thank you, Mama.
My people, they go. I rest my
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moslo, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Moslo, unmute yourself. CM, I'll come to you. Moslo, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. I waited patiently. All I hear is emotion.
I'm sorry about
emotion, that. Emotion. As far as this election is concerned, the battle is between Atiku and Tinubu. As a matter of fact, my name is Muslo. After election, say I said this, I don't see any two states that Obi can win. This is national election. As a matter of fact, every vote Obi gets is for Tinubu indirectly because it takes out of Atiku's vote. Those that shouted Obi, what is it called? Articulated 4 years ago, and one shouting obedient today. It's just as simple as that. The reason why you are not hearing any articulated today is because those that used to shout articulated are shouting Obi today. It's like a house that divides itself into three. As a matter of fact, PDP is into four. We have PDP Pro Max, which is Atiku. We have PDP Pro, which is Kwankwaso. We have PDP Light, which is Labour. And we have PDP X that are yet to make a stand, which is the 5 governors. And the APC is still standing one. Let's leave sentiment out of it. For anyone to beat Tinubu in this election, that person will really need to work very, very hard. If there is only one person that I know Tinubu would like to beg today to come to his own side, that person is not Obi. It's Kwankwaso. Because it's only Kwankwaso that have vote that may affect Tinubu. Obi's vote, as a matter of fact, if possible for Tinubu to bribe people to vote for Obi, he will do it. Because the more votes Obi gets, the more easier for him to win election. It's as simple as that. We are on ground. See, what we are hearing is that, go and check. Most 90% of people you hear shouting obedient, obedient, they're either from South or Southeast. Go to Connaught. You hear that 90% of people there, they don't talk about Obi at all. And one thing you must understand, you keep talking about, what is it called, Muslim ticket. Nigeria, you can fact check me. Nigeria is 52% Muslim. 52% Muslim.
How did you get your
I say you
numbers?
can fact check me. I say you can
No,
fact check me.
I'm not fact checking anything because I was part of the census.
Just go to
I
Google
supervised Castina State. I supervised Anambra, Castina State. So where did you get your parameters from?
Just go to Google
No,
and
that
say
is wrong. Forget
percentage of
Google.
Muslims
Anybody
in
can put
Nigeria.
anything in Google. In that Google, you can put anything there. So you are not right, please. That's not.
And beside that, how come?
Wait, everybody have their own time.
One second, please. Just one quick question.
Can I continue?
How come? Yes, sir. One quick question. How come it's only P2B people, obedient people, that APC people always respond to? I never heard APC people responding to NNPP or responding to PDP. But how come they are so scared of the obedience?
It's very easy. It's very simple. Then nobody is after Obi. It's just that you insult me, I respond to you. What is it called? Kwankwaso supporters never insult anybody. Atiku supporters never insult anybody. Obi supporters are everywhere insulting everybody. So you have to respond to them. It's as simple as that.
You
like,
said
give me, I
Atiku
give you back.
supporters never insulted anybody?
Wait,
name them.
Finish.
Name them. It's like
Dino,
you insult me, I insult you back.
Festus,
it's as good
Reno?
as that. The only person that will speak ill of, what is it called, APC, are people like Bola and Dino, and they're getting it back. If you don't talk about me negatively, I have no reason to talk about you negatively. Okay, let's even use the intellectual capacity as an example. They interview Obi and ask him a simple question: What are you bringing on table that make you different from others? He said they are all the same. What are you bringing on table? Because you were vice president in 2019, and today you want us to vote for you. What is it that you are bringing on table that make you different from others? That make you different from Atiku? He said himself and Atiku are the same. If himself and Atiku are the same, why then should I vote for him? That is the question. There is no sentiment here. It's just that you are from Southeast. Your dream is for a Southeasterner to become a president. And you are supporting him at all costs. But you refuse to look at the other side of the game. Every part have their supporters. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Let me come in here, please. I want to correct some things that are not right here.
CM has to speak.
Okay.
CM, go ahead, and then you can go to. Okay. And then bless you.
Thank you. I believe. Can you hear me? Let me see, because please, can you hear me?
Yeah, CM,
that's
go
the
ahead.
most important thing. Okay. You see, actually, there are nothing at all. In the beginning, say 4 or 5 months ago, after the primaries, maybe May or June, people started trooping out when Obi left PDP for Labour Party. All they said was they don't have PVC. I mean, it hasn't had a P2B has no structure. When they saw the overwhelming crowd that besieged every INEC office, they say, they're always on the internet. These are just social media. They are not on ground. On their own, even before the campaign started, they started organizing rally everywhere. On the same day, you will see a rally in Calabar, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Benin, Lagos on the same day, meaning that nobody was carried from one state to the other. All they are now saying is no PVC. So are you saying that those people that have been having PVC since 1999, that have been buying a bag of rice, maybe 5,000 Naira, up to 2015, 7,000, that are now shouting that a bag of rice is 45, heading to 50. So those people will still stuck with APC because they had their PVC since 1999. They can never change. Is that what you are telling me? You see, when you hear the ridiculous argument people make, if you say it's annoying, you are not wrong. If you say it's insulting, you are not wrong. Tinubu stood on the podium and said it's a disgrace to mention P2B's name. Yet nobody is taking that as an insult. To them, everybody supporting Tinubu is well behaved. He's a holy. He's a canon. He's a pope. They commit no crime. They don't insult. That's what I'm hearing here. Anybody supporting Atiku, oh, he doesn't insult. If somebody should change his name on social media and say something about Tinubu, because Tinubu carries a urine bag, because he's incontinent, he urinates uncontrollably. He carries urine bag in his pocket. If somebody should write it, they say, hey, he's obedient. They are insulting people. They are insulting people.
Yeah,
now people are saying the Southeast want to get because they need a president. What? It is your their listing show is in the left bag. There's evidence. Tinubu is incontinent. We all know. I'm coming. Tinubu is incontinent. He urinated when he went to what is the traditional rule, and he slept somewhere. It is listen. We all know this. Tinubu is we all know. If somebody is on Pampas, I don't want to. We all know. That's why I'm touching all this. Now, what we are hearing is somebody from the Southeast campaigning for Obi because he's Igbo, maybe he wants Igbo president. Why is Yorubas campaigning for Tinubu? Is it not because they want another Yoruba president? When Tinubu said Yoruba local, he said it before the whole world. Then when it comes to Yoruba local, it is Emi local. So listen, because
just as we are lying now.
Excuse me, it's not this. Listen, please listen. Let me tell, because when you people say these things, you think that everybody is has a below the carpet intelligent like some of you. Tinubu said Yoruba local. That was when I had the first Yoruba. First time Olule. Second, listen.
I have better way of
I'm not
insulting you, but
first time Olule.
I'm just
Second
helping
time
myself.
Olule. Now the next time, the next thing we had at Yoruba local, and when it comes to Yoruba, Emi local, that one is not a tribalist. People are supporting him. But if somebody should campaign for because he wants Igbo, Igbo is not part of Nigeria. Are we not entitled to look for the highest post? Must we take permission from anybody? You see, when people say all this, it's just the fear of anything. When people are campaigning, because that's why when I hate when people come here and start to tell lies. If you say you'll be the PVC, then the next thing they don't have structure. The next thing they're always insulting. So Kwankwaso doesn't insult. Showore supporter doesn't insult. Obi, what is the name? Tinubu supporter. Oh, they don't insult. It's only Obi. You see, all these things.
Obi supporters are the biggest noise makers in Nigeria. They insult everybody. Just as you are insulting now, that is how they insult everywhere.
If I were you, I will pretend that I'm educated. If I were you, Jakonde, Awolo will give free education. I don't know whether your papa attended it. Jakonde gave free education.
I think let's
okay.
Let that be decorum.
Everybody mute. What I will not allow on this platform is anybody insulting.
Have decorum.
If you want, CM, I'm going to
interrupt me.
CM,
you can't be insulting as I should not interrupt.
Wait.
What is your problem?
Wait. Everybody mute. Let's calm down. What I will not allow on this show is anyone insulting the other person. If you want, you can share your opinion, but please do not insult anybody. Please. CM, finish your points. And then Ovia says he wants to leave, so Ovia can talk. CM,
Okay,
I
please.
can't get
I'm,
CM, please
I'm
don't
talking
insult anybody.
about Tinubu.
Please.
Exactly. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm saying what is a fact. And David Hundeyin brought out a expose on Tinubu drug. You people in US know it. Even there's a certified report going all over here, and people are telling me Tinubu will win. What sort of nonsense is that? A rogue, a drug addict, a drug courier, a criminal like that, certified criminal. Then you are telling me because I should come and vote Tinubu will win. All those
Obi
permutations
is
you people are
certified
saying.
criminal. Obi is certified criminal.
Listen.
Obi is certified
Allow me to say
criminal.
now. You have your time.
Most law.
This is insult to me. You don't. I didn't talk. I didn't talk to you. I gave you all your time. Please let him behave. I gave you all your time. I didn't say anything.
Sorry, Dr. Dominic.
I didn't say anything. So please don't
Dr. Dominic, let's do it this
when he
way.
was talking, I didn't say anything. You people,
okay. Everybody,
can bear me witness. I never interrupted him. He was here saying all sorts of things. I kept quiet.
CM. What I thought you were when you said below the carpet intelligence. I thought you were talking about most law. I didn't. Maybe you were saying you are talking about Tinubu, but if you are talking about most law, it's not acceptable. Please.
You were talking to me.
Nobody should insult anyone here. Please.
My brothers and sisters, they fight for people.
Is it my turn now?
Please.
So you people should
not.
I think it should be my turn.
Okay,
Dominic.
Let's reset. Ovie wants to talk and leave.
As much as possible. As much. Let me finish my. No, please let me. Let me finish. Then everybody can talk.
I'll give you 1 minute.
So what I'm trying to say is that when people come here to come and peddle, please, when people come here to come and peddle fictitious statistics, you can't pull the wool over my eyes. All these things are just make believe. Imagine the partition. When somebody says obedient, he says then you that is not obedient, you are holy. You are Pope Benedict. You are Pope Francis. You do not insult. What sort of nonsense? Where do they get all those things from? You see, let me say it finally. The fact that Nigeria is in a complete mess now is a testament to the hand of Tinubu in bringing this government to Nigerians. That is his hand. This has been his handwork. And somebody coming to insult my intelligence, telling me that Emiloko is the turn of the Yoruba, as if Yorubas are the owners of Nigeria. This is what Tinubu said. Yoruba local. Go and check the video he said in Ogun State when he was addressing them. After Yoruba local, Emiloko. What sort of nonsense is that? And somebody will come here and be telling me that this will happen. This will happen. What a chicken heart generation. You don't take it. You see, if you don't know what to say, the person should just shut up and then listen, and not to come here and then open the mouth and then confirm
supporters are
every
just
doubt.
bullies. Bullies, that's what they are. Bullies. You can't bully me.
Ovie, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes.
Who is bullying you? Tinubu supporters are just they only urinate anyhow.
All the supporters club are bullies, so make una not they fight each other for no reason. Now everybody they commit your offense.
To remove you.
So maybe
Let's
not the big
go next. But Ovie wants to talk and leave. Ovie, can you wait for Blessing to talk? Or do you want to talk now? 2 minutes and then exactly 2 minutes.
Wallahi, this is why about po Aboki. This is why about po Aboki. we don't like a poop problem. We don't like a poop problem at all. No problem.
Ovie, talk 2 minutes. I already started timing you. Go ahead.
No, don't do that to me, okay? I'm believing. Like, as they go back and forth, I just throw my phone. I just sit down, go te or $10 Obaseki. They with Tinubu, with Atiku, Okowa, they are flexing in Lagos. What does that tell you? Forget all these things with me and you they talk. We are talking about a game of power here. That power, there are a lot of interest that surround that power. Me and you are not involved. We will never reach there yet. You see the Talaka, right? Now, why am I painting this picture? There is a correlation between campaign money and electability. Anywhere this kind of democracy is being run, even here in America, there's electability. What am I trying to say? People who get larger share of interest in Nigeria, are they really to put their resources behind you? We see when Tinubu they do business meeting. All these men were seated. That's tell you something. They after their interest. It's not about you, me, and you. They fight here. We don't count. Now today again, Atiku is hosting the same business meeting. These same men are there seated. Do you think they will sit down and look you produce the next president? Why? It doesn't make sense anywhere. So when people they talk, say, man, when Dele Farotimi say, do not die in their war, he's telling you that all our politics. Come to my show, I go break them down for you every day. All me they get attacked, so it doesn't count. See, men are insulting themselves. All those men will get better interest. Those Dangote, they will defend their interest with bomb and grenade. Come that day, what do you have that you want to defend? Look at it from that perspective. You will see the whole picture. So when I thought say Tinubu and these men are seeing the race, that's what I'm saying, that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. These businessmen, as we speak, are in Lagos, dialoguing with possible incoming President Atiku. They're not discussing me and you. That's nothing to do with me and you. Why would not we see her from that perspective? Let's pay attention to our local representative. For God's sake, we the Southerners. Niger Delta has been given $42 billion. Does that say $42 billion? Now they give our leader from South. Where is that money? Just sit down and calculate out what $42 billion can do in that region. But we are here dancing, they follow things that doesn't even count. Our brothers and sisters are in the north trading their businesses. Those in the north are in the south doing the same thing. They don't care. We just here, we are deceiving ourselves. The real problem is right before us. Anybody tell me who they contest for governor for a state? Nobody knows. Who is your councillor? You don't know. Those are people who are responsible for what you're feeling today, and then they're responsible directly. I just say $42 billion, not Naira. What is bragging that I only spent $3 billion?
I'm not sure even that number.
$3 billion. Now, $42 billion. Nobody cares.
I'm not sure
who becomes our president. I don't care who becomes the president. I care who becomes my governor. I care where is that $42 billion? Is in the hands of these elites. That's why they go figure that they fly around, they do a show, be up and down, then we can go. They have $42 billion to play with. And we they hail them.
I'm not sure that
okay.
That $42 billion will be trillions of Naira.
I think it's my turn, right?
Blessing has to talk because we.
I think it should be my turn.
I apologize,
okay.
Blessing.
Okay, I won't spend much time. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me, Dr. Dominic?
Yeah, Blessing, go ahead.
Okay, let me just divert our energy a bit. I think we are talking about oil. I think it's area I'm really interested in. I think it's a good thing that we are having such in the north because in 2009, I was supposed to be part of the people that are supposed to go to Shad Basin to do some work, but stylishly I dodged that job because I dodged that job, that employment because of my own personal interests in the south, and because I know Shad Basin, Mongola Basin, Benue Trough, they overlap, and there are much of hydrocarbon because the NNPC actually started some work in that area before, at the same time with when they carry out a 2D seismic exploration in Ghana. But with improved technology, I think they're able to get something. So I think that's a good way for us to even be able to negotiate good governance in terms of resource control. If we're able to go to Sokoto Basin or Trough, whatever, so that we can get some things, so that region, states can control the resources. At least they'll be able to better the life of people within the local government and the states, so that we can even develop and we can run our democracy the way they run that of US. I think that's one of the areas I have interest. Then going into politics, I think I was trying to say that there's some political analysis I need to do because really I'm not for everybody. But today, if we are to see what is actually on ground, obedience actually came late. And when people are talking about structure is important in politics. I've been an election monitor between 2003 to 2007 under TMG, Transition Monitoring Group. I know what really goes on in that area. Because rigging elections don't just start in a day. It starts from registration, giving card to people. At the same time, even allow people to vote at the polling units. After voting again, there are some manipulations. Though maybe I'm saying we have BVAS, which is a good way, but at the same time, it's not an end in itself. Because you can only rig where you're popular. What do I mean by that? After voting, there are a lot of things that goes on in that area. INEC need to play a very key role in that area because they can buy the presiding officer and even void some votes. It's what I've witnessed as an election monitor. They can void votes because that's why I say we can only read where you are popular. Because when you are talking about obedience, that's why the structure is very important. In the city, they are there. But if we now go to villages, because my election monitoring actually targeted some villages those periods, and they will take decision within that polling booth, and even the polling agent is not able to disagree, and the party is not popular, they say track that person, and they might not increase the vote, but they vote some of those votes that goes to the other party that they don't agree on, and that's why I used to say the best election I've witnessed that is a true reflection of people's will is low government election, whereby you are voting for caste election because it's from one street to another. When before they started the one that government were controlling. You know, when you look at our election before, it used to start from low government states before the House of Rep and the presidency. The best one was the low government. But in this case, we have to continue this way. I think obedience needs to do a lot of work, go to the villages and make sure that they have representation in this area. Because one, they don't want majority of the ballot, which is going to be the ballot, the election that's going to happen on 23rd of February is going to be the National Assembly and the presidency. Who are people in the ballot? We do have Labour Party in those areas, and those are the things that will help the structural people are talking about. Well, if we just have the presidential, some of the highlights might be able to vote, but the locals, they will give them votes. They might not be able to know which one is for president, which one is for this thing. Because once they are given, they also, because they have interest in one of the House of Rep, House of Assembly, House of Rep and Senator that have come to their, maybe supported them with some little projects, they just vote whatever they see. And if they don't have a good agent to support Labour Party in those areas, they will look at it, now they will vote it in that, they are going to vote it in that place, which it has happened before. And those are the areas they need to look after. And that's, if you look at my comment, I said they need to do a lot of work going to the villages. City, they can get the city, which I believe that's part of politics. But villages, those are the areas the votes will actually come from. Because some BVAs might fail, while some will still be okay, but the only thing is they will not allow their vote to count, which is the last part of rigging. You know, going to coalition center, I think that one, the BVAs has eliminated that. And they need to do a lot of work. As somebody was saying, Kulata, it's actually right with the analysis that he mentioned.
I've given you 5 minutes because I've been skipping you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So my own is Nigeria, we are moving forward because let's just put away our emotion and see how we can make this country better. For me, the current order, I don't like it. We need to change. But what is on ground now is still between Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku, but someone needs to work, but a lot of work needs to be done within the next 100 days for obedience. If they want to make inroad, if they want to come second, they need to do a lot of work in the villages. Thank you. I'm back to you.
Thank you very much. Can I go ahead?
Thank you. So I will start off by trying to, again, because we've been saying this kind of thing in the past, try to make us think on the reason why we're here. Some time ago, it is okay to talk down on a select ethnic group from Nigeria, but when that same ethnic group trying to rebuke that, then it's referred to as being tribalistic. It is okay to call someone obedient. It is okay to refer to the others as kwankwaso and others to articulate. But when you refer to one as ratified, then you are doing what he called or they called name calling. just as the last speaker said, we should try to remove emotions and unnecessary anger. You know, we are just analyzing the political processes in Nigeria. I don't think any of these politicians or political parties putting food on anybody's table here. I, for one, it's not. So I can't kill myself. I can't, trying to create enmity with my fellow human because of those useless politicians back home. Now, Moslaw, let me correct something. You stated that 52% of the northern population are Muslims. That is not true. And the reason why I'm saying that is not true is because I don't know where you get your statistics from. And again, personally, I participated in the 2005 and 2006 census processes. I started off as an enumerator in Anambra State. Where in Anambra State, people don't like to be counted. The most, I would say that more than 60% of Anambarians turn it down. They say they are not part of Nigeria and nobody should count them. Now, I was later posted to Katsina State as a supervisor. There in Katsina State, mind you, before we left Anambra, we've had friends. So some were posted to Kano, some to KB, some to Lagos. So we do communicate to know what is going on. In Katsina State, we were forced to falsify population. Though we were supervisors, but the enumerators on ground were forced to falsify population numbers. And as a supervisor, you always find out what is going on. So we always go on the field to checkmate what is going on. And when you are with the enumeration document, you will see that, okay, something is not adding up here. And when you take your enumerators back to the field, back to the specific house, please show us this number that you put here. You will see a hut that will not be able to accommodate 10 people, and they're telling you that 100 people are in that small hut. That is questionable, right? So the numbers in the north were falsified. So I don't know where you're coming with that. You are 52%. That is not correct. And again, Obedient are accused of being insulting.
One thing he said, 52% of the north are Muslim. He's not talking about the population. He's talking
yes,
about
where the rigging, where the falsification of numbers mostly came out from are the Muslim control areas. We have communications.
So let me just correct something.
Hold on. I didn't interject you when you were saying something, so please let me to finish. So the falsification of numbers are usually from the Muslim control areas. We know how we lost 2 supervisors from Edo State. We lost them in Katsina State, and one principal is a principal of a school from Anambra State, was a supervisor in Katsina State. We lost him too, because these people were very vocal and refusing to, go against the standard. We lost them there. People like us that understand Hausa, so we try to manipulate things, in order to stay alive, because your life comes first.
What do you mean by lost?
But they died.
No, okay.
Yeah, killed. They died. Now, this is it.
Go ahead.
Obedient are being referred to as being insultive. I don't know where that is coming from, because when you defend yourself, you are insultive. If an elder refuses to respect himself, the children will not respect that elder. And I don't see that as being disrespectful. You are just defending yourself as a child. You cannot beat a child and then force the child not to cry. You have to leave the child to cry. So that is what is going on. People like Rino Mokri, Dino, Festus Keyamo will go on live television or YouTube channel and be vomiting nonsense from their mouth against the obedient. And when the obedient retaliate, then people like Ruben Abati of Channels TV will start running his mouth left, right, and center. And then it baffles me that some educated ones will also be sharing, with that sentiment. We shouldn't be doing that. Bola Tinubu, Dominic asks if CM has an evidence showing that Bola Tinubu urinate on his body. Yes, it's all over on the internet. he carries a catheter. Is it catheter they call it? Yeah. So he carries around to urinate. So he is not only old, suffering from dementia, he's also sick, of a kind. So I don't know. I'm not his personal doctor. I don't have his medical record, so I can't explain what he's suffering from. And Tinubu, last time, he said that whomever that asks for change should shut up his mouth. I think that is complimentary, right? Uh-huh. That is not an insult. We should shut up our mouth for saying that we need change. That Obi is not to his standard to even mention Obi's name. I think that is commendable as well, right? But if people like us say that Tinubu is a criminal, which is also on record here, is a documented convict. So we are being insulted. So please, let's try to remove emotions, have a clear, friendly political debate without taking it personal. Thank you.
I don't know if there's evidence that they convicted. Can everyone mute? Michael, can you mute?
I'm muted.
I don't know if there's evidence to be an actual convict, but okay. Victor joined us and Michael joined us. Victor, go ahead.
Dominic. Okay.
Yeah. So, Doctor, do you want to say something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Victor, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Are you joining from Nigeria?
No. I'm calling from the UK. Nigerians are a very funny set of people, Despite the hardship and the harsh condition back home, like people will say that. I think I read the comment somewhere that the total number of votes that APC will get in Nigeria, that will be the total number of mad people that are still living in Nigeria. Because if you're buying the bag of rice 10,000 naira in 2015, you're not buying it for almost 50,000 naira now. And you're telling me that you're still going to vote for that kind of party. Is that person like a mad person? If you're getting dollar at 350, 380, 2015, it's not 800. It even went up to like almost 940. And you're still telling me that you vote for that kind of a party. Is that person normal? And there's something that people don't get. I don't think in the history of Nigeria before, I've ever seen some northern Christian coming out to say that. If you listen to what Baba Lawa said, he said, we have about 13 universities in the north. Out of that 13 university, you don't see any Christian VC. All of them are all Muslim. The same as Polytechnic. Nigeria has never seen a time whereby the northern Christians are actually coming out to say that, listen, we're being marginalized in this area. You say even in government appointment, in government offices, all the Christians are crying that, oh, they are not promoting me because I'm a Christian. It has never happened before. So there's a big change happening over there in the north, that the northern Christians have actually said, like, listen, hey, even though we speak the same language with these guys, this guy is my friend, but when it comes to giving me position or giving me an appointment, they don't give me an appointment. They go and give to somebody that is a Muslim because they believe that they trust a fellow Muslim, that they trust me. Even though you're calling me my friend. So why am I your friend? Why am I your brother? It has never happened before. So that's it. That's a big shift that people are not paying attention to. And I'm telling people, it will shock people when the election happens. You will see how the northern Christian will vote, right? People that are saying that the Muslim thing is not an issue. Trust me, it's a big issue, right? And people will vote heavily because of that reason, right? So I just think that people should, like what the guy said. The guy that said he did a sampling of the pool. Nobody here should come on this show and be talking that this place is going to win. Put your hand in your pocket, go and sample. Send people to your village. The guy said it only. He hit the nail on the head. Send people to your village and do the sampling, and come back and report to Dr. Dame's show. I'm going to do the same thing. Send people to your village and do the sampling. And then you come here and tell us that this is what I got back. People will be surprised. No normal human being, I'm repeating it, no normal human being will vote for APC, given what has happened in the last almost 8 years, the killings and the hunger. We all know how we send people money back home. People are crying. The amount of people that I know that have traveled to the UK, that have left Nigeria, that I know, that have left Nigeria, that have come to the UK, that there are more than 10 people. And other people that I know are telling me the same story. People are running away from Nigeria in mass. People are scrambling. It's like everybody just want to get out. And God help them that they don't get it right 2023 and they voted the wrong person. They will see something they've never seen before. So that's my own contribution anyway.
Yeah. Michael was next, but I just wanted to. It's just what Victory said reminded me of this meme I saw. I don't know if it was IG or Twitter where they said Nigeria is losing a lot of its doctors. Very soon, the only doctors that will left in Nigeria are the ones who are playing doctors in Nollywood, the treat us. It is a sad reality. It really is a sad reality. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. It's been an interesting conversation this evening. I'd just like to employ us that we should stay on the subject of solution finding for Nigeria, because we all know what the problems are. The problems are enormous. It seems that every week we talk about politics. I know it's important, but let's try to find solution going forward. I just saw the headline by Dr. Rudo. Are we talking about oil exploration in the north? Have we gone past that subject, or are we still on it?
You can talk about anything you want, including the oil.
So I saw the title, so I just want to make a quick contribution on that one. So basically, it's a good development, as many of us will know. Finding oil in the north, it's a good development, but I think it's as it's overdue, because look at it. Look at the time that we're in. People are moving away from oil, and we're just finding oil. It's just a shame. Anyway, it's not too late. You can make use of it and pump the oil quickly, so everybody can benefit, both the south and the north. But the problem I see now going forward is that, given the history of the north, because we are one Nigeria, but we are different culture in the north, whereby they do things slightly different from the south. So I don't know what if anybody have an idea as to how the oil find in the north will benefit the whole Nigeria, not just the north alone. I mean, what does anybody has to say about that?
I made a statement. Michael, can you? I think most of everyone that has talked, I think except myself and maybe one or two people, were actually happy about it. And some of the sentiments were, now that they not have oil, maybe they will now allow a resource. They will not allow a better confederation whereby the South can control its oil now and be able to benefit from it. I think that's much of the sentiments that I've heard. And I specified that the oil has been a cost to Nigeria because we haven't been able to manage it. And all that we have given to the South is poor health, poor governance, milking them, and they are still very poor. The level of education there is very low. They have not gained anything. So finding oil in the north is not, in my opinion, a blessing. I think it's actually going to end up being a cost. There's a lot of climate issues that we have to deal with. Lake Chad has almost dried up, and we're not focusing on the important things, dredging Lake Chad and trying to work on agriculture and fertile lands. Instead, we're thinking of exploring oil and possibly in the future polluting those lands that are very fertile and rich that should be used for agriculture. That was my opinion, but that's an unpopular opinion. Someone else wanted to. Rudolph, go ahead, because I have to leave very soon.
All right. I just want to thank you for keeping it going while I was out, and I want to appreciate everybody. Huh? I had when it went off. I think somebody went off. I don't even know who that was, and things was but it happens. It's part of the show. It's all expected. But I thank everybody who has contributed so far. Before we go today, I really want us to touch on this World Cup. There's a reason why. Let me play this and see what. Just listen to this. No, I'm sorry, not that one. This one.
Wallahi, I love football. But the truth is, my opinion is not going to be popular, but it has to be said.
$229 billion. That's roughly the cost of the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar.
The oil-rich nation has reportedly spent over $229 billion.
The total bill is coming in at something like $200 billion, making this the most expensive World Cup ever.
Over 220 billion. Just let those numbers sink in. And I've heard Arab nationalists saying that this is a proud moment for all Arabs. Wallahi, it's a shame. I swear by Allah, it is a shame. If your bond for Islam, if your brotherhood for Islam didn't mean anything, then what about your Arab brothers and sisters in Syria right here now? 12 years on, they're still languishing in tents where rainwater's falling on their heads. Where your sisters have to go out to pick plastic just so they can burn it to cook food, to keep warm. Children are barefoot, they don't even have winter clothing. And you know what the icing on the cake is? Is that for under 10% of this, for less than 20 billion, Qatar could have housed all of the Syrian refugees, 5.6 million of them, inside Syria, in Turkey, in Lebanon, and even in Jordan. Imagine the du'as that they would have got. Imagine the love from the ummah that they would have got. Imagine the reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But instead, what did they choose? To spend over 200 billion on infrastructure that most likely is going to gather dust after this month. Instead, they chose to seek the gratification of the West, and they still didn't even get that.
So, they still didn't even get that. It's a major debate going on. Despite all their efforts to put up a big show, they still didn't get the respect. I know it's not only the Arab nation that you can say nations and rich nations that are guilty of this. You know, the Western nations are the same. The money being spent in certain things while other people are suffering in other parts of the world. But this one is in their own territory. And we're talking about just a little bit of money, not anything like what they spent in this game. And if this is a country where they have a Premier League, they have a league that will use this stadium after that, you know, it will make sense. But he's right. Nothing after this month, there are those buildings and we'll just be there. Anyway, I just want to talk about the World Cup in the wider context. You know, not just about Africa. I'm also interested in Africa. Who thinks that an African country will pass the quarterfinal segment of the game? Anybody? No. What country, Kenny? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think Senegal is doing well.
Oh, Senegal.
Senegal is doing well. And yes.
Okay.
And for the fact that countries like Japan beating Germany, Saudi Arabia beating Argentina, I think everything is possible in this World Cup. It's not like how you.
But Argentina won today. I think they defeated. I don't know who they played, but
okay. I didn't watch today's match anyway.
They won
but I think Africa will go far.
Mm-hmm. So there's hope for them. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Rachel.
I tell them about my YouTube channel when one start.
Oh, you told them already?
No, I sent that to you now. You not see her.
Oh no, I didn't look at
Not
it.
today. Not to that extent.
Okay, we'll get to that. Let's finish discussing the World Cup, and then you can tell them about your channel.
Oh, my children, they're on their way to Europe. And one of my game plan for next year, with all of our support, we go carry at least 1,000 Nigerian youth go Europe. By the grace of God, me and my partner for Nigeria, my correct Ugele boy, we want to establish sport academy by the grace and mercy of God. So when I talk for here, we do work for under.
Yeah. That's good.
We are establishing a sport academy because I'm on a mandate and on a mission to take my children come up for Yahoo kidnapping business, Olosho and all those ones. So with that in mind, I have to demand of every things we need to do. Because you cannot tell them not to chop. You have to put something for the table for them to chop. Those things that they do and to chop. And it's negative. So we won't give the positive one. Make them the chop. So by mercy of God, next year we should be able to establish our sport academy where we will be able to give room to our youngsters to train them for them to use their talent, God-given talent in different areas. So that not only football will go to export. We go export every kind of sport. So with that engagement, a lot of people will be taken out of things that doesn't give God glory, things that are destroying them. So that is one on the pipeline. So God damage, which day you want to bring me to your platform? Only me. We scatter area.
All right, we'll give you an hour next Saturday, okay?
Okay, sir.
So, Dr. Damages, so let me add this to what I was saying. I think those African countries that are on the schedule now are really worried to be there. And this is what I say, that the men's team. Let me use Nigeria as an example now. The men's team has been politicized. There are a lot of politics going there. Every tribe wants to be there, and a tribe wants to be in control. I don't want to call names before it goes personal now. But the female team, you see the female team, because a particular tribe or religion per se are not really into that system. So that is why you see that the female team is going far compared to the men's team. So for the African teams that are there, I think they have less of politics going on in their national football team. And I'm rooting for Senegal. I'm rooting for any African country that is doing well. So they stand a better chance if they do well. If they push it harder, they will win. After all, those other Western countries no carry two heads.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's good. Thank you. Austin, do you have something to? You look like someone who follows this thing. I heard that the son of the president of Liberia scored the goal for the US, and that was a big deal. So can people tell me what's going on? I don't follow.
Where that's the son. The son was coming out. He was substituted. They showed the father at the stand clapping for the son. Anyhow, I was just thinking, you are the first citizen of Liberia and see your boy playing for the US. So I don't know. It is I sometimes I like to give people benefit of the doubt. I told myself that don't worry, it is the son that made that decision to play for the US. So as a father, I can't force you to represent my country, even though I'm the president of Liberia. That's as I said, I'm the kind of person who always respect people's way of thinking.
Yeah, but if the boy had decided to play for Liberia, he would never play at the World Cup.
That's how we see it. So let me now thank you for making one of my points.
The question people raised was, should he travel all the way to Qatar to go and clap for his son? And of course, even if he wasn't president, he would have done that. So the other thing is, did he go with government money? Did the government pay for him to go there to do that? Because that would be an issue if he's using the money of the country to go and clap for his son, who is playing for Liberia, who is playing for the United States. Go ahead.
For me, based on that, one thing we fail to understand, like I'll always bring it closer to politics. You know, sometimes some of these people, some of these presidential candidates, they used to make us feel as if they are doing us a favor. They're not doing us any favor. They are civil servants. A president has a salary. Don't forget that. But they never tell us that they have a basic salary together with the allowances and everything. So where can decide to pay his flight to the US, to Qatar, and it won't touch even his basic salary. So if he decides to tell me that he didn't use state funds, I can't say anything, except you want to tell me that he went with the presidential jet. If he went with the presidential jet, then we need to ask me who is fueling it, who is taking care of the cost. Then they will now say that you are using state funds or not.
And that's when Africa will become, when we deal with these things like this, even though they may look small, but that's when you set the standard. That's when you make people know. Like people know that at the White House here, that the food that they eat, they buy it. Whoever is the president pays for that. But every year in Nigeria, they budget billions
for that.
So, and again, the guy that scored against Cameroon, he's a Cameroonian.
Yeah.
Playing for.
So my point is this: why is it that we don't like going home to play for the country? Look, I want to take a simple thing. Some of my friends will tell me that I like book a lot, I read a lot. It is because when I was a kid, that was in primary 3. I went to school and I came first in my class. So my daddy saw me coming home and he asked me, "Did you pass?" He always asked me, "I know you passed. What did you say?" I said, "I came first." My daddy had to buy 2 Christmas clothes for me. All my brothers had 1. He bought 2. When he gave me the first one, he said, "This is your Christmas cloth. I bought you this second one because you came first." And he added something: "I will go to any level to borrow money to make sure that I send you to school." That was a statement that reorientated my mind till today. I don't need my father to be around for me to study. And that is where we lack it in Nigeria. That's where we lack it in Africa. You will see that this person helped you, gave their all for you to go to the World Cup, for you to be champion of Africa, for you to do this. But how much have the politicians invested in those people? The Falcons went to the last tournament. Is it Falcons or the Falconets? You realize that these people slept at the airport on the ground. They didn't even make logistics for them to take their plane back to Nigeria. Is it a case where you finish and your allowances and bonuses are not being paid? Is it a case where when you are playing, you'll be very, you don't want to be injured because you know that the country will abandon you immediately you are injured? Who pays for it? Your club. And that is why you see, I will tell you, Victor Osimhen is one of our best, the best strikers I think we have on ground. But for some time, he has not played for the Eagles. Anytime he wants to come, the president of Napoli will stop him from coming. See where we were looked by Portugal 4-0. Do you realize that Victor Osimhen was not there? And he has not been playing even during AFCON. He refused, he didn't come for AFCON. But when AFCON was going on, almost when they eliminated Nigeria, he started playing for Napoli. And we know that he banged the goals. Those are the things we are talking about. If he's spoiled, you leave it. Let the clubs take care of it. You will not even call your son to say, "Osimhen, I heard you were injured. Please, how are you doing now? Don't worry, to be well." You abandon him. Then when we now fix him, we now come back and say, "That is my son." So African countries, all of them, they play good football. I like the way Morocco plays. Senegal is good. I wish Sadio Mane was there. And Cameroon also, they play well. But I don't see us going beyond the round of 16, even if we make it. Senegal may make it. I still trust Cameroon somehow. Trust me, I do. I still trust Cameroon. They are very energetic, but we can't make it beyond the round of 16. So what I always say, we have identified the problem. What are the solutions? Please, let's forget about politics in football. If you know how to play football, or guy, you know how to play. If you don't know how to play, shift for one side. My friend used to go for Ifan FC for training. Once you come to Ifan or go to Lobby Stars or go to Heartland of Owerri, the first thing they asked him, CJ, who give you letter come? You get any letter from anybody? That was not the first thing you're supposed to tell me. If I have a letter from a politician before coming to a football club, the first thing you need to do is to train me. Go to that pitch and show me what you can do. And if I can dribble the ball and score, then come on, allow me into the pitch and let me play. But everything in Nigeria, now tribalism, who know who. Once you are a boy to a nobody, you will never make it. And that is why those white men will stretch their hand, pick the best of the footballers from Africa, and you see them play. And that is why them now abroad are the ones calling against us at the World Cup. So that's just the whole thing. Let's just stop. If you know how to play, you know how to play. If you don't know how to play, you don't know how to play. And for this thing, if we don't stop it in Africa, we will not ever smell the World Cup. 3001? We'll never still smell World Cup.
All right. One last thing. I heard that Lobby United. Is it Lobby United that they want to bring Ronaldo to play in Nigeria? Is that true?
That one are cruise.
That's a joke of the century.
Where would you get the
I
money
saw
to pay
it.
them?
So they rejected that they were interested in Ronaldo. That one.
I have to leave.
All right. Yeah, we're rounding up now. Okay. CM, you want to say something? Go ahead, CM.
This ongoing World Cup, I've have one or two things to say about it. The level of officiating, from what I saw between Portugal and Ghana, leaves much to be desired. That penalty given to Ronaldo is not a penalty. For the first time, they refused to use VAT, even when the players were calling for it. Ideally, normally you go to VAT, you can come out of VAT and still say it's a penalty, but go and use it. It's technology to help you. The guy refused. When I watched it, the slow motion was showing it that the defender has kicked the ball away from Ronaldo and fed down. That is not a penalty. So that sort of deprived Ghana the joy. I wish, and I heard that the Ghana FA, Football of Ghana, they've petitioned FIFA, because the only evidence is the the VAR. They didn't use it. So that is as far as it goes. But I wish Senegal should progress, at least get to the overall performance of African teams in this year's World Cup is really not what it should be, by going by the standard they put in South Africa 2010, even in Brazil 2014 and whatever, it wasn't. But when you take it home, for instance, why something like in Nigeria, where we are missing with all our stars, just like somebody said, Osimhen is playing. You see, the thing about Nigeria is, Chinua Achebe once said, Nigeria is a country that goes to a football competition with the 10th 11. In other words, we do not do merit. This is a country in which if you score 80%, you are from one side. They say, wait, somebody with less than 10% will be taken. Later, the person will be the IG of police over the person who scored 80. So when we see all these things, it does. You see the way Brazilians are playing. Who is who in Brazil? We be selected. They don't do sentiment. Look at Argentina. These are their best. Look at Spain, very young team, and these are the people. Even anybody, if you watch Spanish league, Barcelona, for them, because you will know that this person must make it. You see it. But in Nigeria, you don't see all that, and then we start to lament. So if you do merit, you will get. I mean, you get what you want to do. But if you still, in fact, not even only selection, the former manager of Super Eagles, I understand he did an interview, whether BBC, Nigeria manager still owing him, and he said, when you are negotiating with Nigeria officials for a job, they will be telling you to put in the Nigeria, we are still relying on foreign coaches. All the African teams at this World Cup, they're all coached by their nationals. Senegal, Aliou Cisse was their captain 2002. And then Otto Addo, coaching Ghana, played for them. And I saw one about 10 years ago, with them played for Dortmund. And Rigobert Song of Cameroon was their captain. Maybe
Sam, we can't hear you anymore. We have to do a GoFundMe. Maybe get a line from America to CM's house in somewhere in the UK, and tell the King of England to, because we can't deal with this. I mean, this is CM.
Absolutely ridiculous. CM line of the
CM, the king is horrified by this.
Gosh.
All right, Mr. Show, you came in because you had. What do you have to tell us? England
Well, I
is still
came.
playing. England and
No,
Wales.
the
How is it? How is it that Wales is there? England is there.
yeah. So I came back because of the football because I'm a football junkie.
So
If I
tell
see,
us what's going on. What's going on?
well, it's been good so far, apart from the officiating that CM touched upon. And just to point out, this football thing, I think you can tell the gentleman right next to me on the screen in green. I think you live in the UK.
No, it's in the US.
Oh, he's in the US. Okay, he's doing you guys it's doing you proud because you can tell that by CM's analysis. In the UK we understand football. You play the egg one now you throw and you call it football. I don't know. You throw it 90%, you kick it 10%, but you call it football. Anyway, we play football here. It's the home of football. Yeah. So jokes apart, one thing I've noticed about African countries when it comes to international football is one of the reasons I think personally that we're not competing well is because a lot of our boys play in Europe. They're coached the European way. And our coaches are mostly foreign coaches until recently, where you have the Rigobert Songs and the Ghanaian guy and Cisse of I think Senegal. We try to play against the Europeans the European way. It will never work. We will never beat them at their game. If you look back at when the Super Eagles, the one that I enjoyed, that I saw and I enjoyed from Senegal 92 to Tunisia 94, then they went to Riyadh 95, then they went to Atlanta 96. Like when we had flair and everything, there was a lot of individualism within them. They expressed themselves. It wasn't overcoached. Now everybody's trying to play tactics. And it belongs to the Europeans. It's their game. I don't think we would ever beat them at their game. But when you have people play, with their skills and play our own natural, the way they play under bridge, as they say, under bridge. Not that I've ever been there, but the phrase under bridge. If we play that type of football, we might not win, but we win a lot of fans. Nigeria was voted as the second most entertaining team USA 94. The second behind Brazil. We played with flair, but now you just see everybody's just tactics all over the place. Let the boys play with a bit of freedom. And you never know what might come of it. So that's my personal observation. Nigeria not qualifying, the Ghanaian boys in my office, honestly, I cannot rest. They just raw beating. We're talking about Ghana Jollof, Nigerian Jollof, and one of them just switched to football. Oh, that's why you didn't qualify. How do you come back from that? I just kept quiet, like, sorry, all these super useless ego, sorry, they're not super, so, but I mean, apart from that, I've watched virtually all the games. I've enjoyed it so far. Argentina, Spain, these are the teams. Last night, we couldn't separate football from soccer. It was a draw, so we don't know what to call it. I was hoping that we'll beat, when I say we, I know two Nigerians are annoyed that we say we, but I live in England, so I was hoping that we'll beat you guys so we can officially settle this football or soccer debate. But for now, it's a draw. So rooting for England. Of course, Nigeria is not. If Nigeria was playing, I'd be rooting for Nigeria, but rooting for England. I live here, obviously, so I'm wishing them well. African countries going far, I'm not too sure. I really want to see it. I would love to see Senegal go far. Ghana, for obvious reasons, it's just going to be too much for them. It's like asking an Arsenal fan to support Tottenham. To support Ghana to go far now, we won't rest. We won't hear the last of it. So I'm not sure if I'm ready to put my weight behind Ghana. But honestly, I like to see Senegal go far, semi-finals if possible. Football is crazy. Greece won the Euros. No one saw it coming. If by chance, miracle, whatever, Senegal can win it, I'll be everywhere celebrating. So I'm rooting for our boys, England and Senegal. Those are the two teams I'm rooting for.
Okay, quickly, let's see. Who do you think will win the whole thing? CM, what country? Unmute yourself, CM. Why did I start with
CM? Can I share my data with you? Is there a way I can send Wi-Fi to your house?
We have to find something. We have to figure out something.
Okay. Well, naturally, if you can hear me, naturally.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Brazil is in the competition. As long as Brazil is participating, they have a good team, no doubt. After Brazil, then Spain. After Brazil, Spain, then France. This is my ranking. But I want Brazil to win just So give them that sixth World Cup. And I like the way they play anyway. I like their system. That's it.
Okay. Can I who will win this?
You mean the World Cup?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm very, very for my own. I don't want some people may call it being selfish. Let Africa country win. So I'm rooting for Senegal. Sorry.
No, yeah. Okay, no, but who will win it? I didn't say who do you want to win it. Who will win?
It's still Senegal who will win.
Okay, that's why this is how you measure politics, other people's politics. My boy, who will win the World Cup?
For me, I want USA to win, but beside USA, the country that I believe could win would be Brazil.
Brazil. Blessing.
Yeah, I would like Argentina to win, but the way I'm looking at it, I'm looking at European country, Spain.
Who
I'm
said
looking
something?
at Spain.
Spain. Okay, Spain.
Yeah.
Victory.
Yeah, I think in every World Cup you can't rule out Brazil. Brazil is always a very one of the favorites for any World Cup. But I'll go for Spain for now. But who knows? Anything can happen. It's the World Cup.
Austin.
See, I go for, if I look at all those people, Argentina doesn't have a team, they have individualism. So I go for Brazil, but I'll have a shock. You see those Asian tigers, Korea, Japan, I don't trust those guys. So even if I want to shift from Brazil, I go to the Asians. And one last person, Portugal has what it takes to shake the World Cup too.
Nobody mentioned Saudi Arabia, no?
No, Saudi Arabia will not.
No.
All right. Sure, Mr. Show, who will win?
Like I've stated earlier, I'm rooting for England and Senegal, but I think France will win it based on the recent success they've had, because it gives you a level of confidence. I know they're missing Pogba, missing Kante, and Benzema has been injured, but with what they have, most of the players they have right now were part of the team that won the last, tournament. So the recent success they have would give them a lot of confidence. Spain is my second pick in terms of who do I think would win, because they've got a very good team, but the inexperience of the young boys from Barcelona, Gavi, Pedri, they're quite young, and when it gets to the final stages, that might cost them. I'm not saying it will. It might cost them. And quickly to touch up on what True Niger's been typing in the chat about 10 minutes ago about things, rooting for somebody, or with football, the way True Niger will talk about everything, your country. One of the issues which someone mentioned, and I think it was Austin, I've said this on this show before when I reference football, because I reference football a lot. Celestine Babayaro stopped playing for the Super Eagles quite early because the boy said he would not pay to fly to Nigeria to play qualifiers. He said if Nigeria was a poor nation that couldn't afford to pay for his flight, he would pay, something that George Weah was doing when he was with Liberia. The country was war-torn, there was no money, football was the last thing on their mind. He paid for a lot of things. He paid for their jerseys because the country was in trouble. Babayaro said, see, the money is allocated. It's going to someone's pocket. I am not using my money to go and play for Nigeria. This was far back in the early 2000s or whatever. And it's still going on. Someone mentioned the Falconets. I saw the video. Those girls sleeping at the airport. When you do things like that to them, how do you expect them to give their best? And when we start talking about boys who were born in the UK, I have my son who goes, loves football, goes to play football everywhere. I'm not going to drag him and say, go and play for Nigeria. His link to Nigeria is limited. It's not like mine, that I grew up in Nigeria, listened to Larry Zamuji. He didn't listen to any of that. He didn't reach complete football. No, it's different. He has a different experience. So boys that were born here, look at Nigeria. It was when England didn't call the likes of Ademola Lookman. He decided to come for Nigeria at the last minute. Look at the Ghanaian team. You see a lot of boys, the Inaki Williams. He's gone to play for them, Tariq Lamptey. All the boys that were not called up by England or Spain, they decided to play for Ghana. It's because they were not called up by the country where they were born. Their first allegiance is to these countries where they are born. So you can't fault these boys or fault their parents for not dragging them down to go and play for Ghana or Nigeria. So everything is not always about, your fatherland, your fatherland, your fatherland. They were born in England. They were born in Spain. So you can't blame these boys for not choosing. Anthony Joshua. Everybody knows his story. The boy tried to represent Nigeria at the Olympics. His father took him to Ogun State. They were asking for bribe. God saved that boy that he didn't go and representing Nigeria at the Olympics. He won't be who he is today. It was because they didn't accept him in Ogun State, lobbying, asking for nonsense bribe. Then he came back, eventually went to represent England. But now you see, now you'll be typing, national security, something Nigeria. We don't hate Nigeria, but if Nigeria is not willing to, meet you halfway, you have to go and make a life for yourself. It's not always the people's fault. We have to look inwards. That's all I came to discuss. But yeah, thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Ndubisi, finally, you are the next person. What team will win the World Cup? I think you came in to tell us.
Oh, it's very tricky. Some teams have upped their game. Like someone said, I talked about the Asian teams. The Japanese team is good. The South Korean team good. So, but hopefully one of the traditional teams might still get it. I'm looking at France. If France keep pushing the way they are doing, they could make an inroad. But I'm not sticking my head out. Not at this stage. Probably when all the three group games are over, we can now look at doing the knockout stage and begin to predict.
All right.
Oh yeah, I was off for a while. I'm at work.
No, it's no problem. We're running up now. So we give everybody 1 minute to tell us what keeps them up at night. We'll start with you, Kene, first.
What keeps me up at night is, most times I sit down and I think, is there a way, somehow, mystically, I don't know how it will happen, the good thoughts we have for Nigeria will manifest in this forthcoming election so that things will begin to move normal. Because when I look at how the people that we believe are educated, have gone far in life, they should know better. When they open their mouth and talk, we'll be like, God, where is this person coming from? So sometimes I just pray, is there a way God will just answer our prayers and, touch the heart of the good, innocent ones that meant well for Nigeria and try to fix things, because people are really suffering. There is hunger in the country. People barely eat. People literally go begging like destitute, in order to eat. Women are turning to ashawo. Young boys are turning to armed robbers. Crimes everywhere because of the level of poverty in Nigeria. So it gives me I just think if there's a way, God will just make things easy for the people, because as much as you don't want to believe it, whatever that is happening in Nigeria is affecting, one way or the other, is affecting us here. If initially you do give your family 200 every month, you have to increase it to 400 because the price of things have doubled. So it's affecting everybody, except you've, bid well, buy to Nigeria completely. But yeah, it gets me worried. And
okay, all right, thank you, McBoy. What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, in actuality, nothing really keep me up at night. But for the sake of this conversation, I think I will point to the fact that Nigerians back home and those that are in diaspora, the fact that they don't see the magnitude of the problem Nigeria is into, and also they seem not to appear like they are ready for those things that could change the situation in Nigeria. So that kind of keep me up at night, because if I were there by now, I think I would put it as a 911 situation. But somehow, sometimes when you hear some of them talk, you still see that relaxation, like nothing's going on. Even you that is in diaspora, you'll be feeling for them, but they over there, they just feel relaxed, like nothing's happening, we got this and all that. So that kind of keep me up at night.
All right, thank you. Lesson. The next.
Yeah, I think my own, what keeps me awake at night, really, I don't look at I look at the leadership a bit, but the followers, especially because of my experience in private sector and public sector. I think I used to tell people that I won't go out of this country, do our school outside the country, came back. But the people in the ministries, because at times we look at the leaders, because I used to say something that if a thief is in our family, work in the public sector, we we normally accept such thief and play along. And it's how can we have a process that can checkmate the way we work in this country, both private sector and public sector, that can deliver the right value that is actually required by the citizen and the masses. Because if you are giving 10 naira to do something, deliver that 10 naira, deliver a value of 10 naira to the common man. I think that's one of the things that how can we get it right? Leaders is important, but people doing the work at the grassroots, local governments, ministries, federal ministries, state ministries, how are they doing? How are they covering their own space? I think that's one of my worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Victory, you're next.
For me, it would be the 2023 elections and what happened from there. If Nigeria don't get it right 2023, then I think that country can just have a kiss, can just say goodbye to everything, because I really I can't imagine what will happen. The level of inflation, because anybody that comes in that doesn't have the right mindset, we just borrow more money and just plunge that country deep into serious hardship. And I think that would be the end of Nigeria. That would be goodbye. But I'm hoping that people will come out and vote and do the right thing and save the country. That's it for me.
All right. Thank you, Victory. Austin, what keeps you up at night?
I'll first start by telling my boy that you're a happy boy, because if nothing keeps you up at night, it means I want to be like you. What keeps me up at night is the 2023 election and what I see on Twitter. Have you seen a situation? I don't know how to speak very well in Pidgin. You don't see a situation where you see somebody misbehave, you think saying that they're mad. Have you seen where somebody does something and you feel as if, am I the one who is mad, or is this other person who is mad? When you doubt your own sanity.
Who did that?
No, when I see people talk on Twitter, when I read some of the comments, I feel say, now me they craze, or now these people they craze. Because you see somebody who you feel to be educated, written with PhD, somebody with masters, and you see the argument on a Twitter page supporting a presidential candidate. I don't care who it is. I don't even care who I support. But you see no background just because you want to support somebody. I just look at the whole thing and say, I don't know whether I mean know they well or not these people know they. When I think about it, I go just off my data. They remember what I used to do. What my supervisor used to tell me that Augustine, don't mind them, just forget it. I'll just close it and just tell myself, forget, sleep, just sleep. Because sometimes it makes me feel as if, am I the one going mad, or is these people going mad? Because the citizens should just learn to do things. Just reason very well what you know is good, not because you are thinking out of sentiment. That's just what keeps me up at night.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Shaw.
Okay. Augustine, just quick advice. I live on Twitter. That's my only social media platform, really. I literally live on Twitter. I've got Instagram, but I don't even know where the icon is on my phone. Twitter is not for the faint-hearted. It's violence, like verbal violence, obviously. Twitter is one place somebody would say good morning, and the first reply, and the most liked reply would be, who told you it's good morning? Or somebody would say it's evening in Australia. Or, that kind of, it's a mad, like a totally crazy place. Twitter is different. But what keeps me up at night? I've always said the same thing. The thought or the knowledge that there are millions of people that would vote for Tinubu without collecting a penny. They will just vote for him based on, he's a Yoruba man, or he's a Muslim, or he's my party man. There are people who will legitimately not collect a penny, but will vote for him, despite the fact that they've seen this man in the state that he is. I keep saying it. I'm not mocking him. I pray to get old. We'll all go through that. Some of us would escape going through that, but most of us would experience that. It comes with age. You can't avoid it. So you've seen him in the state he is, but you would tell us, we'll vote him even if he's in a wheelchair. We'll vote him even if he's this, even if he's half dead. As if it's a threat to me. Me. It's not a threat to me. God has blessed me to a point that I'm okay. I don't rely on the Nigerian government for anything. The money I sent to my mom, without bragging, is multiple times the minimum wage. She's retired. She's happy. But I just feel for the people who are there. But you see, there are people who will be trying to convince me that Tinubu is the answer. That worries me. Like, what's happened? So that keeps me up at night. Another thing that might start keeping me up at night, to add to it, at my young age, I was watching. I love gospel music. I like the slow ones that we tend to call worship. Praise and worship is the fast one. I don't know who told us that's what it is, but the worship, the slow ones. I was watching a Nigerian, on YouTube, worship songs, and I saw thousands, hundreds, maybe like 50, 60,000 people in a gathering, and they were crying and deep in worship. And I was enjoying it. Then something struck me, and I thought, so these people are the same people that drive like mad people on Monday. They are the same people that leave this place and give us trouble in the bank. That they are Nigerians. They are not the people that give you stress in a bank on Monday at MTN office. They are not imported. They are the same people that are crying in this church, deep in worship. So I'm beginning to think, sorry, what disconnect on Monday morning? You are crying, you are deeply in love with God now. But I'll see you tomorrow in your office and you would give me wahala for no reason. That is beginning to worry me, what religion is really doing to our people.
Mr. Shaw, I'm disappointed. You are talking about giving you wahala in the office. What about people who set people on fire? These are people that went to church the day before and went to the mosque on Friday.
Exactly. The churches are full, the mosques are full.
Somebody is a thief and they caught the person and they set the person on fire. And
that is worrying.
I always wonder, where did they come from?
You understand? They're not imported.
This person stole a phone or somebody's bike, and then somebody stole 10 billion from your state. And when you see him, you wave and you clap for him,
I don't know.
Anyway,
it's beginning to be it's an issue.
What keeps you up at night? Ndubisi, can you hear us? Okay, Ndubisi cannot hear us. Tim, what keeps you up at night? Tim.
I think Tim is frozen.
It's frozen too. Ndubisi, can you hear me?
I think there's a network glitch.
Okay. CM, the last three, hopefully. CM, can you hear me? What keeps you up at night?
Yes, I can. Okay. Can you hear me? I can.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Well, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It keeps being the same thing, which is the cost of living, like everybody said here. This is particularly troubling when you realize that the last 2 months Nigeria was under flooding. Some people may spend Christmas not in their homes, and now next month they will start to change money. A typical bag of rice now, they will tell you if you are bringing old notes, it might be this. If you are bringing new, somebody's making that. If you are bringing new currency note, you may pay a different thing. So we tend to create artificial scarcity and then escalate the inflation. So the cost of living is really, I'm really thinking in that direction, that things won't get better until probably this government leaves, and then hopefully, like I'm praying with the rest of other people, if Obi comes in, then we start on a clean slate and then know what to do, because Nigeria needs somebody that will give them hope. The state of hopelessness now is infectious. Whether you are abroad or you are in Nigeria, you will feel every day you must think about Nigeria. So it keeps me up at night sometimes, but not all. I try to sleep. I can't avoid it.
Thank you, CM. Let's see if we can still get. Yeah, we had you. Let's see if Ndubisi still can hear us. Okay, he's gone entirely. All right. On behalf of everybody here, I want to thank all of you for joining us. CM, thank you for being here. Kenneth, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. My boy, thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Blessing, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Victory, thank you for being here.
Thank
Austin,
you.
Thank you. Yeah. And of course, Mr. Shaw, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Doctor. It's always a pleasure.
So tomorrow, if you can join us, we have an interesting guest.
Thank you, Shaw.
90 Minutes Africa.
Where is Jude?
Yeah, do this in California. We will find him. So thank you everybody for joining us, and have a great rest of the night for those who are still about to sleep.
You're missing the point. Democracy is a representative government. Christians should be represented. Muslims should be represented in accordance with our constitution, that you don't leave anybody behind. P2B goes to church to worship God, does not go to church to campaign for politics. Just like Dati Ahmed goes to mosque to worship God. And that is the beauty of participation. So everybody should be actively integrated according to the constitution of Nigeria. So in politics, it's about representation. Then going to church is about worshiping God. In APC, nobody will go to church. In the presidency, to worship God, unfortunately.